Welcome to Atomic Habits, a groundbreaking guide to mastering the small changes that lead to remarkable results. Imagine unlocking the potential within you by making tiny, seemingly insignificant adjustments to your daily routines. These are the very changes that, compounded over time, can revolutionize your life. James Clear, an expert on habit formation, brings you a masterpiece that isn't just about forming good habits and breaking bad ones. It's about understanding the very essence of human behavior and harnessing it to achieve greatness. In a world where we're often bombarded with quick fixes and instant gratification, Atomic Habits offers a refreshing perspective. Clear delves into the science of habits, explaining how they are formed and why they can be so difficult to change. He reveals the hidden forces that shape our behavior, often without us even realizing it. Through engaging storytelling and relatable examples, you'll discover how habits are the compound interest of self-improvement. Just as money multiplies through compound interest, the effects of your habits multiply as you repeat them. They seem to make little difference on any given day, yet the impact they deliver over months and years can be enormous. Clear's approach is methodical and practical, breaking down complex psychological concepts into actionable steps. You'll learn about the 4 laws of behavior change, a simple yet powerful framework that can help you build better habits in any area of your life. These laws make it obvious, make it attractive, make it easy, and make it satisfying, serve as a blueprint for creating a system where good habits flourish and bad habits wither away. One of the most compelling aspects of Atomic Habits is its focus on identity. Clear emphasizes that the ultimate form of intrinsic motivation is when a habit becomes part of your identity. Rather than focusing solely on the outcomes you want to achieve, he encourages you to focus on the type of person you wish to become. This shift in mindset transforms habits from mere tasks to integral parts of who you are. When your habits align with your identity, they become self-sustaining and far more resilient to disruption. Throughout this audiobook, you will encounter inspiring stories of real people who have transformed their lives through the power of Atomic Habits. From Olympic gold medalists to successful entrepreneurs, these stories provide tangible proof of how small changes can lead to extraordinary outcomes. You'll also find yourself reflecting on your own experiences and how your habits have shaped your life. By the end of this journey, you'll be equipped with the knowledge and tools to reshape your habits and ultimately your destiny. James Clear's writing is not only insightful but also deeply relatable. He understands the challenges we all face in trying to change our behaviors and provides compassionate guidance to help you navigate these obstacles. His pragmatic approach is devoid of jargon and full of practical advice that you can start implementing immediately. Whether you're looking to improve your health, your career, your relationships, or any other aspect of your life, the principles in Atomic Habits will help you get there. As you embark on this journey, remember that the power of Atomic Habits lies in their simplicity and consistency. It's not about making radical changes overnight, but about making small, sustainable changes that, over time, lead to profound transformation. Each chapter of this audiobook is designed to build upon the last, creating a comprehensive guide that will help you develop habits that last a lifetime. So, get ready to explore the world of Atomic Habits. Prepare to uncover the science behind habit formation, discover the power of tiny changes, and unlock your full potential. This audiobook is more than just a collection of tips and tricks, it's a roadmap to a better you. Let the journey begin. The power of small, incremental changes often goes unnoticed in our daily lives, yet it holds the potential to transform our futures in profound ways. This concept was brilliantly demonstrated by the remarkable turnaround of British cycling, a story that serves as a compelling testament to the effectiveness of marginal gains. In 2003, British cycling was languishing in mediocrity. For nearly a century, British riders had achieved little of note on the international stage, with just a single gold medal at the Olympic Games since 1908 and a complete absence of victories in the prestigious Tour de France. The situation was so dire that some European bike manufacturers refused to sell their products to the British team, fearing that association with such underperformers would harm their brand. Enter Dave Brailsford, the newly appointed performance director who would change the course of British cycling history. Brailsford's approach was revolutionary. In its simplicity, he focused on making tiny, 1% improvements across all aspects of cycling performance. This strategy, which he termed the aggregation of marginal gains, was based on the belief that the cumulative effect of numerous small enhancements would lead to significant overall improvement. Brailsford and his team left no stone unturned in their quest for these marginal gains. They made obvious tweaks, such as redesigning bike seats for improved comfort and applying alcohol to tires for better grip. But they also delved into less apparent areas. They introduced electrically heated overshorts to maintain optimal muscle temperature, utilized biofeedback sensors to fine-tune workout responses, and even tested various fabrics in wind tunnels to create more aerodynamic racing suits. The team's commitment to this philosophy extended far beyond the bicycle. They brought in a surgeon to teach riders the most effective hand-washing techniques to reduce the risk of illness. They meticulously selected the best pillows and mattresses for each rider to ensure quality sleep. In a particularly striking example of their attention to detail, they painted the interior of the team truck white to more easily spot dust that could potentially impact the performance of their precisely calibrated bikes. The results of this approach were nothing short of astounding. Within just 5 years, British cycling dominated the 2008 Beijing Olympics, securing an impressive 60% of the available gold medals in cycling events. They continued this success at the 2012 London Olympics, breaking multiple world and Olympic records. Perhaps most impressively, British riders went on to win 5 Tour de France titles in 6 years, a feat that would have seemed impossible just a decade earlier. This remarkable transformation serves as a powerful illustration of a broader principle, the compound effect of small habits over time. It's a concept that challenges our natural inclination to seek out dramatic, overnight changes. We often fall into the trap of believing that significant results require equally significant actions. We dream of losing substantial weight, launching successful businesses, or achieving other lofty goals, and we imagine that these outcomes must be the result of singular, heroic efforts. However, the reality is far more nuanced and, in many ways, more accessible. The British cycling story shows us that sustained, incremental progress can yield extraordinary results. When we consistently improve by just 1% each day, the compounded effect over a year is a 37-fold improvement. Conversely, if we allow ourselves to decline by 1% daily, we risk reducing our performance to near zero over the same period. This mathematical reality underscores the immense power of habits, both positive and negative. Good habits, like compound interest in finance, accumulate value over time. A single workout might not transform your physique, but a year of consistent exercise can reshape your body and health. Similarly, reading a few pages each day might not make you an expert overnight, but maintaining this habit for years can lead to profound knowledge and wisdom. The challenge lies in our perception of progress. Small improvements often feel insignificant in the moment. It's easy to discount the value of saving a little money, exercising for a short time, or studying a language for just an hour. The results aren't immediately apparent, which can lead to discouragement and a return to old, less productive habits. Equally insidious is the ease with which we can slip into negative habits. A single unhealthy meal doesn't cause immediate weight gain. Neglecting your relationships for one day doesn't instantly destroy them. Procrastinating on a project once doesn't immediately derail your career. But when these small negative choices compound over time, they can lead to significant problems. This principle applies across all areas of life. In personal development, consistently reading for 30 minutes a day can lead to dozens of books completed over a year, expanding your knowledge and perspective. In fitness, adding just one more rep or a minute more to your workout each session can result in substantial strength and endurance gains over time. In relationships, small daily acts of kindness and attention can strengthen bonds in ways that grand gestures cannot. The power of incremental change is particularly relevant in today's fast-paced world, where instant gratification is often prioritized over long-term growth. It's a reminder that true, lasting change rarely happens overnight. Instead, it's the result of consistent, small actions repeated over time. Moreover, this approach to improvement is inherently more sustainable than attempting drastic changes. Radical lifestyle overhauls often lead to burnout or disappointment when immediate results aren't seen. In contrast, focusing on small, manageable changes allows for gradual adaptation and increases the likelihood of long-term success. The concept of marginal gains also encourages a more holistic approach to improvement. Just as the British cycling team looked beyond obvious areas for enhancement, we too can find opportunities for growth in unexpected places. This might mean improving our sleep habits, refining our decision-making processes, or enhancing our learning techniques. It's important to note that while the focus is on small improvements, the mindset behind this approach is anything but small. It requires a commitment to continuous improvement, a willingness to experiment and adapt, and the patience to trust in a process that may not yield immediate, visible results. The story of British cycling's transformation is more than just a tale of sporting success. It's a powerful metaphor for personal and professional growth. It challenges us to reconsider our approach to change and improvement. Rather than always seeking monumental leaps forward, we can focus on consistent, small steps in the right direction. This doesn't mean we should abandon ambitious goals or stop dreaming big. Instead, it suggests a more practical path to achieving those aspirations. By breaking down our larger objectives into smaller, daily habits, we make progress more manageable and sustainable. In essence, the philosophy of marginal gains reminds us that excellence is not an act, but a habit. It's not about perfection in any single moment, but about consistent improvement over time. It teaches us to value the process as much as the outcome, and to find satisfaction in the small victories that pave the way to larger achievements. As we navigate our own journeys of personal and professional development, we would do well to remember the lesson of the British cycling team. Their success wasn't born from a single revolutionary change, but from a relentless commitment to small, continuous improvements. By adopting a similar mindset in our own lives, we too can harness the surprising power of atomic habits and marginal gains, transforming our potential into reality, one small step at a time. The journey of personal growth and achievement is often misunderstood. We tend to focus on immediate results, expecting our efforts to yield instant, visible changes. However, the reality of progress is far more nuanced and complex. It's not about where you stand at this moment, but rather the direction in which you're heading. Your current situation, whether favorable or challenging, is less significant than the habits and behaviors shaping your future trajectory. Consider this: a millionaire who consistently overspends is on a path to financial ruin, regardless of their current wealth. Their habits are setting them up for future hardship. Conversely, an individual struggling financially who manages to save even a small amount regularly is laying the groundwork for future prosperity. It's the habit, not the immediate outcome, that truly matters. This principle extends far beyond finance. Our lives are shaped by the cumulative effect of our daily choices and actions. Your current weight isn't just a number on a scale, it's a reflection of your eating and exercise habits over time. Your knowledge base isn't static, it's constantly evolving based on your learning habits. Even the state of your living space is a direct result of your cleaning and organizing habits. Understanding this concept is crucial because it highlights the power of small, consistent actions. Every choice you make is like a vote for the person you wish to become. Are you consistently choosing actions that align with your goals and values? Are you making decisions that will compound positively over time? These are the questions that truly matter when considering your long-term success and fulfillment. The compounding nature of habits works both ways. Positive habits can create an upward spiral of growth and improvement, while negative habits can lead to a downward spiral of decline. This is why it's so important to be mindful of the habits we cultivate. Let's explore some examples of positive compounding. Productivity, for instance, compounds in fascinating ways. Imagine completing one extra task each day. It might not seem significant in the moment, but over the course of a year, that's 365 additional accomplishments. Over a decade, it's 3,650. The impact becomes even more profound when you consider that each completed task often opens up new opportunities or frees up mental space for more complex endeavors. Knowledge is another area where compounding yields remarkable results. Reading one book might provide some interesting insights, but a lifetime habit of reading can transform your entire worldview. Each new piece of information doesn't just add to your knowledge base, it interacts with existing knowledge, creating new connections and deeper understanding. This is why lifelong learners often display a kind of intellectual compounding, where their rate of learning and insight generation accelerates over time. Relationships, too, compound in powerful ways. Every positive interaction, every act of kindness or support contributes to the strength of your social network. Over time, this can create a virtuous cycle where the more you help others, the more willing and able others are to help you. This network effect can lead to opportunities and support that far exceed the sum of individual interactions. However, it's equally important to recognize the danger of negative compounding. Stress, for example, can accumulate in insidious ways. A single stressful day is manageable for most people. But when stress becomes chronic, occurring day after day, week after week, it can have severe impacts on both mental and physical health. The effects compound over time, potentially leading to burnout, depression, or serious health issues. Negative thoughts are another area where compounding can be particularly harmful. If you consistently think of yourself as incapable or unworthy, you're likely to interpret events in ways that reinforce these beliefs. This can create a self-fulfilling prophecy, where your negative expectations actually shape your reality. The same principle applies to how you view others. If you habitually see people as untrustworthy or hostile, you're more likely to notice and remember instances that confirm this view, further reinforcing your negative perspective. Even societal issues can compound. Major social movements or upheavals rarely spring from a single event. Instead, they're often the result of numerous small grievances and injustices that accumulate over time. When a tipping point is reached, the built-up tension can explode into significant social change. Understanding the compounding nature of habits and choices is crucial, but it's equally important to recognize that progress is rarely linear. This is where many people stumble in their pursuit of personal growth or achievement. They expect to see immediate, consistent results from their efforts, and when this doesn't happen, they become discouraged and may give up. The reality of progress is often more like the melting of an ice cube. Imagine a room at 25 degrees Fahrenheit with an ice cube sitting on a table. As the room slowly warms, nothing visibly changes with the ice cube. At 26 degrees, 27, 28, and so on, the ice remains solid. It's not until the temperature reaches 32 degrees that a dramatic change occurs. The ice begins to melt. This sudden change wasn't caused by the final degree of temperature increase alone, but by the accumulation of all the previous increases. This analogy perfectly illustrates how progress often works in real life. You might be working consistently towards a goal, exercising regularly, learning a new skill, building a business without seeing any noticeable results for a long time. This period of apparent stagnation is what we might call the valley of disappointment. It's the phase where your efforts seem to be making no difference, and it's where many people lose heart and give up. But just like the ice cube, all that work isn't wasted. It's building up potential energy, creating the conditions necessary for a breakthrough. When that breakthrough finally comes, it might seem sudden or unexpected to outside observers. They might call it an overnight success, not realizing the months or years of consistent effort that led to this point. This pattern shows up in numerous areas of life and nature. Consider the growth of bamboo. For the first 5 years after planting, bamboo shows very little visible growth. But during this time, it's developing an extensive root system underground. Then, seemingly out of nowhere, it can shoot up 90 feet in just 6 weeks. Without understanding the process, one might think the bamboo grew 90 feet in 6 weeks, when in reality, it was growing for 5 years and 6 weeks. The same principle applies to many forms of personal and professional growth. Learning a new language, for instance, often involves a long period where you feel like you're not making progress. You're learning vocabulary and grammar rules, but you still can't converse fluently. Then, at some point, things start to click. You begin to think in the new language, and your progress seems to accelerate rapidly. But this sudden improvement is built on the foundation of all your previous study and practice. Recognizing this pattern is crucial for maintaining motivation and perseverance in the face of apparent lack of progress. It's easy to get discouraged when you don't see immediate results from your efforts. But understanding that you're building potential energy, that your work is accumulating even if the results aren't yet visible, can help you push through the valley of disappointment. This concept is beautifully illustrated by the quote often attributed to Jacob Riis, which has been embraced by successful individuals and teams across various fields. When nothing seems to help, I go and look at a stonecutter hammering away at his rock, perhaps 100 times without as much as a crack showing in it. Yet at the 101st blow it will split in two, and I know it was not that last blow that did it, but all that had gone before. This perspective shift can be transformative. Instead of focusing solely on immediate results, you learn to trust in the process. You understand that the work you're doing today, even if it doesn't seem to be yielding results, is setting the stage for future breakthroughs. It's like planting seeds. You don't see the plant the day after you put the seed in the ground, but that doesn't mean nothing is happening. Moreover, this understanding can help you approach your goals with more patience and consistency. If you know that progress often involves a plateau before a breakthrough, you're less likely to get discouraged during that plateau phase. You can remind yourself that this is a normal part of the process, not a sign of failure. It's also worth noting that this principle applies not just to individual efforts, but to larger scale changes as well. Societal shifts, scientific breakthroughs, and technological innovations often follow this pattern. Years or decades of work and small advancements suddenly culminate in a major leap forward that seems to come out of nowhere. In light of this, how should we approach our personal and professional development? First, we need to shift our focus from immediate results to consistent habits. Rather than obsessing over day-to-day changes, we should ask ourselves if our current habits are moving us in the right direction. Are we consistently taking actions that will compound positively over time? Second, we need to cultivate patience and persistence. Understanding that significant change often requires a long period of seemingly fruitless effort can help us stay the course when we're tempted to give up. We need to trust in the process and keep putting in the work even when we can't yet see the results. Third, we should pay attention to the small things. Given the compounding nature of habits, even tiny improvements or deteriorations can have significant long-term impacts. This means celebrating small victories and being vigilant about small negative habits that could compound into larger problems. Fourth, we need to be mindful of the different areas where compounding occurs. It's not just about finance or physical fitness. Our mental habits, our relationships, our knowledge, and our skills all compound over time. By taking a holistic view of our lives and habits, we can ensure we're setting ourselves up for positive compounding in all areas. Finally, we should remember that breakthroughs often come after a long plateau. When we're in the midst of that plateau, it's easy to feel like we're not making progress. But if we can maintain our efforts and push through, we may find ourselves on the cusp of a major breakthrough. In conclusion, the path to significant achievement and personal growth is rarely a straight line. It's a journey filled with plateaus, valleys of disappointment, and sudden breakthroughs. By understanding the compounding nature of habits and the delayed nature of progress, we can approach our goals with greater patience, persistence, and wisdom. We can learn to trust in the process, to keep putting in the work even when we can't see immediate results, knowing that we're building potential for future breakthroughs. In doing so, we set ourselves up not just for short-term wins, but for long-term, sustainable success and fulfillment. In the pursuit of personal growth and achievement, we often find ourselves fixated on grand goals and ambitious outcomes. We dream of transformative changes, losing significant weight, building a successful business, or mastering a new skill. While these aspirations can be inspiring, they may not be the most effective way to create lasting change in our lives. Instead, the key to sustainable progress and meaningful improvement lies in the power of systems and habits. The journey of personal development is akin to nurturing a garden. Each habit we cultivate is like a seed, beginning as a tiny, seemingly insignificant decision. But as we consistently water and tend to these seeds, they grow roots, sprout, and eventually blossom into sturdy plants that can withstand the tests of time and adversity. Similarly, our habits, when nurtured consistently, become the foundation of our character and the drivers of our success. This process of growth is not always visible or linear. Much like a gardener who patiently tends to their plot without seeing immediate results, we too must persist in our efforts even when progress seems slow or non-existent. This period of apparent stagnation is what we might call the plateau of latent potential, a phase where our consistent efforts are building up potential energy, even if we can't see the results yet. Breaking through this plateau requires a shift in our mindset and approach. Rather than focusing solely on end goals, we need to direct our attention to the systems and processes that lead to those results. This idea, popularized by figures like Scott Adams, the creator of Dilbert, challenges the conventional wisdom about goal setting and achievement. Let's consider a basketball coach aiming to win a championship. While the championship is the ultimate goal, obsessing over it during every practice and game would be counterproductive. Instead, the coach's focus should be on developing effective training routines, fostering team chemistry, and continuously improving strategies. By concentrating on these systemic elements, the team naturally moves closer to their championship aspirations. This systems-based approach offers several advantages over a purely goal-oriented mindset. Firstly, it acknowledges that winners and losers often share the same goals. Every Olympic athlete dreams of gold, every job candidate hopes to be hired. If goals alone determined success, everyone with the same objective would achieve it. Clearly, there's more to the equation. The British cycling team's remarkable transformation in the early 2000s illustrates this point perfectly. Their goal of winning the Tour de France hadn't changed over the years. What changed was their system, their commitment to marginal gains and continuous improvement in every aspect of cycling. This shift in approach, not a change in their ultimate goal, led to their unprecedented success. Moreover, achieving a goal is often just a momentary change, not a lasting transformation. Imagine tidying up a chronically messy room. The act of cleaning provides immediate satisfaction, but unless the underlying habits and systems change, the room will inevitably return to its cluttered state. This cycle of temporary improvement followed by regression is all too common when we focus solely on goals without addressing the root causes of our behaviors. Another limitation of goal-centric thinking is its tendency to restrict our happiness and satisfaction. When we tie our contentment to specific outcomes, we create an either-or scenario where we're only allowed to be happy once we've reached our target. This not only postpones our happiness but also narrows our definition of success. Life rarely unfolds exactly as we plan, and by fixating on one particular version of success, we may miss out on equally valuable alternatives. A systems-first mentality offers a more sustainable path to satisfaction. When we learn to love the process rather than fixating on the product, we open ourselves up to a continuous stream of fulfillment. Every day that we engage with our system, be it writing, exercising, or learning, becomes an opportunity for satisfaction, regardless of the immediate outcome. Furthermore, goal-oriented thinking can create a yo-yo-yo effect in our efforts. Many people work intensely towards a goal, only to lose motivation once it's achieved. Runners train rigorously for a race, then stop exercising once they cross the finish line. This pattern of intense effort followed by inactivity can be counterproductive to long-term progress and well-being. In contrast, a systems approach encourages consistent engagement and continuous improvement. It's not about winning a single game, but about playing the game indefinitely and getting better with each iteration. This mindset aligns perfectly with the concept of lifelong learning and growth, allowing us to derive satisfaction from the journey itself rather than just the destination. Implementing a systems-based approach requires a shift in how we think about change and improvement. Instead of setting ambitious goals and hoping for massive transformations, we need to focus on building robust systems of small, manageable habits. These atomic habits, as James Clear calls them, are the building blocks of significant change. The power of atomic habits lies in their compounding nature. Just as compound interest can turn small financial investments into substantial wealth over time, consistently practiced small habits can lead to remarkable personal growth and achievement. The key is to make these habits so small and manageable that they're almost impossible to skip. For instance, rather than setting a goal to get in shape, you might establish a system of exercising for just 5 minutes every day. This tiny commitment is easy to keep, and over time, it's likely to naturally expand as you build momentum and enjoy the process. The focus shifts from the intimidating end goal to the simple, daily action that moves you in the right direction. This approach also helps in breaking bad habits. Instead of trying to quit a negative behavior cold turkey, which often leads to failure and discouragement, you can create a system of small, positive habits that gradually replace the undesired behavior. For example, if you want to reduce your social media usage, you might start by setting a system where you read a page of a book before checking your phone each morning. The beauty of a systems-based approach is its flexibility and resilience. Unlike rigid goals that can be derailed by unexpected circumstances, systems can adapt and evolve. If one small habit isn't working, you can adjust it or replace it with another without feeling like you've failed. This adaptability makes your personal growth journey more sustainable and enjoyable. Moreover, focusing on systems allows for a more holistic approach to personal development. Instead of compartmentalizing different areas of your life, you can create interconnected systems that support overall growth. For example, a system of regular exercise might naturally lead to better eating habits, improved sleep, and increased productivity at work. It's important to note that adopting a systems-first mentality doesn't mean completely abandoning goals. Goals can still serve as useful North Stars, providing direction and inspiration. The key is to not let the goals overshadow the importance of the daily systems and habits that lead to their achievement. In practice, this might look like setting a broad, directional goal like improved physical fitness and then focusing intently on creating and maintaining systems that support that direction, like a daily exercise routine, a balanced meal plan, and a consistent sleep schedule. The goal provides context and motivation, while the systems drive actual progress. This approach also aligns well with the concept of process goals in psychology. Instead of focusing solely on outcome goals like lose 20 pounds, process goals emphasize the behaviors and actions within your control, like exercise for 30 minutes 5 times a week. By shifting focus to these controllable elements, you reduce stress and increase your sense of agency and accomplishment. Implementing a systems-based approach requires patience and persistence. It's easy to get discouraged when you don't see immediate results, but remember the principle of the plateau of latent potential. Your consistent efforts are building up, even if the effects aren't immediately visible. Trust in the process and keep showing up for your systems day after day. It's also crucial to regularly review and refine your systems. What works today might not be as effective tomorrow as your circumstances and capabilities change. Treat your systems as living entities that need regular care and adjustment. This ongoing process of refinement ensures that your systems continue to serve you effectively over time. Another powerful aspect of systems thinking is its ability to compound across different areas of your life. As you build effective systems in one area, you'll likely find that the skills and mindset transfer to others. For instance, the discipline and consistency you develop through a regular exercise system might help you establish a productive work routine or improve your relationships through consistent communication habits. Furthermore, a systems approach can help mitigate the effects of willpower depletion. Relying on sheer willpower to achieve goals is often unsustainable, as willpower is a finite resource that gets depleted throughout the day. By establishing systems and habits, you reduce the need for constant decision-making and willpower exertion. Your positive behaviors become more automatic, making it easier to stay on track even when you're tired or stressed. In conclusion, while goals can provide direction and motivation, it's the systems and habits we establish that truly drive long-term success and fulfillment. By shifting our focus from lofty objectives to manageable, consistent actions, we set ourselves up for sustainable growth and improvement. Remember, you do not rise to the level of your goals, you fall to the level of your systems. Embracing this systems-first mentality doesn't mean giving up on your dreams or ambitions. Rather, it's about recognizing that those dreams are realized through the cumulative effect of small, consistent actions over time. It's about falling in love with the process of becoming, rather than fixating on a specific end state. As you embark on your journey of personal growth and achievement, consider the systems you're building. Are your daily habits aligned with the person you want to become? Are you focusing on consistent, manageable actions rather than waiting for motivation to strike? By nurturing a garden of positive habits and robust systems, you create an environment where success can naturally flourish. In the end, life is less about the destinations we reach and more about the paths we walk. By focusing on systems, we ensure that every step of that journey is meaningful, regardless of where it ultimately leads. So start small, be consistent, trust the process, and watch as your atomic habits compound into remarkable transformations over time. The journey of personal transformation is often misunderstood. Many of us embark on this path with grand aspirations and lofty goals, yet find ourselves struggling to make lasting changes. We set ambitious targets, like losing weight, quitting smoking, or starting a successful business, but despite our best intentions, we often fall short. The reason for this common struggle lies not in our lack of desire or effort, but in our fundamental approach to change itself. At the heart of this issue is a profound truth: the power of habits. Habits are the invisible architecture of our daily lives, shaping our actions, decisions, and ultimately, our destinies. They are like the atoms of our existence, small, often unnoticed, yet incredibly potent when compounded over time. Just as atoms build molecules, and molecules form matter, our habits accumulate to create the substance of our lives. The concept of atomic habits encapsulates this idea perfectly. An atomic habit is not just any small routine, it's a fundamental unit of behavior that, when consistently applied, can lead to remarkable results. These habits are both minuscule and mighty easy to implement, yet capable of generating tremendous power over time. To truly grasp the transformative potential of habits, we must first understand the layers of behavior change. Imagine peeling an onion. Each layer represents a different level at which change can occur. The outermost layer is about changing outcomes. This is where most people focus their efforts, setting goals like lose 20 pounds or make $1 million. The middle layer involves changing processes, the systems and routines we use to achieve our goals. But the innermost, most crucial layer is about changing our identity, our beliefs, self-image, and fundamental view of who we are. Many of us make the mistake of focusing solely on the outer layer's outcomes and processes without addressing the core. We set outcome-based goals and try to change our habits without altering our underlying beliefs. This approach often leads to temporary changes at best and frustration and failure at worst. Consider two individuals trying to quit smoking. One says, "I'm trying to quit," while the other states, "I'm not a smoker." The difference may seem subtle, but it's profound. The first person still identifies as a smoker attempting change, while the second has already shifted their identity. This identity shift is the key to lasting transformation. The power of identity-based habits lies in their alignment with our deepest beliefs about ourselves. When we change our identity, our behaviors naturally follow suit. If you see yourself as an athlete, you're more likely to maintain a consistent exercise routine. If you identify as a writer, sitting down to write each day becomes an expression of who you are, not just something you do. This principle extends beyond individual habits to broader systems of behavior. In societies, organizations, and individuals alike, there's always an underlying set of beliefs shaping the visible actions. A democracy operates on fundamentally different beliefs than a dictatorship, and these beliefs determine what behaviors are possible or impossible within each system. The challenge, then, is to align our desired behaviors with our identity. This is why many attempts at change fail. We try to adopt new habits that are incongruent with our self-image. If you see yourself as someone who prioritizes comfort over growth, it will be an uphill battle to consistently push yourself in the gym or tackle challenging projects at work. The story of Brian Clark, an entrepreneur who struggled with nail biting, illustrates this principle. Clark managed to stop biting his nails through sheer willpower, but the real transformation came when he changed how he saw himself. Instead of just trying to stop a bad habit, he began to see himself as someone who cared about his appearance and health. This shift in identity made the new behavior, not biting his nails, feel natural and sustainable. This approach to change, focusing on identity rather than outcomes, has profound implications for how we pursue personal growth. Instead of asking, "What do I want to achieve?" we should be asking, "Who do I want to become?" This subtle shift can make all the difference in creating lasting change. For instance, rather than setting a goal to lose weight, one might focus on becoming a person who prioritizes health and fitness. This identity-based approach naturally leads to behaviors that support weight loss, but it goes beyond that. It creates a sustainable lifestyle change that persists even after the initial weight loss goal is achieved. The power of this approach lies in its ability to create a positive feedback loop. As we act in alignment with our new identity, we reinforce that identity, which in turn makes it easier to maintain the new behaviors. Over time, what started as a conscious effort becomes an automatic expression of who we are. However, changing our identity is not an overnight process. It requires consistent, small actions that gradually reshape our self-image. This is where the concept of atomic habits becomes crucial. By focusing on tiny, manageable changes that align with our desired identity, we can slowly but surely transform ourselves. For example, if you want to become a writer, start by writing just 50 words a day. This atomic habit is small enough to be achievable even on your busiest days, but consistent enough to begin reshaping your identity. Over time, you'll naturally find yourself writing more, not because you're forcing yourself to meet a word count goal, but because writing has become an integral part of who you are. This approach also helps in breaking bad habits. Instead of trying to quit a negative behavior through willpower alone, focus on cultivating an identity that's incompatible with that behavior. If you want to stop procrastinating, start seeing yourself as someone who takes immediate action. Small, consistent steps in this direction will gradually shift your self-image, making procrastination feel increasingly at odds with who you are. It's important to note that this process of identity change is not about denying your current reality or pretending to be someone you're not. It's about consciously choosing and nurturing the aspects of yourself that you want to grow. We all have multiple facets to our identity, and by deliberately focusing on and developing certain traits, we can shape our overall self-image in positive ways. The beauty of this approach is its flexibility and resilience. Unlike rigid outcome-based goals that can be derailed by setbacks, identity-based habits are more adaptable. If you see yourself as a healthy person, a single unhealthy meal doesn't negate that identity. Instead, it becomes an outlier, prompting you to return to behaviors that align with your self-image. Moreover, focusing on identity change can lead to more holistic personal growth. When you change how you see yourself in one area, it often has positive ripple effects in other areas of your life. For instance, developing the identity of a disciplined person in your fitness routine might naturally extend to increased discipline in your work or personal relationships. However, it's crucial to approach this process with patience and self-compassion. Changing deeply ingrained beliefs and habits takes time. There will be setbacks and moments of doubt. The key is to view these not as failures, but as part of the learning process, opportunities to reinforce your commitment to your new identity. It's also worth noting that while we focus on personal identity, our habits and beliefs are often influenced by our environment and social circles. Surrounding yourself with people who embody the traits you aspire to can significantly aid in your transformation. If you want to become more entrepreneurial, spending time with entrepreneurs can help shift your self-perception and reinforce behaviors aligned with that identity. As you embark on this journey of identity-based habit change, remember that the goal is not perfection, but progress. Each small action that aligns with your desired identity is a step in the right direction. Over time, these atomic habits compound, leading to significant personal transformation. In conclusion, the path to lasting change lies not in setting ambitious goals or relying on sheer willpower, but in reshaping our fundamental identity. By focusing on who we want to become, rather than just what we want to achieve, we set the stage for sustainable, meaningful change. Through the power of atomic habits, small, consistent actions aligned with our desired identity, we can gradually transform ourselves. This approach requires patience, self-reflection, and a willingness to challenge our existing beliefs about ourselves. But the rewards are immense. Not only do we achieve our desired outcomes, but we do so in a way that feels natural and sustainable. We don't just change what we do, we change who we are. As you reflect on your own goals and aspirations, consider shifting your focus from outcomes to identity. Ask yourself not just what you want to achieve, but who you need to become to achieve it. Then, identify the small atomic habits that will help you embody that identity. Remember, every great achievement, every personal transformation begins with a single, small step. Your atomic habits are the building blocks of your future self. Choose them wisely, implement them consistently, and watch as they compound into remarkable results. The journey of personal transformation is a fascinating and complex process, one that often eludes even the most determined individuals. At the heart of this journey lies a profound truth: true behavior change is, at its core, identity change. This concept challenges our traditional notions of self-improvement and offers a powerful framework for achieving lasting personal growth. Consider the story of Brian Clark, an entrepreneur who struggled with nail biting for years. Like many of us, he initially approached the problem with sheer willpower, managing to stop the habit temporarily. However, the real transformation came when he took an unexpected step. He scheduled his first manicure. This simple act shifted his perspective entirely. Suddenly, Brian wasn't just trying to stop a bad habit, he was becoming someone who took pride in the appearance of his nails. This shift in identity made the change effortless and permanent. This anecdote illustrates a crucial point: the most potent form of motivation comes from aligning our actions with our sense of self. When a habit becomes part of your identity, it transcends the realm of things you want to do and enters the sphere of who you are. This transition from extrinsic to intrinsic motivation is the key to sustainable change. The power of identity-based habits is evident in various aspects of our lives. Think about someone who takes great pride in their physical fitness. They don't need to convince themselves to go to the gym. Working out is simply an expression of who they are. Similarly, a person who identifies as a voracious reader doesn't struggle to find time for books. Reading is an integral part of their identity. This principle extends beyond individual habits to broader life goals. Instead of focusing on reading a book, the aim becomes to embody the identity of a reader. Rather than running a marathon, the goal shifts to becoming a runner. Learning an instrument transforms into embracing the identity of a musician. This subtle but powerful shift in perspective changes everything. Our behaviors are typically a reflection of our identity, often operating at a subconscious level. Research has shown that people are more likely to act in ways that align with their self-perception. For instance, individuals who saw themselves as voters were more likely to participate in elections compared to those who merely expressed a desire to vote. This alignment between identity and action creates a self-reinforcing cycle, making the desired behavior feel natural and effortless. However, it's important to recognize that identity can be a double-edged sword. While it can be a powerful force for positive change, it can also become a barrier to growth if we become too rigidly attached to certain self-perceptions. Many of us unknowingly limit ourselves with self-imposed labels. I'm not a morning person, I'm bad with technology, or I'm always late. These identity-based limitations can become self-fulfilling prophecies, hindering our ability to change and grow. The challenge, then, is to cultivate a flexible and evolving sense of identity that promotes growth rather than stagnation. This requires a willingness to question our long-held beliefs about ourselves and to embrace new possibilities. It's about recognizing that our identity is not fixed but fluid, capable of expanding and adapting as we accumulate new experiences and habits. But how exactly is our identity formed, and how can we actively shape it to support our desired changes? The process is both simpler and more profound than many realize. Our identity emerges from our habits. We are not born with preset beliefs about ourselves. Every aspect of our self-image is learned and conditioned through experience. This understanding leads to a powerful realization: we can deliberately shape our identity through our habits. Each time we make our bed, we reinforce the identity of an organized person. Every time we sit down to write, we strengthen our identity as a creative individual. With each workout, we embody the identity of someone committed to fitness. The key lies in the repetition. The word identity itself comes from Latin roots meaning repeated beingness. Our identity is quite literally the sum of our repeated actions. The more we repeat a behavior, the more evidence we accumulate for the associated identity. This evidence forms the foundation of our beliefs about ourselves. Consider how this plays out in real life. A person who attends church every Sunday for years has tangible proof of their religious identity. Someone who studies consistently builds evidence of their scholarly nature. The individual who exercises regularly, even in challenging conditions, reinforces their identity as a dedicated fitness enthusiast. This process of identity formation through habit is gradual and cumulative. We don't suddenly transform into entirely new people overnight. Instead, we evolve bit by bit, day by day, habit by habit. Each action we take is like a vote for the type of person we wish to become. Over time, these votes accumulate, shaping our self-image and, consequently, our future actions. Understanding this process gives us a powerful tool for personal transformation. Instead of focusing solely on outcomes, we can concentrate on building habits that align with our desired identity. Want to become more creative? Start with small, consistent creative practices. Aspire to be more health conscious. Begin with minor daily habits that reflect this identity. The beauty of this approach is its sustainability. When our actions align with our identity, they no longer feel like a chore or a struggle. They become a natural expression of who we are. This alignment creates a positive feedback loop. Our habits reinforce our identity, which in turn makes it easier to maintain those habits. However, it's crucial to approach this process with flexibility and self-compassion. Our identity should not become a rigid construct that limits our growth. Instead, it should be a dynamic, evolving aspect of ourselves that we continually refine and expand. This means being willing to challenge our existing beliefs about ourselves and to embrace new possibilities. For instance, someone who has always seen themselves as bad at math can begin to shift this identity by engaging in small, consistent math-related activities. Over time, as they accumulate evidence of their ability to engage with numbers, their self-perception can evolve. The key is to start small and focus on consistency rather than perfection. This approach to personal growth also highlights the importance of environment and social circles in shaping our identity. We are greatly influenced by the people and situations we regularly encounter. Surrounding ourselves with individuals who embody the traits we aspire to can significantly aid in our transformation. If you want to become more entrepreneurial, spending time with entrepreneurs can help shift your self-perception and reinforce behaviors aligned with that identity. Moreover, this understanding of identity formation can be applied to breaking negative habits. Instead of focusing on stopping an unwanted behavior, we can concentrate on cultivating an identity that is incompatible with that behavior. For example, rather than trying to quit smoking through willpower alone, one might focus on developing the identity of a health-conscious person who values clean air and physical well-being. It's important to note that this process of identity change through habit formation is not always linear or easy. There will be setbacks and moments of doubt. The key is to view these not as failures, but as part of the learning process, opportunities to reinforce our commitment to our new identity. Each time we choose to act in alignment with our desired identity, even after a setback, we strengthen our new self-image. As we embark on this journey of identity-based habit change, it's helpful to regularly reflect on our progress and adjust our approach as needed. This might involve journaling about our experiences, seeking feedback from trusted friends or mentors, or periodically reassessing our goals and the habits we're cultivating to support them. It's also worth considering how this approach to personal change can impact broader social change. As individuals reshape their identities and behaviors, they can influence their immediate social circles and, by extension, larger communities. This ripple effect of personal transformation can contribute to more significant societal shifts over time. In conclusion, the path to lasting personal change lies not in setting ambitious goals or relying on fleeting motivation, but in reshaping our fundamental identity through consistent, identity-aligned habits. By focusing on who we want to become, rather than just what we want to achieve, we set the stage for sustainable, meaningful transformation. This approach requires patience, self-reflection, and a willingness to challenge our existing beliefs about ourselves. But the rewards are immense. Not only do we achieve our desired outcomes, but we do so in a way that feels natural and sustainable. We don't just change what we do, we change who we are. As you reflect on your own goals and aspirations, consider shifting your focus from outcomes to identity. Ask yourself not just what you want to achieve, but who you need to become to achieve it. Then, identify the small, consistent habits that will help you embody that identity. Remember, every great achievement, every personal transformation begins with a single small step. Your habits are the building blocks of your future self. Choose them wisely, implement them consistently, and watch as they compound into remarkable results, shaping not just your actions, but your very identity. The journey of personal growth and habit formation is a fascinating exploration of human behavior and psychology. At its core, this journey begins with a crucial first step: awareness. We often go through life on autopilot, our actions guided by deeply ingrained habits that operate below the level of conscious thought. However, to truly transform our lives and build positive habits, we must first shine a light on these automatic behaviors. One powerful technique for increasing awareness is the simple act of verbalizing our actions and intentions. There's a profound difference between thinking about doing something and actually saying it out loud. When we vocalize our habits or plans, we engage more of our senses and create a stronger mental imprint. This verbalization can take many forms, from simply stating a task we need to complete to acknowledging a habit we want to change. For instance, imagine you're trying to break the habit of mindlessly scrolling through social media before bed. Instead of silently recognizing this behavior, try saying out loud, "I'm about to waste time on my phone instead of getting restful sleep." This verbal acknowledgement makes the consequences of the action more tangible and real. It's harder to ignore the implications when they're hanging in the air, spoken in your own voice. This principle extends beyond breaking bad habits. It's equally effective for reinforcing positive behaviors or simply remembering important tasks. If you have a busy day ahead, try verbalizing your to-do list in the morning. Today, I need to finish the report by noon, call the client at 2 p.m., and pick up groceries on the way home by saying these tasks aloud. You're more likely to remember them and feel a stronger sense of commitment to completing them. The power of verbalization is rooted in the way our brains process information. When we only think about something, we're primarily using the language centers of our brain. But when we speak, we engage additional neural pathways, including those associated with hearing and the motor control of speech. This multisensory engagement creates a stronger memory trace and a more robust commitment to action. However, awareness alone, while crucial, is often not enough to effect lasting change. This is where the concept of implementation intentions comes into play. An implementation intention is essentially a specific plan that outlines when and where you will perform a particular action or habit. It's a simple yet powerful tool that bridges the gap between intention and action. Consider a study conducted in Great Britain, where researchers worked with 248 people to improve their exercise habits. The participants were divided into 3 groups. The first group simply tracked their workouts, while the second group received motivational material about the benefits of exercise. The third group, however, was asked to create a specific plan for when and where they would exercise in the coming week. The results were striking. In the first 2 groups, only about 35 to 38% of participants exercised at least once per week. But in the third group, a whopping 91% followed through with their exercise plans. This dramatic difference highlights the power of having a concrete plan in place. The formula for an implementation intention is straightforward. When situation X arises, I will perform response Y. This simple structure forces you to consider the specific circumstances under which you'll carry out your intended behavior. It eliminates the vagueness that often plagues our good intentions and replaces it with a clear, actionable plan. For example, instead of saying, "I want to read more," you might create an implementation intention like, "When I finish dinner each evening, I will read for 30 minutes in my favorite armchair." This specificity makes it much more likely that you'll follow through, as you've clearly defined both the trigger finishing dinner and the action reading for 30 minutes in a specific location. Implementation intentions are effective across a wide range of behaviors and goals. They've been shown to increase adherence to health-related behaviors like getting flu shots or attending medical appointments. They've also been used successfully in civic engagement initiatives, boosting voter turnout by prompting people to plan the specifics of their trip to the polling station. The power of implementation intentions lies in their ability to remove decision-making from the equation when the moment to act arrives. When you've predetermined exactly when and where you'll perform a behavior, you don't have to rely on motivation or willpower in the moment. You simply follow through on the plan you've already made. This principle can be applied to virtually any habit or goal you want to pursue. Want to start a meditation practice? Try setting an implementation intention like, "I will meditate for 10 minutes at 7 a.m. each morning in my spare room." Looking to improve your language skills? Your intention might be, "I will practice Spanish for 20 minutes at 6 p.m. each evening at my desk." The key is to be as specific as possible about the time, location, and nature of the action you intend to take. This specificity serves 2 important purposes. First, it makes the action concrete and therefore more likely to be carried out. Second, it helps to anchor the new habit to existing routines or environmental cues, making it easier to remember and integrate into your daily life. It's worth noting that the most effective cues for habits are often tied to time and location. Our brains are particularly adept at forming associations with specific times and places. By leveraging these natural tendencies, we can create powerful triggers for our desired behaviors. When implementing this strategy, it can be helpful to start with small, manageable actions. While it's admirable to have big goals, trying to make dramatic changes all at once can be overwhelming and unsustainable. Instead, focus on creating implementation intentions for small habits that you can consistently perform. Over time, these small actions can compound into significant changes. Another powerful technique that builds on the concept of implementation intentions is habit stacking. This approach, popularized by B.J. Fogg, involves linking a new habit to an existing one. The formula for habit stacking is after current habit, I will new habit. For example, if you already have a habit of brewing coffee every morning, you might stack a new habit onto it. After I start the coffee maker, I will do 10 push-ups, or after I brush my teeth, I will write down 3 things I'm grateful for. By anchoring the new behavior to an established routine, you increase the likelihood of remembering to do it and create a natural flow from one action to the next. Habit stacking can be particularly effective because it doesn't require you to create entirely new routines. Instead, it allows you to build upon the habits and patterns already ingrained in your daily life. This makes the process of adopting new behaviors feel more natural and less disruptive. As you experiment with implementation intentions and habit stacking, it's important to remain flexible and patient. What works perfectly for one person might need adjustment for another. Pay attention to how your new habits fit into your life and be willing to make tweaks as needed. Perhaps you find that morning meditation doesn't work with your schedule, but a midday mindfulness break fits perfectly. The key is to find what works for you and your unique circumstances. It's also crucial to recognize that forming new habits takes time. While implementation intentions can significantly increase your chances of success, they're not magic. Consistency and repetition are still necessary to truly ingrain a new behavior. Be patient with yourself and celebrate the small victories along the way. One often overlooked aspect of habit formation is the importance of context. Our behaviors are heavily influenced by our environment, so it's worth considering how you can set up your surroundings to support your new habits. If you're trying to read more, keep a book visible in your living room. If you want to exercise in the morning, lay out your workout clothes the night before. These small environmental cues can serve as powerful reminders and make it easier to follow through on your intentions. As you progress on your journey of habit formation, you may find that your new behaviors start to feel more natural and automatic. This is a sign that the habit is becoming ingrained. However, it's important not to become complacent. Continue to use implementation intentions and habit stacking to reinforce your positive behaviors and to tackle new goals. Remember, the process of personal growth and habit formation is ongoing. There will always be new skills to learn, new habits to form, and new goals to pursue. By mastering the art of implementation intentions and habit stacking, you're equipping yourself with powerful tools that can serve you throughout your life. In conclusion, the path to lasting behavior change begins with awareness and is paved with specific, actionable plans. By verbalizing our intentions, creating clear implementation intentions, and strategically stacking new habits onto existing ones, we can dramatically increase our chances of success. These techniques leverage our brain's natural tendencies and help us overcome the gap between intention and action. As you move forward, consider the habits you want to form or the goals you want to achieve. How can you create specific implementation intentions for these aspirations? What existing habits can you use as anchors for new behaviors? By applying these principles consistently and patiently, you can gradually reshape your daily routines and, by extension, your life. Remember, every great achievement starts with a single, well-planned step. Your journey to a better you begins now, with the next habit you choose to implement. The power of habits and their interconnectedness in our daily lives is a fascinating subject that deserves deep exploration. Let's delve into how our possessions and behaviors can trigger chains of actions and how we can harness this phenomenon to build positive habits. Consider the story of Denis Diderot, the 18th century French philosopher. Upon receiving a beautiful scarlet robe as a gift, Diderot found himself in an unexpected predicament. The robe's elegance stood in stark contrast to his other, more modest possessions. This disparity created a sense of disharmony in his surroundings, leading Diderot to embark on a spending spree to upgrade his belongings. This cascade of purchases, triggered by a single item, illustrates a common human tendency now known as the Diderot effect. It's a pattern we can observe in various aspects of our lives. Think about the last time you bought a new piece of clothing. Did you find yourself suddenly eyeing accessories to match? Or perhaps you've experienced the domino effect of home decorating, where changing one element leads to a complete room makeover. The Diderot effect extends beyond material possessions. It's a principle that applies to our behaviors and habits as well. Our actions are rarely isolated instead. They form part of a continuous chain of events. One behavior naturally leads to another, creating a sequence that can either work for or against us. This interconnectedness of actions is evident in our daily routines. Consider your morning ritual. The alarm goes off. You get out of bed, brush your teeth, shower, get dressed, and so on. Each action serves as a cue for the next, creating a seamless flow of behaviors. Understanding this connection is crucial because it provides insight into how we can effectively build new habits. The concept of habit stacking, developed by B.J. Fogg as part of his Tiny Habits program, leverages this behavioral chain reaction. The idea is simple yet powerful: attach a new habit to an existing one. By doing so, you create a natural trigger for the new behavior, increasing the likelihood of its successful integration into your routine. The formula for habit stacking is straightforward. After current habit, I will new habit. This approach eliminates the need to rely on willpower or memory alone to implement a new habit. Instead, you're piggybacking on an established behavior, making the new habit feel like a natural extension of your existing routine. Let's explore some practical applications of habit stacking. Suppose you want to incorporate a brief meditation practice into your day. You might decide, after I pour my morning coffee, I will meditate for 1 minute. The act of pouring coffee, something you already do every day, becomes the cue for your new meditation habit. Or consider the goal of increasing physical activity. You could establish the habit stack: after I take off my work shoes, I will immediately change into my workout clothes. This simple act of changing clothes can serve as a powerful trigger to get you moving, even on days when motivation is low. The beauty of habit stacking lies in its flexibility and scalability. You can start with small, manageable habits and gradually build more complex routines. For instance, you might begin with a simple evening routine: after dinner, I will put my dishes in the dishwasher. Once this becomes automatic, you can expand it: after putting my dishes away, I will wipe down the kitchen counter, and further, after wiping the counter, I will set out my coffee mug for tomorrow morning. By chaining these small actions together, you create a positive version of the Diderot effect. Each completed task provides a sense of accomplishment and momentum, making it easier to move on to the next action in your stack. It's important to note that the effectiveness of habit stacking depends on choosing the right cue. The trigger should be as specific and actionable as possible. Vague cues can lead to inconsistency and eventually the abandonment of the new habit. For example, when I take a break for lunch is less effective than when I close my laptop for lunch. The latter provides a clear, unmistakable signal to initiate the next action. Moreover, the frequency of your chosen cue should match the desired frequency of your new habit. If you want to establish a daily habit, it needs to be stacked on top of another daily occurrence. Attaching a daily habit to a weekly event is a recipe for inconsistency. To identify potential habit stacks, it can be helpful to create a detailed list of your current daily habits and routines. This inventory serves as a map of your day, highlighting natural points where new habits can be inserted. Consider both actions you take, like brushing your teeth, and events that happen to you, like the sun setting. This comprehensive view of your day can reveal unexpected opportunities for habit formation. The power of habit stacking extends beyond personal development. It can be applied in various contexts, from improving social skills to managing finances. For instance, you might decide, when I walk into a party, I will introduce myself to someone I don't know yet. Or when I want to buy something over $100, I will wait 24 hours before purchasing. These habit stacks can help automate beneficial behaviors, reducing the mental effort required to make good choices. One particularly intriguing application of habit stacking is in cultivating mindfulness and improving mood. By associating brief moments of reflection or positivity with routine actions, you can significantly impact your overall well-being. For example, when the phone rings, I will take one deep breath and smile before answering. This simple stack can transform potentially stressful moments into opportunities for calm and positivity. It's worth noting that habit stacking isn't just about adding new behaviors. It can also be used to break undesirable habits. By identifying the cues that trigger negative habits, you can insert alternative, positive actions. This approach allows you to redirect the chain of behaviors in a more beneficial direction. As you experiment with habit stacking, remember that flexibility and patience are key. What works for one person may not work for another, and what works at one point in your life may need adjustment as circumstances change. Be willing to tweak your habit stacks if they're not quite clicking. The goal is to create a system that feels natural and sustainable for you. Moreover, don't underestimate the power of small habits. While it might seem insignificant to meditate for just 1 minute or do only 10 push-ups, these small actions serve a crucial purpose. They help establish the neural pathways associated with the new behavior, making it easier to expand the habit over time. Starting small reduces the activation energy required to begin, making it more likely that you'll follow through consistently. Another interesting aspect of habit stacking is its potential to create a ripple effect in your life. As you successfully implement one positive habit, you may find yourself more motivated and capable of tackling other areas of self-improvement. This can lead to a virtuous cycle of personal growth, where each new habit builds upon the last, gradually transforming your daily routines and, by extension, your life. It's also worth considering how habit stacking can be applied in professional settings. Organizations can use this principle to improve workflows, enhance productivity, and foster a positive company culture. For instance, a team might implement a habit stack like, after our weekly meeting, we will spend 5 minutes acknowledging team members' contributions. This simple addition can boost morale and reinforce a culture of appreciation. As we navigate an increasingly complex world, the ability to form and maintain beneficial habits becomes ever more crucial. Habit stacking offers a powerful tool in this pursuit, allowing us to harness the natural flow of our daily lives to effect positive change. By understanding and applying this principle, we can transform the Diderot effect from a potential source of unnecessary consumption into a force for personal growth and improvement. In essence, habit stacking is about more than just forming new habits. It's about redesigning our lives in intentional ways. It's a reminder that our days are made up of countless small decisions and actions, each of which has the potential to steer us towards our goals. By carefully curating these actions and linking them together, we can create a daily experience that aligns more closely with our aspirations and values. As you move forward, consider the habits you'd like to cultivate in your own life. What existing routines could serve as anchors for these new behaviors? How might you chain several small habits together to create a more significant positive impact? Remember, the journey of personal growth is ongoing, and habit stacking provides a flexible, powerful framework to support this journey. By embracing the interconnected nature of our behaviors and leveraging it through habit stacking, we open up new possibilities for self-improvement. Whether your goal is to boost productivity, enhance well-being, or simply bring more intentionality to your daily life, this approach offers a practical, accessible path forward. So why not start today? Choose one small habit you'd like to cultivate, find a suitable existing routine to stack it on, and take that first step towards positive change. After all, as the Diderot effect shows us, one small change can set in motion a far-reaching transformation. In the realm of personal development and behavior change, we often place a great deal of emphasis on willpower and motivation. We believe that if we can just muster enough inner strength or find the right source of inspiration, we'll be able to transform our habits and achieve our goals. However, emerging research and real-world experiments are beginning to paint a different picture, one where our environment plays a far more significant role in shaping our actions than we might have previously thought. Consider the case of Massachusetts General Hospital in Boston, where a primary care physician named Anne Thorndike conducted a fascinating experiment. Her hypothesis was simple yet revolutionary. She believed she could improve the eating habits of thousands of hospital staff and visitors without directly engaging with them or attempting to boost their motivation. Instead, she focused on altering the environment in which people made their food and drink choices. Thorndike and her team redesigned the hospital cafeteria, making subtle changes to the arrangement of food and drinks. They added water as an option in refrigerators that previously only contained soda, and placed baskets of bottled water near food stations throughout the room. The results were striking. Over a 3-month period, soda sales dropped by 11.4%, while bottled water sales increased by 25.8%. Similar adjustments to food placement yielded comparable results. What's particularly noteworthy about this experiment is that it achieved significant behavior change without any direct communication or motivational tactics. People's choices were influenced simply by the adjustment of their environment. This phenomenon highlights a crucial principle in behavior science. Our actions are often shaped more by our surroundings than by our internal drive or conscious decision-making. This concept isn't entirely new. Back in 1936, psychologist Kurt Lewin proposed a simple yet powerful equation: behavior is a function of the person in their environment, or BFPE. This formula suggests that our actions are not solely determined by our personality or intentions, but are significantly influenced by the context in which we find ourselves. The business world was quick to catch on to this idea. In 1952, economist Hawkins Stern described what he called suggestion impulse buying, where a shopper purchases a product not because they had a pre-existing need for it, but because of how it was presented to them. This insight has shaped retail strategies for decades. Items placed at eye level in stores tend to sell better than those on lower shelves. Expensive brands are often positioned in easy-to-reach locations, while cheaper alternatives are tucked away. End-of-aisle displays, known as end caps, are particularly effective at driving sales. For instance, a staggering 45% of Coca-Cola sales come from these strategic placements. The power of environmental cues extends far beyond retail settings. Our behavior in various contexts is often shaped by subtle environmental factors. In a church, people tend to speak in hushed tones without being explicitly told to do so. On a dark street, we become more alert and cautious. These behavioral shifts occur almost automatically in response to our surroundings. Understanding this principle can be transformative in our approach to habit formation and personal growth. Instead of relying solely on willpower or motivation, we can leverage our environment to support our desired behaviors. This approach is not only more effective but often requires less conscious effort. Consider how this might apply to common goals like reading more or eating healthier. Rather than simply willing ourselves to read more, we might place books in prominent locations around our home, making them the easiest entertainment option to reach for. Instead of trying to resist unhealthy snacks through sheer willpower, we could remove them from our immediate environment and ensure that healthier options are readily available. The concept of environmental design for behavior change is particularly powerful because of how our brains process information from our surroundings. Humans are heavily reliant on visual cues. Of the approximately 11 million sensory receptors in the human body, about 10 million are dedicated to sight. Some experts estimate that half of the brain's resources are used on vision. This means that what we see in our environment has an outsized impact on our behavior. Given this, it's crucial to create environments that support our goals and desired habits. This might involve setting up a dedicated workspace for productivity, organizing our kitchen to make healthy cooking easier, or even using visual reminders for important tasks or habits we want to cultivate. The good news is that while we are influenced by our environment, we also have the power to shape it. We can be the architects of our surroundings, deliberately designing them to support our goals and desired behaviors. This approach to behavior change is often more sustainable and less mentally taxing than relying on constant conscious effort. An interesting example of the power of environmental design comes from a study conducted in the Netherlands during the 1970s energy crisis. Researchers found that in one suburb, some homeowners used 30% less energy than their neighbors, despite living in similar homes and paying the same price for electricity. The key difference? The location of the electrical meter. Homes with the meter in the main hallway used significantly less electricity than those with meters in the basement. The visibility of energy usage in daily life was enough to influence behavior without any other intervention. This principle can be applied to various aspects of our lives. Want to drink more water? Keep a filled water bottle within arm's reach at all times. Trying to exercise more? Leave your workout clothes and shoes by your bed so they're the first thing you see in the morning. Want to eat more fruit? Keep a bowl of fresh fruit on your kitchen counter. The key is to make the cues for your desired habits obvious and the cues for undesired habits less visible. This might mean hiding the TV remote if you want to watch less television, or keeping your phone in another room if you're trying to reduce screen time. By manipulating your environment, you can make good habits easier and bad habits harder. It's important to note that while environmental design is powerful, it's not a magic solution. It works best when combined with other strategies for habit formation, such as setting clear intentions, starting with small, manageable changes, and being consistent in your efforts. The environment serves as a support system for your intentions, making it easier to follow through on your goals. Moreover, the most effective environmental designs are often personalized. What works for one person might not work for another. It's crucial to pay attention to your own behavior patterns and adjust your environment accordingly. This might involve some trial and error, but the process of refining your environment can be an enlightening journey of self-discovery. Another interesting aspect of environmental design is its potential for creating ripple effects. When you change one aspect of your environment to support a particular habit, you might find that it influences other behaviors as well. For instance, Setting up a meditation corner in your home might not only increase your meditation practice but also lead to more reading or journaling time in that peaceful space. It's also worth considering how this principle applies in shared spaces or organizational settings. How might a company design its office to promote collaboration or creativity? How can a school arrange its classrooms to enhance learning? These are questions that move beyond individual habit formation and into the realm of collective behavior change. The concept of environmental design for behavior change also raises some ethical considerations. While it can be used for positive outcomes, like promoting healthier eating or energy conservation, it could potentially be misused for manipulation or to promote behaviors that aren't in people's best interests. As we become more aware of how our environment shapes our behavior, it's important to be mindful of who is designing the environments we inhabit and for what purpose. In conclusion, while motivation and willpower certainly have their place in behavior change, the role of our environment is often underestimated. By understanding and leveraging the power of environmental cues, we can create contexts that naturally support our desired behaviors and make positive changes more sustainable. Whether you're trying to build a new habit, break an old one, or simply optimize your daily routines, consider how you can design your environment to work for you rather than against you. Remember, you are not just a passive participant in your environment, you have the power to shape it. By becoming the architect of your surroundings, you can create a world that nudges you towards your goals and aspirations. This approach to personal growth and habit formation is not about forcing change through sheer will, but about creating an ecosystem that supports and nurtures the person you want to become. So, the next time you find yourself struggling to stick to a new habit or achieve a goal, take a step back and look at your environment. What cues are present? What behaviors does your current setup encourage or discourage? How might you adjust your surroundings to make your desired actions easier and more natural? By asking these questions and making deliberate changes to your environment, you can harness the invisible forces that shape behavior and use them to your advantage. In the end, lasting change often comes not from changing who you are, but from changing the world around you. By understanding and applying the principles of environmental design, you can create a context that supports your growth, makes your desired behaviors almost effortless, and helps you become the person you aspire to be. The power of our environment in shaping our behavior is often underestimated. We tend to believe that our actions are primarily driven by our willpower and conscious decisions, but the reality is far more nuanced. The spaces we inhabit and the objects that surround us play a crucial role in determining our habits and routines, often in ways we don't even realize. Consider for a moment the habits you'd like to cultivate or the ones you're struggling to break. Perhaps you want to read more books, exercise regularly, or cut down on snacking. Now, take a look around your living space. Are there visible cues that support these desired behaviors, or is your environment working against you? The truth is, every habit begins with a cue or trigger that initiates the behavior. When these cues are hidden or subtle, it becomes all too easy to ignore them and fall back into old patterns. Think about that guitar tucked away in the closet, rarely played because it's out of sight. Or the vitamins pushed to the back of the pantry, forgotten until they expire. These scenarios illustrate how our environment can inadvertently sabotage our best intentions. But what if we could harness this environmental influence to our advantage? By deliberately designing our spaces to support our goals, we can create a powerful ally in our quest for personal growth and habit formation. Let's explore a fascinating example from Schiphol Airport in Amsterdam. In the early 1990s, the cleaning staff faced a persistent problem with spillage around the urinals in men's restrooms. Their solution was brilliantly simple. They added a small sticker that looked like a fly near the center of each urinal. This tiny environmental change had a remarkable effect. Men instinctively aimed at what they perceived to be an insect, significantly improving their accuracy and reducing mess. This clever design not only solved a practical problem but also cut cleaning costs by 8% annually. This example demonstrates the profound impact that small, strategic changes to our environment can have on behavior. It's not about forcing change through willpower alone, but about creating contexts that naturally guide us towards desired actions. Consider how this principle might apply to your own life. If you're trying to eat healthier, for instance, you could replicate the strategy I used with apples. Instead of hiding fruits and vegetables in the crisper drawer where they're easily forgotten, place them in a prominent bowl on the kitchen counter. This simple change makes healthy snacks the most visible and accessible option, increasing the likelihood that you'll reach for them instead of less nutritious alternatives. The key is to make the cues for your desired habits obvious and unavoidable. Want to remember to take your medication? Place the pill bottle next to your toothbrush. Aiming to practice an instrument more often? Set up the instrument stand in the middle of your living room. Hoping to express more gratitude? Keep thank you notes and stamps on your desk where you'll see them daily. By populating your environment with these visual reminders and cues, you're essentially programming your surroundings to prompt the behaviors you want to encourage. It's like setting up a series of friendly nudges throughout your day, each one gently steering you towards your goals. But the influence of our environment goes beyond just visual cues. The entire context surrounding a behavior can become associated with the habit over time. This is why many people drink more in social situations than they would alone. It's not just the presence of alcohol that triggers the behavior, but the whole atmosphere, the music, the friends, the setting. Understanding this context-dependent nature of habits opens up new strategies for change. If you're struggling to establish a new habit or break an old one, sometimes the most effective approach is to change your environment entirely. This is why people often find it easier to adopt new routines when they move to a new home or start a new job. The new context is free from the ingrained associations of the old one, providing a clean slate for establishing different patterns. However, you don't need to make a major life change to leverage this principle. Even small environmental shifts can be powerful. If you're trying to establish a writing habit, for example, you might designate a specific corner of your home as your writing spot. Use this space only for writing, and over time, your brain will begin to associate that location with the act of writing, making it easier to slip into a creative mindset when you sit down there. This strategy of associating specific context with specific behaviors can be applied to various areas of life. Having trouble falling asleep? Train yourself to use your bed only for sleeping. If you can't fall asleep within a reasonable time, get up and do something relaxing in another room until you feel tired. Over time, your brain will learn to associate your bed solely with sleep, making it easier to drift off when you lie down. The power of context in shaping our habits also highlights the importance of creating clear boundaries between different areas of our lives. In today's world, where many of us work from home, it's increasingly common for our professional and personal lives to blur together. This can make it difficult to switch off from work mode and fully relax. I experienced this challenge firsthand when I started my entrepreneurial career. Working from my couch or kitchen table, I found it nearly impossible to establish a clear end to my workday. The solution came when I was able to set up a dedicated home office. Suddenly, work became something that happened in a specific room, while the rest of my home was for personal life. This physical separation created a psychological boundary, making it much easier to transition between work and relaxation. This concept of one space, one use can be a powerful tool in organizing your life and habits. By assigning specific activities to specific areas, you create mental shortcuts that help you slip into the right mindset for each task. Your kitchen becomes a place for cooking and enjoying meals, your bedroom a sanctuary for rest, your desk a focus zone for work or study. When designing your environment to support your habits, it's crucial to think not just in terms of objects, but relationships. The items in your space aren't just things, they're potential triggers for behaviors. That comfortable armchair might be a reading nook for one person, but a TV watching spot for another. The associations we form with our surroundings are deeply personal and can significantly influence our actions. This perspective shift from seeing your environment as a collection of objects to a web of relationships can be transformative. It encourages you to be more intentional about how you interact with your space and the items in it. Each time you enter a room or use an object, you're reinforcing a particular behavior pattern. By being mindful of these interactions, you can start to reshape them in ways that align with your goals. Another powerful strategy is to increase the number of positive cues in your environment while decreasing negative ones. If you're trying to read more, for instance, you might place books in every room of your house, creating multiple reminders of your reading goal. Conversely, if you're trying to watch less television, you could hide the remote control or even cover the TV when it's not in use. It's worth noting that our modern digital environments are just as influential as our physical ones, if not more so. The apps on our phone's home screen, the bookmarks in our browser, the notifications we allow, all of these act as cues that shape our behavior. Applying the principles of environmental design to our digital spaces can be incredibly powerful. Something as simple as rearranging your phone's apps to make productive tools more visible and distracting ones less accessible can have a significant impact on your daily habits. As you embark on this journey of environmental design, remember that it's an iterative process. What works for someone else might not work for you, and what works for you today might need adjustment in the future. Be willing to experiment, observe the results, and make changes as needed. The goal is to create an environment that feels natural and supportive, not one that feels forced or restrictive. It's also important to approach this process with self-compassion. Changing habits is challenging, and there will likely be setbacks along the way. Instead of viewing these as failures, see them as valuable data points that can inform your next iteration of environmental design. Ultimately, the power of environmental design lies in its ability to make desired behaviors easier and undesired behaviors harder. By thoughtfully arranging your surroundings, you can create a world that naturally guides you towards your goals, reducing the need for constant willpower and conscious decision-making. This approach to personal growth and habit formation is about working smarter, not harder. It's about recognizing that we are not separate from our environment, but deeply interconnected with it. By becoming active designers of our spaces, both physical and digital, we can harness the subtle yet powerful forces that shape our daily actions. So take a moment to look around you. What story does your current environment tell about your habits and priorities? What changes could you make to better align your surroundings with your aspirations? Remember, you have the power to shape your world, and in doing so, to shape yourself. By creating spaces that support your goals and values, you're not just changing your environment, you're changing your life, one small cue at a time. The interplay between our environment and our habits is a fascinating area of study that challenges many long-held beliefs about willpower, addiction, and behavior change. To truly understand how we can shape our habits, and by extension, our lives, we need to delve into the subtle yet powerful ways our surroundings influence our actions. Let's begin with a startling discovery made during the Vietnam War. In 1971, Congressman Robert Steele and Morgan Murphy uncovered a shocking fact: over 15% of U.S. soldiers stationed in Vietnam were heroin addicts. Further research revealed that the problem was even more widespread, with up to 35% of service members having tried heroin and as many as 20% being addicted. This revelation sent shockwaves through Washington and led to the creation of the Special Action Office of Drug Abuse Prevention under President Nixon. The office was tasked with addressing this crisis, including tracking addicted service members upon their return home. What happened next would challenge everything we thought we knew about addiction. Researcher Lee Robbins, who was involved in studying these returning soldiers, made a groundbreaking discovery. Contrary to the prevailing belief that heroin addiction was a permanent, irreversible condition, Robbins found that only 5% of the soldiers who had used heroin in Vietnam became re-addicted within a year of returning home. Even more remarkably, only 12% relapsed within 3 years. This finding was revolutionary. It suggested that addiction wasn't solely about the substance or the individual's willpower. Instead, it pointed to the crucial role of environment in shaping and maintaining addictive behaviors. The soldiers in Vietnam were surrounded by cues that triggered heroin use: easy access to the drug, the constant stress of war, friendships with other users, and distance from their normal lives. When they returned home, these environmental triggers were absent, and for many the addiction simply faded away. This stands in stark contrast to the typical experience of drug users in the United States. When someone becomes addicted in their home environment, goes to a clinic to get clean, and then returns to their old neighborhood, they're immediately confronted with all the cues that originally led to their addiction. It's no wonder that relapse rates in these situations are often as high as 90%, the exact opposite of what was observed with the Vietnam veterans. These findings challenge our cultural narrative about bad habits and addiction. For decades, we've been told that unhealthy behaviors, whether it's drug addiction, overeating, or smoking, are primarily a result of moral weakness or lack of self-control. We've internalized the idea that if we just had more discipline, we could overcome any bad habit. However, recent research paints a different picture. When scientists study people who appear to have exceptional self-control, they find that these individuals aren't fundamentally different from those who struggle. The key difference is that people with high self-control are better at structuring their lives in ways that minimize temptation. In essence, they create environments that support their goals, reducing the need for constant willpower battles. This insight is profound. The people with the best self-control are often those who need to use it the least. They're not constantly resisting temptation, they're avoiding it altogether by shaping their environment. This doesn't mean that perseverance and willpower are unimportant. Rather, it suggests that the most effective way to improve these qualities is not by willing ourselves to be more disciplined, but by creating more disciplined environments. To understand why this approach is so powerful, we need to look at how habits are formed and encoded in the brain. Once a habit is established, it becomes a ready-to-use pattern of behavior that can be triggered whenever the relevant situation arises. This encoding is so strong that it can persist for decades, even if the habit isn't practiced. Consider the case of Patty Orwell, a therapist from Austin, Texas. When she was younger, she often smoked while riding horses with a friend. She eventually quit smoking and stopped riding horses. Years later, when she rode a horse again, she suddenly found herself craving a cigarette for the first time in ages. The association between horse riding and smoking was still encoded in her brain, just waiting for the right cue to reactivate it. This persistence of encoded habits explains why many behavior change techniques can backfire. When we expose people to cues associated with their bad habits, we can inadvertently trigger the very behaviors we're trying to stop. For example, shame-based weight loss presentations can stress obese individuals, leading them to turn to their familiar coping mechanism, overeating. Similarly, showing graphic images of damaged lungs to smokers can increase anxiety, driving them to reach for a cigarette to calm down. The power of environmental cues in triggering habits also explains why bad habits can be so persistent and self-reinforcing. They often create a negative feedback loop, what we might call an autocatalytic process. The habit feeds itself. You feel bad, so you eat junk food. Because you eat junk food, you feel bad, you feel sluggish from watching too much TV, so you continue watching because you lack the energy to do anything else. You worry about your health, which makes you anxious, so you smoke to ease the anxiety, which in turn worsens your health and increases your anxiety. It's a downward spiral that can feel impossible to escape. Understanding this dynamic is crucial for anyone looking to break bad habits or establish good ones. It highlights the importance of creating environments that support our goals rather than undermine them. This might mean removing temptations from our immediate surroundings, changing our routines to avoid triggering situations, or intentionally introducing cues that prompt positive behaviors. For instance, if you're trying to eat healthier, simply willing yourself to make better choices isn't enough. You need to reshape your food environment. This could involve removing junk food from your home, pre-preparing healthy meals, or changing your commute to avoid passing your favorite fast food restaurants. By reducing your exposure to unhealthy food cues and increasing healthy ones, you make it easier to stick to your goals without constantly battling temptation. Similarly, if you're aiming to be more productive, relying solely on willpower to ignore distractions is a losing battle. Instead, you might create a dedicated workspace free from the cues that trigger procrastination. This could mean working in a different room from where you relax, using website blockers during work hours, or even wearing specific work clothes that signal to your brain it's time to focus. The principle extends to digital environments as well. In our hyper-connected world, our devices often serve multiple, sometimes conflicting purposes. Your smartphone might be both a vital work tool and your primary source of entertainment. This mixing of contexts can make it challenging to maintain focus or avoid procrastination. One strategy to combat this is to create distinct digital environments for different purposes. For example, you might use your computer solely for work, your tablet for reading, and your phone for communication and social media. By separating these contexts, you create clearer cues for your brain about what behavior is appropriate in each situation. This approach of creating distinct environments for different habits is powerful, but it can be challenging in practice, especially for those living in small spaces or with limited resources. However, even in constrained circumstances, it's possible to create activity zones within a single space. A specific chair might be designated for reading, a particular corner for meditation, or a certain table for focused work. The key is consistency. By repeatedly using these spaces for their designated purposes, you strengthen the association between the environment and the desired behavior. It's worth noting that while changing your environment can be a powerful tool for habit change, it's not a magic solution. Old habits don't disappear, they remain encoded in our brains, waiting for the right cues to reactivate them. This is why people who have quit smoking for years might suddenly crave a cigarette in a high-stress situation, or why someone who has maintained a healthy diet might binge on food during a particularly emotional time. The persistence of these encoded habits underscores the importance of ongoing environmental management. It's not enough to create a supportive environment once we need to continually reinforce it and be mindful of potential triggers. This might mean avoiding certain situations entirely, having strategies in place for when we can't avoid triggers, or regularly reassessing and adjusting our environment as our goals and circumstances change. Moreover, it's crucial to recognize that our environment extends beyond our physical surroundings. Our social connections, daily routines, and even our internal dialogue all form part of the context that shapes our habits. Changing habits often requires addressing these aspects as well. This might involve seeking out new social circles that support our goals, establishing routines that reinforce positive behaviors, or working on our self-talk to create a more supportive internal environment. The implications of this environmental approach to habit change are far-reaching. On a personal level, it offers a more compassionate and effective way to approach self-improvement. Rather than berating ourselves for lack of willpower, we can focus on creating environments that make good habits easier and bad habits harder. This shift in perspective can reduce shame and increase our sense of agency in shaping our behaviors. On a broader scale, this understanding has significant implications for public health and policy. Instead of relying solely on education or willpower-based interventions, we should be focusing on creating environments that naturally promote healthier choices. This could involve urban planning that encourages physical activity, workplace designs that reduce stress and promote well-being, or food policies that make healthy options more accessible and affordable. In conclusion, the secret to self-control and lasting habit change lies not in Herculean feats of willpower, but in the thoughtful design of our environment. By understanding the powerful role that context plays in shaping our behavior, we can create surroundings that naturally guide us towards our goals. This approach doesn't eliminate the need for effort or commitment, but it does make the path of positive change much smoother and more sustainable. As we navigate the complexities of modern life with its myriad distractions and temptations, this environmental perspective on habit formation becomes increasingly valuable. It empowers us to be active architects of our own behavior, shaping our surroundings to support the person we aspire to be. Whether we're trying to break a bad habit, establish a good one, or simply live more intentionally, the key often lies in the world we create around us. By mastering our environment, we can master ourselves. Habits are powerful shapers of our identities and lives. Each action we take, no matter how small, serves as a vote for the type of person we aspire to be. When we finish reading a book, we cast a vote for being someone who values knowledge and literature. When we hit the gym, we're voting for a health-conscious identity. Practicing an instrument is a vote for musicianship. These individual actions may seem insignificant in isolation, but over time they accumulate into compelling evidence of who we are becoming. This perspective on habit formation offers a refreshing take on personal growth. It suggests that meaningful change doesn't necessarily require drastic measures or overnight transformations. Instead, it's the consistent, small habits that can make a profound difference by gradually building up evidence of a new identity. This is the paradox of incremental improvement. What seems like minor progress can actually lead to significant change when viewed through the lens of identity formation. Consider how this plays out in various aspects of life. Each time you put pen to paper or fingers to keyboard, you reinforce your identity as a writer. Every practice session with a musical instrument strengthens your musician identity. Starting a workout, regardless of its intensity or duration, is an affirmation of your athletic self. When you take the time to encourage and support your team members, you're cementing your role as a leader. But the impact of these habits goes beyond just achieving specific outcomes or developing skills. Perhaps more importantly, they teach us to trust ourselves. As we consistently follow through on our intentions, we begin to believe in our ability to accomplish our goals. This growing self-trust is a powerful force that can propel us forward in all areas of life. It's crucial to recognize that this process works both ways. Just as positive habits reinforce desirable identities, negative habits can solidify less desirable ones. Every time we give in to procrastination, for instance, we're casting a vote for being someone who lacks discipline. When we choose unhealthy foods over nutritious options, we're voting for an identity that doesn't prioritize well-being. However, the good news is that perfection isn't necessary. In any election, there are always votes for both sides. The key is to win the majority. This means that occasional slip-ups or bad habits don't negate our progress, as long as we're consistently making choices that align with our desired identity more often than not. This understanding of habit formation as identity shaping leads us to a simple but powerful two-step process for personal transformation. First, we must decide on the type of person we want to become. Then, we prove it to ourselves through small, consistent wins. The first step, deciding who we want to be, is arguably the most challenging. It requires deep introspection and honesty about our values, principles, and aspirations. This applies not just to individuals, but to teams, communities, and even nations. What do we stand for? What principles guide our actions? Who do we aspire to become? For many, these questions can feel overwhelming. It's often easier to focus on specific outcomes we want to achieve: losing weight, reducing anxiety, or increasing our income. While these goals are valid starting points, the key is to work backward from these desired results to the type of person who could achieve them. Who is the kind of person that maintains a healthy weight? Who embodies the calm and centeredness we associate with low anxiety? Who has the skills, mindset, and habits that lead to financial success? This shift in focus from outcome-based thinking to identity-based thinking can be transformative. Instead of fixating on writing a book, we concentrate on becoming the type of person who writes consistently. Rather than obsessing over a target weight, we focus on embodying the habits and mindset of a healthy person. This approach aligns our daily actions with our deepest values and aspirations. Once we've clarified our desired identity, the second step is to reinforce it through small, consistent actions. These don't need to be grand gestures or dramatic changes. In fact, it's often the seemingly insignificant choices that have the most profound impact over time. Choosing to walk instead of drive, opting for a salad over fast food, or spending 10 minutes reading before bed, these small decisions, repeated consistently, shape our identity far more than occasional bursts of motivation or short-lived resolutions. This process creates a powerful feedback loop. Our habits shape our identity, and our identity, in turn, influences our habits. As we consistently act in alignment with our desired identity, we strengthen our belief in that identity, which makes it easier to maintain those habits. This virtuous cycle can lead to profound and lasting change. It's important to note that this approach to habit formation and personal growth is not about achieving specific external measures of success. While habits can certainly help us reach goals like earning more money, losing weight, or reducing stress, their true value lies in their ability to shape our identity. They are the means through which we develop and reinforce our deepest beliefs about ourselves. This perspective on habits offers a more holistic and sustainable approach to personal development. Instead of chasing fleeting goals or external validation, we focus on becoming the type of person we aspire to be. This shift in focus can lead to more meaningful and lasting change as our actions become aligned with our core values and desired identity. Moreover, this approach to habit formation acknowledges the fluid nature of identity. We are not fixed entities, but rather dynamic beings capable of growth and change. Our identity is not set in stone, it's a choice we make in every moment through our actions and habits. This realization is empowering, as it puts the power of change squarely in our own hands. The process of identity-based habit formation also highlights the importance of patience and consistency. Meaningful change doesn't happen overnight. It's the result of countless small actions and decisions made consistently over time. This understanding can help us stay committed to our goals even when progress seems slow or setbacks occur. Additionally, this approach to personal growth encourages a more compassionate attitude towards ourselves. Instead of berating ourselves for failures or slip-ups, we can view them as part of the natural process of change. As long as we're winning the majority of the time, casting more votes for our desired identity than against it, we're moving in the right direction. This perspective on habits and identity formation has implications beyond individual growth. It can be applied to organizational change, community development, and even societal transformation. By focusing on the type of organization, community, or society we want to be, and consistently taking actions that align with that vision, we can create meaningful change on a larger scale. In conclusion, the power of habits lies not just in their ability to help us achieve specific goals, but in their capacity to shape our very identity. By focusing on who we want to become rather than what we want to achieve, we can create more meaningful and lasting change in our lives. Through consistent small actions, we cast votes for our desired identity, gradually becoming the person we aspire to be. This process of continuous self-evolution, guided by our deepest values and aspirations, is the true essence of personal growth and fulfillment. As we align our habits with our desired identity, we not only improve our lives but also contribute to positive change in our communities and the world at large. The human brain is a remarkable organ, constantly adapting and evolving to help us navigate the complexities of life. One of its most fascinating abilities is the formation of habits, automatic behaviors that allow us to function efficiently in our daily lives. Understanding how habits form and why they're so crucial to our success can provide valuable insights into human behavior and personal growth. Let's start by exploring the fundamental nature of habits. At their core, habits are behaviors that have been repeated so frequently that they become automatic. This process of habit formation begins with a period of trial and error, much like the experiences of the cats in Edward Thorndike's famous puzzle box experiments. When we encounter a new situation or challenge, our brain must decide how to respond. Initially, we may feel uncertain, trying different approaches to see what works best. This period is characterized by high neurological activity as our brain carefully analyzes the situation, taking in new information and making conscious decisions about how to act. Through this process of exploration, we occasionally stumble upon a solution that works well, a behavior that solves our problem or provides a reward. Perhaps we discover that going for a run helps alleviate anxiety, or that playing video games after work helps us unwind from a stressful day. These discoveries are pivotal moments in habit formation. Once we experience an unexpected reward, our brain immediately begins to take notice. It starts cataloging the events that preceded the reward, trying to identify the actions that led to this positive outcome. This is the essence of learning. Our brain is constantly seeking to understand cause-effect relationships in our environment. With repeated practice, our brain refines this process. Useless actions fade away, while beneficial behaviors are reinforced. This is how a habit begins to take shape. Over time, what once required conscious effort becomes automatic, a reliable solution to a recurring problem in our environment. As habits form, an interesting neurological shift occurs. The level of brain activity actually decreases. This is because our brain has learned to focus on the cues that predict success and ignore everything else. It creates a mental shortcut: if this situation arises, then perform this action. This cognitive script can be followed automatically whenever the appropriate situation presents itself. This automation is incredibly beneficial from an evolutionary perspective. Habits are, in essence, mental shortcuts learned from experience. They allow us to efficiently solve problems we've encountered before without having to analyze the situation anew each time. This frees up our conscious mind, the bottleneck of the brain, to focus on novel challenges and more complex tasks. The formation of habits follows a consistent pattern that can be broken down into 4 key stages: cue, craving, response, and reward. Understanding this pattern can provide valuable insights into how we can shape our own behavior and build positive habits. The process begins with a cue, a bit of information that predicts a reward. In our ancestral environment, these cues might have signaled the location of food, water, or potential mates. Today, we're more often attuned to cues that predict secondary rewards like money, status, approval, or personal satisfaction. Importantly, these modern pursuits still indirectly improve our odds of survival and reproduction, tapping into our deepest evolutionary motivations. The cue triggers a craving, the motivational force behind every habit. Without some level of motivation or desire, we have no reason to act. What we crave is not the habit itself, but the change in state it delivers. We don't crave smoking a cigarette, we crave the feeling of relief it provides. We don't crave watching TV, we crave the entertainment and relaxation it offers. The response is the actual habit you perform, which can take the form of a thought or an action. Whether a response occurs depends on how motivated you are and how much friction is associated with the behavior. If a particular action requires more physical or mental effort than you're willing to expend, you won't do it. Finally, the reward is the end goal of every habit. We chase rewards because they satisfy our cravings and teach us which actions are worth remembering in the future. The cue is about noticing the reward. The craving is about wanting the reward. The response is about obtaining the reward. In fact, we can understand the entire habit loop as a continuous cycle aimed at reward acquisition. This four-stage pattern plays out in countless ways in our daily lives, often without our conscious awareness. For instance, consider the habit of checking your phone. The cue might be a notification sound or simply feeling bored. This triggers a craving for distraction or connection. The response is to pick up your phone and check your apps. The reward is the momentary entertainment or social connection you experience. Understanding this pattern can be incredibly empowering. It allows us to dissect our existing habits and intentionally shape new ones. By manipulating the cues in our environment, managing our cravings, simplifying our desired responses, and enhancing the rewards associated with positive behaviors, we can effectively rewire our habits. However, it's crucial to recognize that habit formation is not about achieving perfection. It's about winning the majority of the time. Every action is a vote for the type of person you want to become. You don't need a unanimous vote to win an election, you just need a majority. Therefore, it's okay if you make a mistake or slip up occasionally. The goal is to tally up enough votes for your desired identity over time. This perspective on habit formation offers a more compassionate and realistic approach to personal growth. Instead of beating ourselves up over occasional failures, we can focus on consistently making choices that align with our desired identity more often than not. Moreover, this approach to habit formation acknowledges the fluid nature of identity. We are not fixed entities, but dynamic beings capable of growth and change. Our identity emerges from our habits, and our habits shape our identity in turn. This creates a powerful feedback loop that can lead to profound personal transformation over time. It's worth noting that while habits can be incredibly beneficial, some people worry that too much routine might make life dull or restrict their freedom. However, this concern sets up a false dichotomy between habits and freedom. In reality, good habits create freedom by automating the mundane aspects of life, freeing up mental resources for more important tasks and decisions. Consider financial habits, for instance. Good financial habits like regularly saving a portion of your income or tracking your expenses might seem restrictive in the short term. However, these habits ultimately create more freedom by providing financial stability and options in the long run. Similarly, good health habits might require some discipline initially, but they provide the energy and vitality needed to fully engage in life's experiences. In essence, habits are tools that can be leveraged to create the life we desire. They are not about restricting our choices, but about aligning our automatic behaviors with our deepest values and aspirations. By thoughtfully cultivating positive habits, we can automate the fundamentals of life, creating the mental space needed for creativity, growth, and the pursuit of our most meaningful goals. It's also important to recognize that habits exist on a spectrum of automaticity. Some habits are so ingrained that they occur completely without conscious thought, while others may require some level of intentionality, especially in their early stages of formation. This spectrum allows for flexibility in how we approach habit formation and modification. Furthermore, habits don't exist in isolation. They are part of larger systems in our lives, often interconnected in complex ways. A single keystone habit can trigger a cascade of positive changes across various areas of life. For example, developing a regular exercise habit might lead to better eating choices, improved sleep, increased productivity, and enhanced mood. As we deepen our understanding of habits, we can also appreciate their role in shaping not just individual lives, but entire societies. Collective habits form the basis of culture, and changing societal norms often involves shifting the habits of many individuals. This perspective highlights the profound impact that personal habit change can have on a larger scale. In conclusion, habits are far more than just repetitive behaviors. They are the building blocks of our identities, the shapers of our daily experiences, and the determinants of our long-term outcomes. By understanding the science of habit formation and leveraging this knowledge in our lives, we can take conscious control of our automatic behaviors, aligning them with our deepest values and aspirations. This journey of habit formation and identity shaping is not about achieving perfection or adhering to rigid routines. Instead, it's about making consistent, small choices that compound over time, gradually sculpting us into the individuals we aspire to be. It's a process of continuous growth and refinement, where each small action is a vote for our desired identity. As we navigate this process, it's crucial to approach it with patience, self-compassion, and a long-term perspective. Meaningful change doesn't happen overnight, but through the accumulation of many small, consistent actions over time. By focusing on the process rather than just the outcome, we can find joy and fulfillment in the journey of personal growth itself. Ultimately, mastering our habits is about taking control of our own evolution. It's about consciously shaping our behaviors, our identities, and by extension, our lives. In doing so, we don't just change our routines, we change our worlds, opening up new possibilities and creating the freedom to live life on our own terms. The intricate workings of human behavior have long fascinated scientists, psychologists, and individuals seeking personal growth. At the heart of our daily actions lies a powerful force: habits. These automated behaviors shape our lives in profound ways, often operating below the surface of our conscious awareness. Understanding the mechanics of habit formation can unlock the potential for meaningful personal change and growth. At its core, every habit follows a predictable pattern, a loop that consists of 4 key stages: cue, craving, response, and reward. This habit loop is not just a theoretical construct, but a neurological reality that plays out countless times each day in our lives. The journey of a habit begins with a cue. This is a trigger, a bit of information that predicts a potential reward. In our modern world, cues can take many forms: the ping of a smartphone notification, the aroma of freshly brewed coffee, or the sight of your running shoes by the door. These cues are neutral in themselves, but they have the power to set the habit loop in motion. What transforms a simple cue into a catalyst for action is the second stage of the habit loop: craving. This is where things get interesting from a psychological perspective. Contrary to what we might assume, we don't actually crave the habit itself. Rather, we crave the change in state that the habit promises to deliver. For instance, when you see a notification on your phone, you don't crave the act of checking your phone itself. What you truly desire is the potential nugget of information, the connection, or the momentary distraction it might provide. When you smell coffee, you're not longing for the liquid itself, but for the alertness and comfort it represents. This distinction is crucial because it highlights the emotional and psychological underpinnings of our habits. Cravings are highly personal and can vary dramatically from one individual to another. What triggers an intense desire in one person might be entirely insignificant to another. This is why understanding your own cravings is a key step in mastering your habits. The sound of slot machines might ignite an irresistible urge in a habitual gambler, while for others, it's merely background noise. The interpretation of cues, colored by our past experiences, emotions, and current state, is what transforms them into cravings. The third stage of the habit loop is the response. This is the actual habit you perform, which can be a physical action or a mental process. However, a response only occurs if 2 conditions are met: sufficient motivation and the ability to perform the action. If an action requires more effort than you're willing to expend, or if it's beyond your capabilities, the habit loop breaks down at this stage. This insight offers a powerful lever for habit change. By increasing or decreasing the effort required to perform a habit, we can influence whether it occurs. Want to read more? Leave a book on your bedside table. Trying to cut down on social media? Log out of your accounts after each use, adding a small barrier to mindless scrolling. The final stage of the habit loop is the reward. This is the end goal of every habit, the payoff that satisfies the craving and completes the cycle. Rewards serve a dual purpose: they provide immediate gratification and they teach us which actions are worth repeating in the future. The immediate satisfaction of a craving is what makes habits so powerful. When you check your phone and find an interesting message, the brief moment of entertainment or connection reinforces the habit. When you take a sip of coffee and feel that first jolt of caffeine, your brain logs that action as worth repeating. But rewards do more than just satisfy momentary desires. They play a crucial role in the learning process that underlies habit formation. Our brains are essentially reward detectors, constantly scanning our experiences to identify which actions lead to pleasurable outcomes. This feedback mechanism helps us distinguish between useful and useless behaviors, gradually shaping our habits over time. Understanding this 4-stage habit loop provides a framework for analyzing and modifying our behaviors. If any of these four components is insufficient, a behavior will fail to become a habit. Without a clear cue, a habit won't start. Without a strong enough craving, there's no motivation to act. If the response is too difficult, it won't be performed. And if the reward fails to satisfy, there's no reason to repeat the behavior. This loop isn't just an occasional occurrence, it's an endless cycle that's running every moment we're alive. Our brains are constantly scanning the environment, predicting outcomes, trying responses, and learning from the results. Most of the time, this process happens so quickly and automatically that we're not even aware of it. We can think of the habit loop as having two distinct phases: the problem phase and the solution phase. The problem phase, which includes the cue and craving, is when we recognize that something needs to change. The solution phase, comprising the response and reward, is when we take action to bring about that change. This perspective illuminates a fundamental truth about human behavior: all of our actions are ultimately driven by the desire to solve problems. Sometimes the problem is that we notice something good and want to obtain it. Other times we're experiencing discomfort and want to alleviate it. In either case, habits form as our brains learn efficient ways to address these recurring situations. Consider some common scenarios. You hear your phone buzz cue, which triggers a desire to know what the message says, craving. You pick up your phone and read the text response, satisfying your curiosity reward. Or perhaps you're working on a challenging project cue and start to feel overwhelmed, craving for relief. You might bite your nails response as a way to relieve stress, reward. These examples illustrate how deeply ingrained habits can become. By the time we reach adulthood, many of our habits are so automatic that we hardly notice them. We don't think about which shoe we tie first in the morning, or the fact that we always turn right when we leave our driveway. These patterns of behavior have become so deeply encoded in our neural pathways that they occur without conscious thought. This automaticity is both a blessing and a curse. On one hand, it allows us to navigate much of our daily lives efficiently, freeing up mental resources for more complex tasks. On the other hand, it can lead us to perpetuate behaviors that may not serve us well in the long run. The key to harnessing the power of habits lies in becoming more aware of these automatic processes. By shining a light on the cues that trigger our behaviors, the cravings that drive them, the responses we've learned, and the rewards we receive, we can begin to exert more conscious control over our actions. This doesn't mean we need to eliminate automaticity altogether. That would be exhausting and counterproductive. Instead, the goal is to ensure that our automatic behaviors are aligned with our long-term goals and values. We want to cultivate habits that serve us, not ones that hinder our growth or happiness. Changing habits isn't easy, but understanding the habit loop gives us a roadmap for transformation. We can work on each component of the loop to reshape our behaviors. 1. Cues. We can manage our environment to reduce exposure to cues that trigger undesirable habits and increase exposure to cues that prompt positive behaviors. 2. Cravings. We can reframe our mental associations to link desired behaviors with positive emotions and outcomes. 3. Response. We can make good habits easier to do and bad habits more difficult, tilting the scales in favor of positive behaviors. 4. Rewards. We can engineer immediate rewards for good habits to make them more satisfying in the short term. It's important to note that habit change is not about achieving perfection. It's about consistently making choices that align with the person we want to become. Every action is a vote for the type of person we wish to be. We don't need to win every vote, but we need to win the majority to see real change. Moreover, habits don't exist in isolation. They're part of larger systems in our lives, often interconnected in complex ways. Changing one habit can have ripple effects, influencing other behaviors and aspects of our lives. This interconnectedness can work in our favor sometimes. Changing one keystone habit can lead to a cascade of positive changes across various areas of life. As we work on our habits, it's crucial to approach the process with patience and self-compassion. Habit formation and change take time. Our brains require repeated experiences to forge new neural pathways and strengthen them to the point of automaticity. This process can't be rushed, but it can be guided. It's also worth considering the broader implications of habit formation beyond individual behavior. Collective habits form the basis of culture, and societal change often involves shifting the habits of many individuals. By understanding and mastering our own habits, we not only improve our personal lives but potentially contribute to positive changes on a larger scale. In conclusion, the science of habit formation offers powerful insights into human behavior and personal growth. By understanding the habit loop of cue, craving, response, and reward, we gain a framework for analyzing and modifying our automatic behaviors. This knowledge empowers us to shape our habits intentionally, aligning our automatic behaviors with our deepest values and aspirations. The journey of habit change is not about achieving perfection or adhering to rigid routines. It's about making consistent, small choices that compound over time, gradually sculpting us into the individuals we aspire to be. It's a process of continuous growth and refinement, where each small action is a vote for our desired identity. As we navigate this process, we must approach it with patience, self-compassion, and a long-term perspective. Meaningful change doesn't happen overnight, but through the accumulation of many small, consistent actions over time. By focusing on the process rather than just the outcome, we can find joy and fulfillment in the journey of personal growth itself. Ultimately, mastering our habits is about taking control of our own evolution. It's about consciously shaping our behaviors, our identities, and by extension, our lives. In doing so, we don't just change our routines, we change our worlds, opening up new possibilities and creating the freedom to live life on our own terms. The power of habit formation lies not just in its ability to automate our behaviors, but in its potential to transform who we are and who we can become. The human mind is a marvel of efficiency, constantly working to streamline our experiences and behaviors. At the heart of this process lies the formation of habits, automatic behaviors that allow us to navigate the complexities of daily life with minimal conscious effort. Understanding the mechanics of habit formation not only provides fascinating insights into human behavior, but also offers powerful tools for personal growth and transformation. The foundation of habit formation rests on a simple yet profound four-step process: cue, craving, response, and reward. This habit loop is the backbone of every habit, from the most trivial to the most impactful. By understanding and manipulating these four components, we gain the ability to shape our behaviors intentionally, cultivating habits that serve our goals and dismantling those that hinder us. Let's delve deeper into each stage of the habit loop and explore how we can leverage this knowledge to create positive change in our lives. The cue is the trigger that initiates a habit. It can be anything in our environment that our brain associates with a particular behavior. The ping of a smartphone notification, the smell of coffee in the morning, or the sight of your running shoes by the door, these are all potential cues that set a habit in motion. Importantly, cues are neutral in themselves, it's our interpretation of them that gives them power. To harness the power of cues, we need to make them obvious for habits we want to cultivate and invisible for those we wish to break. This might involve strategically placing items in our environment to prompt desired behaviors or removing triggers that lead to unwanted actions. For instance, if you want to read more, leaving a book on your bedside table creates a clear cue. Conversely, if you're trying to cut down on social media use, keeping your phone out of sight while working can help reduce the temptation to check it constantly. The craving is the motivational force behind every habit. It's not the habit itself that we crave, but the change in state it promises. When we see a notification on our phone, we don't actually crave the act of checking it, we crave the potential nugget of information or connection it might provide. Understanding this distinction is crucial, because it highlights the emotional and psychological underpinnings of our habits. To make habits more attractive, we can bundle them with activities we already enjoy or reframe them to highlight their benefits. For example, if you struggle to exercise regularly, you might pair your workout with listening to your favorite podcast, creating a more appealing package. Alternatively, you could focus on the immediate benefits of exercise, like increased energy and improved mood, rather than distant goals like weight loss. The response is the actual habit you perform. This is where the rubber meets the road, so to speak. For a habit to form, the response must be possible. You need to have the ability to do it. This insight offers another lever for habit change. By manipulating the ease or difficulty of a behavior, we can influence whether it becomes a habit. To encourage good habits, we should strive to make them as easy as possible. This might involve breaking them down into smaller, more manageable steps or reducing friction in our environment. For instance, if you want to start a journaling habit, you might leave a notebook and pen on your desk each night, reducing the effort required to begin writing in the morning. Conversely, to break bad habits, we can introduce friction or make them more difficult. If you're trying to cut down on late-night snacking, you might put healthy snacks at eye level in your fridge and store less healthy options in hard-to-reach places. The reward is the end goal of every habit, the payoff that satisfies our craving and teaches us which actions are worth repeating. The most effective rewards are those that provide immediate satisfaction while also aligning with our long-term goals. To reinforce good habits, we need to make them satisfying. This might involve celebrating small wins or tracking our progress visually. For example, marking off days on a calendar when you complete a desired habit can provide a sense of accomplishment and motivation to continue. For breaking bad habits, we can make them unsatisfying by attaching immediate negative consequences. This could be as simple as telling a friend about your goal and agreeing to pay them a small amount each time you slip up. These 4 laws of behavior change make it obvious, make it attractive, make it easy, and make it satisfying provide a powerful framework for shaping our habits. However, it's important to remember that habit formation is not just about willpower or discipline. It's about creating systems that make good behaviors inevitable and bad behaviors impossible. Consider the story of the paramedic who recognized the signs of an impending heart attack in her father-in-law, despite him feeling fine. This illustrates a fascinating aspect of human cognition, our ability to recognize patterns and make predictions based on subtle cues, often without conscious awareness. Through years of experience, the paramedic had unknowingly developed the ability to recognize the facial patterns associated with heart problems. Her brain had catalogued these cues, creating an automatic response system that allowed her to identify potential issues quickly. This phenomenon isn't unique to medical professionals. Similar stories abound in various fields. Military analysts can distinguish between friendly and enemy aircraft on radar screens based on minute differences. Art curators can spot forgeries that fool even sophisticated tests. Experienced radiologists can predict where a stroke will develop before any obvious signs are visible. These examples highlight the incredible pattern recognition capabilities of the human brain. Our minds are constantly taking in information from our surroundings, analyzing it, and making predictions. With enough repetition, we begin to notice important cues automatically, without conscious thought. This automatic processing is the foundation of every habit we have. It's what allows us to perform complex behaviors without actively thinking about each step. Consider how you don't need to consciously think about each muscle movement involved in driving a car or typing on a keyboard. These actions have become habitual, freeing up mental resources for other tasks. However, this automaticity is a double-edged sword. While it makes many aspects of our lives more efficient, it can also lead us to fall into patterns of behavior that may not serve us well. We might find ourselves reaching for our phones every time we feel a moment of boredom, or automatically grabbing a snack when we pass the kitchen, even if we're not hungry. The key to harnessing the power of habits while avoiding their potential pitfalls lies in becoming more aware of our automatic behaviors. By shining a light on the cues that trigger our habits, the cravings that drive them, the responses we've learned, and the rewards we receive, we can begin to exert more conscious control over our actions. This doesn't mean we need to eliminate automaticity altogether. That would be exhausting and counterproductive. Instead, the goal is to ensure that our automatic behaviors are aligned with our long-term goals and values. We want to cultivate habits that serve us, not ones that hinder our growth or happiness. It's important to note that habit change is not about achieving perfection. It's about consistently making choices that align with the person we want to become. Every action is a vote for the type of person we wish to be. We don't need to win every vote, but we need to win the majority to see real change. Moreover, habits don't exist in isolation. They're part of larger systems in our lives, often interconnected in complex ways. Changing one habit can have ripple effects, influencing other behaviors and aspects of our lives. This interconnectedness can work in our favor sometimes. Changing one keystone habit can lead to a cascade of positive changes across various areas of life. As we work on our habits, it's crucial to approach the process with patience and self-compassion. Habit formation and change take time. Our brains require repeated experiences to forge new neural pathways and strengthen them to the point of automaticity. This process can't be rushed, but it can be guided. It's also worth considering the broader implications of habit formation beyond individual behavior. Collective habits form the basis of culture, and societal change often involves shifting the habits of many individuals. By understanding and mastering our own habits, we not only improve our personal lives but potentially contribute to positive changes on a larger scale. In conclusion, the science of habit formation offers powerful insights into human behavior and personal growth. By understanding the habit loop of cue, craving, response, and reward, and applying the 4 laws of behavior change, we gain a framework for analyzing and modifying our automatic behaviors. This knowledge empowers us to shape our habits intentionally, aligning our automatic behaviors with our deepest values and aspirations. The journey of habit change is not about achieving perfection or adhering to rigid routines. It's about making consistent, small choices that compound over time, gradually sculpting us into the individuals we aspire to be. It's a process of continuous growth and refinement, where each small action is a vote for our desired identity. As we navigate this process, we must approach it with patience, self-compassion, and a long-term perspective. Meaningful change doesn't happen overnight, but through the accumulation of many small, consistent actions over time. By focusing on the process rather than just the outcome, we can find joy and fulfillment in the journey of personal growth itself. Ultimately, mastering our habits is about taking control of our own evolution. It's about consciously shaping our behaviors, our identities, and by extension, our lives. In doing so, we don't just change our routines, we change our worlds, opening up new possibilities and creating the freedom to live life on our own terms. The power of habit formation lies not just in its ability to automate our behaviors, but in its potential to transform who we are and who we can become. In our fast-paced world, we often find ourselves operating on autopilot, our actions guided by deeply ingrained habits that we may not even be consciously aware of. These habits, whether beneficial or detrimental, shape our daily lives and ultimately determine our long-term outcomes. Understanding and harnessing the power of habits is crucial for personal growth and achieving our goals. Consider the story of a retail clerk who, after a series of transactions involving gift cards, absent-mindedly cut a customer's actual credit card in half. Or the former preschool teacher who, even in her new corporate job, couldn't shake the habit of asking coworkers if they had washed their hands after using the bathroom. These anecdotes illustrate how deeply ingrained our habits can become, often operating below the level of conscious awareness. The power of habits lies in their ability to automate our behaviors, freeing up mental resources for more complex tasks. However, this same automaticity can lead us astray when our habits are misaligned with our goals or values. The key to leveraging habits for personal growth lies in bringing them into our conscious awareness and intentionally shaping them to serve our desired outcomes. One powerful technique for increasing awareness of our habits is inspired by the Japanese railway system's pointing and calling method. This safety system, which involves operators physically pointing at and verbally calling out various checks and procedures, has been shown to reduce errors by up to 85% and cut accidents by 30%. The effectiveness of this method lies in its ability to elevate routine actions from the non-conscious to the conscious level, engaging multiple senses and increasing overall awareness. We can adapt this concept to our personal lives by creating what we might call a habits scorecard. This simple yet powerful exercise involves listing out our daily habits and evaluating each one as positive, negative, or neutral. By doing so, we bring our automatic behaviors into conscious awareness, allowing us to identify areas for improvement and reinforcement. To create your own habits scorecard, start by listing out your daily routines in detail. Include everything from the moment you wake up to the time you go to bed. Once you have a comprehensive list, go through each item and ask yourself, is this a good habit, a bad habit, or a neutral habit? Mark each habit with a or accordingly. It's important to note that the classification of habits as good or bad is somewhat subjective and depends on your personal goals and circumstances. For instance, eating a high-calorie breakfast might be a positive habit for someone trying to gain weight, but a negative one for someone aiming to lose weight. The key is to evaluate each habit in the context of your own aspirations and desired identity. In fact, it might be more accurate to think of habits not as inherently good or bad, but as either effective or ineffective at solving problems and serving our long-term goals. All habits, even those we might label as bad, serve us in some way. That's why we repeat them. The challenge is to identify which habits are truly serving our long-term interests and which are providing short-term benefits at the expense of our broader goals. When evaluating your habits, consider this question: does this behavior help me become the type of person I wish to be? Does this habit cast a vote for or against my desired identity? Habits that align with and reinforce your desired identity are generally positive, while those that conflict with it are typically negative. As you work through your habit scorecard, resist the urge to judge or criticize yourself. The goal at this stage is simply to observe and become aware of your behaviors, not to change them immediately. Approach the exercise with a sense of curiosity, as if you were an impartial observer of your own life. Notice your patterns without attaching emotion or self-judgment to them. This neutral observation is a crucial first step in the process of habit change. By simply becoming aware of our habits, we often naturally begin to adjust our behaviors. It's like shining a light into a dark room. Suddenly we can see what's actually there, and that awareness alone can be transformative. For those who find they need additional support in maintaining this awareness, the pointing and calling method can be adapted for personal use. For example, if you're trying to reduce snacking, you might say out loud, "I'm about to eat this cookie, but I don't need it. Eating it will move me further from my health goals." This verbalization brings the action fully into your conscious awareness, creating a moment of pause that allows you to make a more intentional choice. As you become more aware of your habits, you may start to notice the cues that trigger them. These cues, the ping of a notification, the sight of the TV remote, the smell of coffee, often become so familiar that they fade into the background of our awareness. By bringing these cues back into focus, we gain the power to interrupt the habit loop and potentially reshape our responses. It's worth noting that the process of habit change is not about achieving perfection or adhering to rigid routines. Rather, it's about making consistent, small choices that align with our desired identity and long-term goals. Every action we take is essentially a vote for the type of person we want to become. We don't need to win every vote, but we need to win the majority to see real change. Moreover, habits don't exist in isolation. They're part of complex systems in our lives, often interconnected in ways we might not immediately recognize. Changing one habit can have ripple effects, influencing other behaviors and aspects of our lives. This interconnectedness can work in our favor sometimes. Changing one keystone habit can lead to a cascade of positive changes across various areas of life. As we work on becoming more aware of our habits and shaping them intentionally, it's crucial to approach the process with patience and self-compassion. Habit formation and change take time. Our brains require repeated experiences to forge new neural pathways and strengthen them to the point of automaticity. This process can't be rushed, but it can be guided with consistent effort and awareness. It's also important to consider the broader implications of habit formation beyond individual behavior. Collective habits form the basis of culture, and societal change often involves shifting the habits of many individuals. By understanding and mastering our own habits, we not only improve our personal lives but potentially contribute to positive changes on a larger scale. The journey of habit awareness and change is not always easy. It requires us to confront uncomfortable truths about our behaviors and to challenge deeply ingrained patterns. However, the rewards of this process are immense. By bringing our habits into conscious awareness and intentionally shaping them to serve our goals, we gain a powerful tool for personal transformation. Imagine the compound effect of replacing just a few ineffective habits with more beneficial ones. Over time, these small changes can lead to dramatic improvements in our health, productivity, relationships, and overall quality of life. The key is to start small, focus on consistency rather than perfection, and maintain awareness of our behaviors over time. As we become more adept at recognizing and shaping our habits, we may find that this awareness extends beyond individual behaviors to larger patterns in our lives. We might start to notice recurring themes in our relationships, our work, or our emotional responses. This expanded awareness can open up new possibilities for growth and change in all areas of our lives. Furthermore, the skills we develop in habit awareness and modification can be applied to achieving any goal or making any change in our lives. Whether we're aiming to advance in our careers, improve our health, or cultivate better relationships, the ability to intentionally shape our habitual behaviors is a powerful tool. In conclusion, The journey of habit awareness and change is a fundamental aspect of personal growth and self-improvement. By bringing our automatic behaviors into conscious awareness, evaluating their effectiveness, and intentionally shaping them to serve our goals, we gain the power to direct our own evolution. This process requires patience, self-compassion, and consistent effort, but the potential rewards are immense. As we navigate this journey, we're not just changing our routines, we're reshaping our identity and our world. Each small action, each habit we modify, is a step towards becoming the person we aspire to be. In this way, the process of habit change is not just about achieving specific goals, but about continually growing and evolving as individuals. The power of habits lies not just in their ability to automate our behaviors, but in their potential to transform who we are and who we can become. By mastering our habits, we take control of our own destiny, creating the freedom to live life on our own terms and to make a positive impact on the world around us. In the complex tapestry of human behavior, habits play a crucial role in shaping our daily lives and long-term outcomes. Understanding how habits form, persist, and can be changed is essential for personal growth and self-improvement. At the heart of this understanding lies the concept of cue-induced wanting, a phenomenon that explains why breaking bad habits can be so challenging. Cue-induced wanting occurs when an external trigger sparks a compulsive craving to repeat a particular behavior, often a bad habit. This process is constantly at work in our lives, frequently operating below the level of conscious awareness. Research has shown that even incredibly brief exposure to cues associated with addictive behaviors can stimulate the brain's reward pathways and ignite desire. For instance, showing cocaine addicts an image of the drug for just 33 milliseconds too fast for conscious recognition is enough to trigger craving. This insight reveals a fundamental truth about habits. While they can be broken, they are rarely, if ever, completely forgotten. Once the neural pathways associated with a habit are established in the brain, they remain etched there, even if they go unused for extended periods. This persistence of habit-related neural structures explains why resisting temptation through sheer willpower is often an ineffective long-term strategy for behavior change. Maintaining constant vigilance against temptation is exhausting and unsustainable in a world filled with distractions and triggers. While it's possible to overpower temptation in the short term through force of will, this approach is likely to fail over time as our mental resources become depleted. Instead, we must recognize that we are, to a large extent, products of our environment. The contexts in which we live, work, and play exert a powerful influence on our behavior, often more so than our conscious intentions. Given this reality, a more effective approach to eliminating bad habits is to focus on reducing exposure to the cues that trigger them. This strategy involves restructuring our environment to make the stimuli associated with undesirable behaviors less prominent or entirely absent. For example, if smartphone use is interfering with productivity, simply placing the device in another room can significantly reduce the temptation to check it constantly. Similarly, unfollowing social media accounts that provoke feelings of jealousy or inadequacy can help break the cycle of comparison and self-doubt. This approach of environmental modification can be applied to a wide range of habits. Removing a television from the bedroom can curtail excessive late-night viewing. Unsubscribing from tech review newsletters might curb impulsive gadget purchases. Unplugging and storing away gaming consoles after each use can help manage time spent on video games. These simple changes can be surprisingly effective in disrupting ingrained behavior patterns. The power of this method lies in its alignment with the fundamental laws of behavior change. Just as making cues obvious can reinforce positive habits, making them invisible can help extinguish negative ones. By eliminating or reducing the visibility of triggers associated with unwanted behaviors, we can often cause the entire habit to fade away over time. This strategy of environmental optimization represents a more sustainable approach to self-control than relying on willpower alone. Rather than constantly fighting against our desires, we can create contexts that naturally support our goals and values. People who appear to have high levels of self-control often achieve this not through superior willpower, but by structuring their lives to minimize exposure to tempting situations. It's important to recognize that self-control, in the traditional sense of resisting temptation through mental effort, is a limited resource. It may be effective for occasional challenges, but it's not a reliable long-term solution for significant behavior change. Instead of repeatedly summoning the willpower to do the right thing, We're better off investing our energy in creating environments that make good choices easier and bad choices harder. This principle extends beyond individual habits to broader aspects of our lives. The people we associate with, the media we consume, the places we frequent, all of these environmental factors shape our behavior in subtle but powerful ways. By consciously designing our surroundings to support our aspirations, we can harness the power of our environment to work for us rather than against us. Understanding the role of cues and environment in habit formation also sheds light on why some people seem to effortlessly maintain positive habits while others struggle. It's not necessarily a matter of inherent discipline or character, but often a reflection of the different contexts in which people live and work. Creating a positive environment is thus not just a personal matter, but also a social and cultural issue. As we consider strategies for cultivating good habits and breaking bad ones, it's helpful to think in terms of 4 fundamental laws: make it obvious, make it attractive, make it easy, and make it satisfying. These principles can be applied to reinforce positive behaviors or, when inverted, to discourage negative ones. For establishing good habits, the first step is often simply becoming aware of our current patterns of behavior. This can be achieved through practices like maintaining a habit scorecard, where we write down our daily activities and assess their impact on our goals. Once we have this awareness, we can use techniques like implementation intention, specific plans that link a desired behavior to a particular time and place to make good habits more likely to occur. Another powerful tool is habit stacking, where we piggyback a new habit onto an existing one. This leverages the strength of our current routines to establish new behaviors. For example, after I pour my morning coffee, I will meditate for 5 minutes. By anchoring the new habit to an established one, we increase the likelihood of follow-through. Making habits attractive is another key principle. This can involve finding ways to associate positive emotions or rewards with the behaviors we want to encourage. Similarly, making habits easy reduces the friction that often prevents us from following through on our intentions. This might involve breaking down larger goals into smaller, more manageable steps or removing obstacles that make good habits more difficult to perform. Finally, making habits satisfying ensures that we feel rewarded for our efforts, increasing the likelihood that we'll repeat the behavior in the future. This can involve creating a sense of progress or achievement, or finding ways to make the process itself more enjoyable. When it comes to breaking bad habits, we can invert these principles. Making cues invisible, as discussed earlier, is a powerful first step. We can also work to make undesirable behaviors less attractive, perhaps by focusing on their negative consequences or finding healthier alternatives that fulfill the same needs. Making bad habits more difficult to perform, for instance, by adding extra steps or inconveniences, can also be effective. And finally, we can strive to make the outcomes of bad habits less satisfying, perhaps by implementing some form of negative consequence or by vividly imagining the long-term effects of the behavior. It's worth noting that the process of habit change is not always linear or straightforward. Our brains are complex systems shaped by evolution to respond to certain stimuli in ways that may no longer serve us well in modern environments. The work of scientists like Nico Tinbergen has revealed how deeply ingrained some of our responses to environmental cues can be. Tinbergen's experiments with herring gulls and greylag geese demonstrated the power of supernormal stimuli, exaggerated versions of natural cues that elicit stronger than normal responses. Baby gulls, for instance, were found to peck more vigorously at cardboard beaks with larger or more numerous red spots than at real gull beaks. Similarly, geese would attempt to roll larger, egg-shaped objects into their nests with greater effort than they would expend on actual eggs. These findings have profound implications for understanding human behavior in modern contexts. Just as the animals in Tinbergen's experiments responded more strongly to exaggerated versions of natural stimuli, humans often find themselves powerfully drawn to supernormal stimuli environment. Junk food, with its heightened flavors and carefully engineered combinations of salt, sugar, and fat, is a prime example of this phenomenon. Our brains, shaped by hundreds of thousands of years of evolution in environments where calories were scarce and hard to come by, are primed to seek out and consume energy-dense foods whenever they're available. In our ancestral past, this drive served us well, helping to ensure survival in uncertain conditions. Today, however, in an environment of abundance, these same instincts can lead us astray, driving overconsumption and contributing to health problems. This mismatch between our evolutionary programming and our current environment extends beyond food to many other aspects of modern life. The instant gratification offered by social media, the immersive experiences provided by video games, the constant stream of novel information available at our fingertips, all of these can be seen as supernormal stimuli that hijack our reward systems in ways our ancestors never had to contend with. Understanding these dynamics can help us approach habit change with greater compassion for ourselves and others. It's not a matter of weak will or moral failing when we struggle with bad habits. We're often fighting against deeply ingrained instincts that served our species well for millennia but may be maladaptive in our current context. At the same time, this understanding empowers us to take more effective action. By recognizing the power of environmental cues and the limitations of willpower, we can focus our efforts on creating contexts that support our goals rather than undermine them. We can design our physical and digital spaces to minimize exposure to tempting stimuli and maximize exposure to cues that trigger positive behaviors. Moreover, we can work to create new, healthier supernormal stimuli that satisfy our innate drives in more beneficial ways. For instance, we might seek out activities that provide the novelty and excitement our brains crave, but in forms that contribute to our well-being rather than detract from it. Engaging hobbies, challenging physical activities, or immersive learning experiences can all provide the kind of stimulation our brains seek, without the negative consequences associated with many modern sources of supernormal stimuli. In conclusion, the journey of habit change is a complex but fascinating one, deeply rooted in our evolutionary history and profoundly influenced by our modern environment. By understanding the mechanisms behind habit formation and persistence, we can develop more effective strategies for personal growth and self-improvement. The key lies not in heroic feats of willpower, but in thoughtful design of our environments and routines to align with our goals and values. Through this approach, we can harness the power of our habits to create lasting positive change in our lives. The intricate relationship between human behavior, habit formation, and the food industry reveals fascinating insights into the nature of desire and consumption in our modern world. At the heart of this relationship lies the powerful influence of dopamine, a neurotransmitter that plays a crucial role in motivation, reward, and habit formation. The food science industry has harnessed our biological predispositions to create products that are irresistibly attractive to consumers. By manipulating factors such as texture, flavor, and sensory experience, food scientists have developed techniques to make processed foods exceptionally appealing. The concept of dynamic contrast. In food, the combination of different sensations like crunchiness and creaminess keeps our brains engaged and interested, encouraging continued consumption beyond the point of satiety. This optimization of food products extends to finding the perfect bliss point, a precise balance of salt, sugar, and fat that maximizes palatability and appeal. The result is a category of hyperpalatable foods that effectively hijack our reward systems, leading to overconsumption and potentially contributing to issues like obesity and related health problems. The power of these engineered foods lies in their ability to trigger dopamine release in our brains. Dopamine, once thought to be primarily associated with pleasure, is now understood to play a complex role in motivation, learning, and anticipation of rewards. Crucially, dopamine is released not just when we experience pleasure, but also when we anticipate it. This anticipatory aspect of dopamine release is key to understanding why certain habits, including those related to food consumption, can become so deeply ingrained and difficult to break. The dopamine-driven feedback loop that underlies habit formation extends far beyond food. In our modern society, we are surrounded by highly engineered versions of reality that are more attractive and stimulating than anything our ancestors encountered. From carefully crafted advertisements to the instant gratification of social media likes, these supernormal stimuli exploit our natural inclinations and drive us towards excessive behaviors in shopping, social media use, and various forms of entertainment. The trend towards more concentrated rewards and more enticing stimuli is likely to continue, presenting ever greater challenges to our ability to regulate our behavior and make healthy choices. Junk food, hard liquor, and video games are all examples of how natural rewards have been concentrated and amplified in ways that make them particularly hard to resist. Understanding the role of dopamine in craving and habit formation provides valuable insights for those seeking to change their behavior or break undesirable habits. The key realization is that it's the anticipation of reward, not necessarily the reward itself, that drives much of our behavior. This explains why the excitement of planning a vacation can sometimes exceed the enjoyment of the trip itself, or why the anticipation of a special event can be more thrilling than the event itself. This knowledge can be leveraged to make positive habits more attractive and thus more likely to stick. By finding ways to increase the anticipation of rewards associated with beneficial behaviors, we can harness the power of our dopamine system to work in our favor. Similarly, understanding the role of environmental cues in triggering cravings can help us design our surroundings to support our goals rather than undermine them. The challenge we face is significant. Our brains, evolved in an environment of scarcity, are now confronted with abundance and hyperstimulation at every turn. The very mechanisms that once ensured our survival, like the drive to consume calorie-dense foods, can now lead us astray in a world of plenty. However, by understanding these mechanisms, we gain the power to make informed choices and design strategies to align our behavior with our long-term goals and values. As we navigate this landscape of engineered experiences and supernormal stimuli, it's crucial to maintain awareness of how our environments and choices are shaping our habits. By consciously designing our surroundings and routines to support positive behaviors, we can work with our dopamine systems rather than against them. This might involve creating rewarding rituals around healthy activities, finding ways to make beneficial habits more immediately gratifying, or structuring our environments to minimize exposure to tempting cues. Moreover, this understanding calls for a broader societal conversation about the ethics of designing products and experiences that exploit our psychological vulnerabilities. As our ability to create irresistible stimuli grows, so too does our responsibility to consider the long-term impacts on individual and public health. In conclusion, the interplay between our ancient reward systems and our modern, engineered environment presents both challenges and opportunities. By deepening our understanding of the dopamine-driven processes underlying habit formation and craving, we equip ourselves with powerful tools for personal growth and societal progress. The key lies in harnessing these insights to create environments and habits that support our well-being, while remaining mindful of the potent forces shaping our desires and behaviors in the modern world. In our modern world, we find ourselves surrounded by an array of products and experiences meticulously designed to captivate our attention and spark our desires. At the forefront of this phenomenon is the food industry, where science and consumer psychology intersect to create irresistible edibles that keep us coming back for more. But this is just the tip of the iceberg in a society increasingly shaped by supernormal stimuli and engineered experiences that exploit our deepest biological drives. The food science industry has elevated the creation of appealing products to an art form, investing millions in research to perfect every aspect of the eating experience. From the satisfying crunch of a potato chip to the fizz of a soda, no detail is too small to escape scrutiny. The concept of oral sensation, how a food feels in your mouth, has become a key focus, with entire departments dedicated to optimizing this sensory experience. Consider the humble French fry, a seemingly simple food that embodies this approach. Its appeal lies in the contrast between its crispy exterior and soft interior, a combination that lights up our pleasure centers with each bite. This principle of dynamic contrast is a powerful tool in the food scientist's arsenal, creating products that offer a variety of sensations in a single item. The gooey cheese atop a crisp pizza crust, or the interplay between a crunchy cookie and its creamy filling, are prime examples of this strategy in action. These techniques serve a singular purpose: to keep us engaged and eating long past the point where we might normally feel satisfied. Natural, unprocessed foods tend to become less appealing as we consume them, a phenomenon known as sensory-specific satiety. Your brain gradually loses interest in the repetitive sensations, signaling that it's time to stop eating. However, foods high in dynamic contrast circumvent this natural mechanism, maintaining novelty and interest bite after bite. The ultimate goal of this scientific approach to food design is to find the bliss point, that perfect balance of salt, sugar, and fat that makes a product irresistible to the human palate. This combination triggers a powerful response in our brains, overriding natural satiety signals and encouraging overconsumption. The result is a category of hyperpalatable foods that are incredibly attractive to our reward systems, often leading to overeating and associated health issues. But the implications of this approach extend far beyond the realm of nutrition. The principle at work here, making something more attractive to increase the likelihood of repeated engagement, is a fundamental aspect of habit formation. In essence, the food industry has become adept at creating habit-forming products by exploiting our natural tendencies and biological drives. This phenomenon is not limited to food. Our modern society is replete with examples of engineered experiences designed to be more appealing than anything our ancestors encountered. Retail stores use mannequins with exaggerated features to sell clothing, tapping into our instinctive responses to certain body shapes. Social media platforms have perfected the art of delivering rapid-fire positive reinforcement, providing more likes and praise in a few minutes than we might receive in days of real-world interaction. The world of online entertainment offers perhaps the most striking examples of this trend. Pornography sites present a constant stream of novel, highly stimulating content at a pace impossible to replicate in real life. Video games offer immersive experiences that can be more engaging than many real-world activities. Even advertisements have become highly sophisticated, using ideal lighting, professional makeup, and digital editing to create images that are more attractive than reality. These are all examples of supernormal stimuli, artificial constructs that exaggerate the features we're naturally attracted to, eliciting a stronger response than we would have to natural stimuli. Our instincts, honed over millennia of evolution, are ill-equipped to handle these intensified versions of reality. As a result, we often find ourselves drawn into excessive behaviors, whether it's overeating, compulsive shopping, social media addiction, or other habits that can be detrimental to our well-being. The trend towards more concentrated rewards and more enticing stimuli shows no signs of slowing down. If anything, history suggests that future opportunities for gratification will be even more attractive than those available today. We can see this pattern in the evolution of various products and experiences. Junk food offers a more concentrated form of calories than natural foods. Hard liquor provides a more potent dose of alcohol than beer. Video games present a more immersive and stimulating form of play than traditional board games. This intensification of experience poses a significant challenge to our ability to regulate our behavior and make healthy choices. We find ourselves equipped with brains that evolved in an environment of scarcity, now faced with abundance and hyperstimulation at every turn. The very mechanisms that once ensured our survival, like the drive to consume calorie-dense foods when available, can now lead us astray in a world of plenty. To understand why these engineered experiences are so powerful, we need to delve into the neuroscience of habit formation and craving. At the heart of this process is dopamine, a neurotransmitter that plays a crucial role in motivation, reward, and learning. For many years, scientists believed that dopamine was primarily associated with pleasure. However, more recent research has revealed that its role is far more complex and central to a wide range of neurological processes. Dopamine is involved not just in experiencing pleasure, but in motivation, learning and memory, punishment and aversion, and even voluntary movement. The key insight when it comes to habit formation is that dopamine is released not only when we experience a reward, but also when we anticipate one. This anticipatory aspect of dopamine release is crucial to understanding why certain behaviors become habitual and why breaking bad habits can be so challenging. Experiments with animals have provided striking demonstrations of dopamine's power. When researchers blocked dopamine release in rats, the animals lost all motivation, refusing to eat, drink, or engage in any goal-directed behavior. They quite literally lost the will to live. Conversely, when scientists flooded the reward centers of animal brains with dopamine, the subjects engaged in repetitive behaviors at an astonishing rate, such as mice poking their noses into a box hundreds of times per hour in pursuit of a dopamine hit. Human behavior shows similar patterns, albeit in more complex forms. Gambling addicts experience a surge of dopamine just before placing a bet, not after winning. Cocaine users get a dopamine spike at the sight of the drug, before actually consuming it. This anticipatory release of dopamine is what drives us to action, creating the motivation to pursue rewards. This understanding of dopamine's role helps explain why the anticipation of an experience can often be more enjoyable than the experience itself. The excitement of planning a vacation or looking forward to a special event can surpass the actual pleasure of the moment when it arrives. Scientists describe this as the difference between wanting and liking, two related but distinct processes in the brain. The implications of this dopamine-driven feedback loop are profound for our understanding of habit formation and behavior change. Every highly habit-forming behavior, from drug use to social media browsing, is associated with elevated levels of dopamine. Even our most basic habitual behaviors, like eating, drinking, and social interaction, operate on this same principle. Recognizing the power of anticipation in driving behavior provides valuable insights for those seeking to change their habits or cultivate new ones. Rather than relying solely on willpower to resist temptation, we can focus on manipulating our environment and routines to make desirable behaviors more attractive and undesirable ones less so. For instance, if we want to establish a habit of regular exercise, we might focus on creating positive anticipation around the activity. This could involve planning enjoyable routes for runs, choosing workout music that excites us, or rewarding ourselves with a pleasant post-workout ritual. By associating the anticipation of exercise with positive feelings, we can harness our dopamine system to reinforce the habit. Conversely, to break a bad habit, we might focus on reducing the anticipatory pleasure associated with it. This could involve removing cues from our environment that trigger cravings, or consciously focusing on the negative consequences of the behavior rather than its short-term rewards. However, it's important to recognize that we're not just passive recipients of our environment's influences. We have the power to consciously design our surroundings and routines in ways that support our goals. This might involve creating physical spaces that encourage productive behaviors, carefully curating our digital environments to minimize exposure to addictive content, or structuring our daily schedules to prioritize activities that align with our long-term aspirations. Moreover, understanding the role of dopamine and anticipation in driving behavior can help us develop more compassion for ourselves and others when it comes to struggling with bad habits or addictions. Rather than viewing these challenges as simple matters of willpower or moral failing, we can recognize them as the result of powerful neurological processes shaped by both our biology and our environment. This perspective also raises important questions about the ethics of designing products and experiences that exploit these psychological vulnerabilities. As our ability to create irresistible stimuli grows, so too does our responsibility to consider the long-term impacts on individual and public health. There's a need for broader societal conversations about how we can balance innovation and consumer appeal with ethical considerations and public well-being. In conclusion, the intricate dance between our ancient reward systems and our modern, engineered environment presents both challenges and opportunities. By deepening our understanding of the dopamine-driven processes underlying habit formation and craving, we equip ourselves with powerful tools for personal growth and societal progress. The key lies in harnessing these insights to create environments and habits that support our well-being, while remaining mindful of the potent forces shaping our desires and behaviors in the modern world. As we navigate this landscape of supernormal stimuli and carefully crafted experiences, maintaining awareness of how our choices and surroundings influence our habits becomes crucial. By consciously designing our environments and routines to support positive behaviors, we can work with our dopamine systems rather than against them. This might involve creating rewarding rituals around healthy activities, finding ways to make beneficial habits more immediately gratifying, or structuring our surroundings to minimize exposure to tempting cues. Ultimately, the goal is not to eliminate all sources of pleasure or to live in denial of our natural drives. Rather, it's to create a balance where we can enjoy the fruits of human ingenuity and progress while maintaining control over our behaviors and staying true to our deeper values and aspirations. By understanding the science behind habit formation and applying these insights thoughtfully, we can cultivate lives rich in meaningful experiences and sustainable pleasures, rather than being driven by the fleeting highs of engineered stimuli. In doing so, we reclaim our agency in a world increasingly designed to push our buttons, charting a course towards greater well-being and fulfillment. The intricate dance between our brains and behavior reveals fascinating insights into the nature of habit formation and the power of anticipation. At the heart of this process lies dopamine, a neurotransmitter that plays a far more complex role than simply signaling pleasure. Understanding how dopamine functions in our brains can provide valuable tools for shaping our habits and improving our lives. When we first encounter a rewarding experience, our brains release dopamine as we enjoy the novel pleasure. However, as we repeat this experience, our clever brains begin to shift the timing of the dopamine release. Instead of spiking when we receive the reward, dopamine now surges in anticipation immediately after we recognize a cue associated with the pleasurable experience. This shift is the key to habit formation, as it creates a feeling of desire and a craving to take action whenever we encounter the cue. This anticipatory dopamine release explains why the excitement of looking forward to a vacation can sometimes exceed the enjoyment of the trip itself, or why the build-up to a special event often feels more thrilling than the actual moment. Our brains are wired to motivate us through anticipation, pushing us to pursue rewards based on the expectation of pleasure rather than the pleasure itself. Interestingly, once a habit is firmly established, dopamine no longer increases when we experience the expected reward. However, if we encounter a cue and anticipate a reward that doesn't materialize, dopamine levels drop sharply, leading to feelings of disappointment and frustration. This sensitivity to prediction errors helps refine our habits over time, reinforcing behaviors that reliably lead to rewards and discouraging those that don't. The power of anticipation in driving behavior becomes even more apparent when we consider the neural real estate devoted to wanting versus liking. Our brains have significantly more circuitry allocated for desiring rewards than for enjoying them. The wanting centers of the brain are expansive, including regions like the nucleus accumbens ventral tegmental area and portions of the prefrontal cortex. In contrast, the liking centers are much smaller, consisting of scattered hedonic hotspots throughout the brain. This disproportionate allocation of neural resources to wanting over liking underscores the crucial role that desire and anticipation play in motivating our actions. It's not the fleeting moment of pleasure that drives us, but the persistent craving that precedes it. This insight has profound implications for how we approach habit formation and behavior change. Recognizing the power of anticipation, we can employ strategies to make our desired habits more attractive and thus more likely to stick. One such approach is temptation bundling, a clever technique that links an action we want to do with one we need to do. By pairing a necessary but unappealing task with a highly desirable activity, we can leverage our brain's reward system to motivate positive behavior. Consider the story of Ronan Byrne, an engineering student who hacked his stationary bike to only allow Netflix to play while he was pedaling at a certain speed. By bundling the enjoyment of watching his favorite shows with the physical activity he knew he should be doing, Byrne created a powerful incentive for exercise. This ingenious solution not only made his workout more appealing but also added an element of immediate reward to an otherwise challenging task. Businesses often employ similar strategies on a larger scale. The American broadcasting company ABC masterfully used temptation bundling in promoting their Thursday night television lineup. By encouraging viewers to pair watching their shows with enjoyable activities like drinking wine and eating popcorn, ABC associated their programming with relaxation and indulgence. Over time, this association strengthened, making the habit of tuning in on Thursday nights more attractive to viewers. The effectiveness of temptation bundling is rooted in a psychological principle known as Premack's principle, which states that more probable behaviors will reinforce less probable behaviors. In other words, by linking a desired activity like watching TV with a less appealing but necessary task like exercising, we can condition ourselves to engage in the less enjoyable activity more consistently. This principle can be applied to a wide range of habits. For instance, someone might allow themselves to read gossip magazines only while at the gym or permit themselves to get a pedicure only while catching up on work emails. The key is to identify activities you genuinely enjoy and use them as rewards for completing necessary but less appealing tasks. To maximize the effectiveness of temptation bundling, it can be combined with habit stacking, another powerful behavior change strategy. Habit stacking involves linking a new habit you want to form with an existing habit you already perform consistently. By creating a formula that pairs a current habit with a needed habit, followed by a wanted habit, you can create a chain of behaviors that reinforces positive change. For example, someone trying to cultivate gratitude and stay informed might adopt the following routine: after I get my morning coffee, I will say one thing I'm grateful for. After I express gratitude, I will read the news. This sequence links an existing habit, getting coffee, with a desired new habit, practicing gratitude, and a rewarding activity, reading the news. The power of this approach lies in its ability to transform necessary but unappealing tasks into gateways to enjoyable activities. Over time, the anticipation of the reward, like checking social media or watching sports highlights, can make the associated necessary task like doing burpees or making sales calls more appealing by association. While temptation bundling and habit stacking are powerful tools, it's important to recognize that they are part of a broader principle making habits more attractive. In our modern world, we are constantly bombarded with supernormal stimuli, exaggerated versions of reality that are more appealing than anything our ancestors encountered. From junk food engineered to hit the perfect bliss point, of salt, sugar, and fat, to social media platforms designed to deliver constant hits of social validation, These stimuli exploit our brain's reward systems in unprecedented ways. Understanding this landscape of engineered experiences allows us to approach habit formation with greater intentionality. While we may not be able to compete with the intensity of these supernormal stimuli, we can use their principles to enhance the appeal of beneficial habits. By thoughtfully designing our environment and routines, we can create our own heightened versions of reality that make positive behaviors more attractive. For instance, we might create a specially designated, comfortable space for reading to make a daily reading habit more appealing. Or we could invest in high-quality exercise equipment and create an energizing playlist to make workouts more enticing. The goal is to enhance the sensory and emotional experience associated with the habit we want to cultivate. It's crucial to remember that the power of anticipation works both ways. Just as we can use it to reinforce positive habits, unchecked anticipation of unhealthy rewards can lead to destructive behavior patterns. This is particularly evident in addictions, where the anticipation of the drug or behavior becomes all-consuming, driving compulsive actions despite negative consequences. Recognizing the role of anticipation in our behavior also highlights the importance of managing our environment. If we're constantly surrounded by cues that trigger cravings for unhealthy behaviors, we're fighting an uphill battle. By thoughtfully curating our physical and digital spaces to minimize exposure to tempting cues and maximize exposure to cues for positive habits, we can set ourselves up for success. Moreover, understanding the dopamine-driven nature of habit formation can help us be more compassionate with ourselves and others when it comes to struggling with bad habits or addictions. Rather than viewing these challenges as simple matters of willpower or moral failing, we can recognize them as the result of powerful neurological processes shaped by both our biology and our environment. This perspective also raises important ethical questions about the design of products and experiences that exploit these psychological vulnerabilities. As our ability to create irresistible stimuli grows, so too does our responsibility to consider the long-term impacts on individual and public health. There's a need for broader societal conversations about how we can balance innovation and consumer appeal with ethical considerations and public well-being. In conclusion, the science of habit formation reveals that desire, driven by anticipation, is the engine of behavior. By understanding how our brains process rewards and generate cravings, we can develop more effective strategies for cultivating positive habits and breaking negative ones. Techniques like temptation bundling and habit stacking allow us to work with our brain's natural tendencies rather than against them, making the process of behavior change more enjoyable and sustainable. As we navigate a world increasingly filled with supernormal stimuli and engineered experiences, maintaining awareness of how our choices and surroundings influence our habits becomes crucial. By consciously designing our environments and routines to support positive behaviors, we can harness the power of anticipation to drive personal growth and well-being. Ultimately, the goal is not to eliminate all sources of pleasure or to live in denial of our natural drives. Rather, it's to create a balance where we can enjoy the fruits of human ingenuity and progress while maintaining control over our behaviors and staying true to our deeper values and aspirations. By understanding the science behind habit formation and applying these insights thoughtfully, we can cultivate lives rich in meaningful experiences and sustainable pleasures, rather than being driven by the fleeting highs of engineered stimuli. In doing so, we reclaim our agency in a world increasingly designed to push our buttons, charting a course towards greater well-being and fulfillment. The power to shape our habits and thus our lives lies within our grasp. Armed with knowledge of how our brains work and tools to work with our nature rather than against it, we can embark on a journey of continuous self-improvement and personal growth. The power of environment in shaping human behavior is a fascinating and often underappreciated aspect of personal development. This concept is powerfully illustrated by the story of the Polgar sisters, whose extraordinary achievements in chess demonstrate the profound impact that culture and upbringing can have on skill development and habit formation. Laszlo Polgar, a Hungarian educator, held a controversial belief that genius was not innate but could be cultivated through deliberate practice and the development of good habits. He was so convinced of this idea that he set out to prove it with his own children. Laszlo's experiment began even before his children were born, as he sought a wife who would be willing to participate in his unconventional parenting plan. The Polgar household became a carefully crafted environment dedicated to chess excellence. The children were homeschooled, which was unusual in Hungary at the time, allowing for a focused and immersive education. Chess books and pictures of famous players filled the home, creating a constant visual reminder of their goal. The sisters played against each other regularly and competed in high-level tournaments from a young age. Their parents even maintained meticulous records of every competitor the children faced, demonstrating an extraordinary level of commitment to their development. The results of this experiment were nothing short of remarkable. All three Polgar sisters, Susan, Sophia, and Judith, achieved extraordinary success in chess. Susan, the eldest, was defeating adult players within 6 months of learning the game at age 4. Sophia became a world champion by 14 and later a grandmaster. Judith, the youngest, surpassed even her sister's achievements, becoming the youngest grandmaster of all time and holding the title of the world's top-ranked female chess player for an astonishing 27 years. What's particularly intriguing about the Polgar sisters' story is their perspective on their unusual upbringing. Far from viewing their childhood as oppressive or grueling, they describe it as enjoyable and engaging. They loved chess so much that they would even play in secret when they were supposed to be sleeping. This highlights a crucial aspect of habit formation and skill development. When an activity is normalized and celebrated within a culture, it becomes inherently attractive and rewarding. The Polgar sisters' experience exemplifies a broader principle of human behavior. We are profoundly influenced by our social environment. As inherently social creatures, humans have a deep-seated need to belong and fit in with their group. This instinct, which served our ancestors well in tribal societies where isolation could mean death, continues to exert a powerful influence on our behavior today. Our earliest habits are often not chosen but imitated from those around us. We absorb the customs, expectations, and standards of our family, community, and broader society. These social norms act as invisible guides for our behavior, influencing everything from our daily routines to major life decisions. Often we follow these norms without conscious thought or questioning, simply because they feel natural and expected within our cultural context. This tendency to conform to social norms is not inherently negative. In fact, it often doesn't feel like a burden at all, because the desire to belong is so fundamental to human nature. If you grow up in an environment where a particular skill or behavior is highly valued, like chess in the Polgar household, engaging in that activity feels natural and rewarding. Similarly, if you work in a professional environment where everyone dresses in a certain way, you're likely to adopt that style without much resistance. The power of social influence on our habits can be broken down into 3 main categories: the close, the many, and the powerful. Each of these groups offers opportunities to make our desired habits more attractive and easier to adopt. The influence of close relationships on our habits is particularly strong. We tend to pick up behaviors, attitudes, and even speech patterns from those we spend the most time with. This effect is so pronounced that studies have shown that obesity can spread through social networks, with a person's chances of becoming obese increasing significantly if a close friend becomes obese. The same principle applies to positive habits as well, with weight loss often occurring in pairs within relationships. This proximity effect extends beyond just close friends and family. Our broader social circles, including classmates, co-workers, and community members, also shape our perception of what's normal and attainable. For instance, if you're in an environment where many people are achieving a particular goal, like becoming an astronaut or improving their IQ, those achievements start to seem more feasible and attractive. The power of the many, or the influence of broader social norms, is another crucial factor in habit formation. We naturally want to conform to the behaviors that we see as common or popular within our social groups. This is why trends spread so quickly and why certain behaviors can become suddenly popular within specific communities. The influence of the powerful, those we admire or aspire to be like, also plays a significant role in shaping our habits. We often emulate the behaviors of successful individuals in our field or society at large, believing that by adopting their habits, we might achieve similar success. Understanding these influences allows us to be more intentional about shaping our environment to support the habits we want to develop. One of the most effective strategies for building better habits is to immerse ourselves in a culture where the desired behavior is the norm. When we see others regularly engaging in the habits we want to adopt, those behaviors seem more achievable and natural. This principle can be applied across various areas of life. If you want to be more physically active, surrounding yourself with fitness enthusiasts can make regular exercise seem like a normal, expected part of daily life. If you aspire to be more creative, Immersing yourself in a community of artists or innovators can normalize the habits of regular practice and experimentation. However, it's important to note that this environmental influence works both ways. Just as positive habits can be reinforced by our social surroundings, negative habits can also be perpetuated or exacerbated by the wrong environment. This is why it's crucial to be mindful of the influences we expose ourselves to and to actively seek out environments that support our goals and values. The story of the Polgar sisters also raises interesting questions about the nature vs. nurture debate in talent development. While their achievements certainly demonstrate the power of focus training and a supportive environment, it's worth considering whether they may have had some innate aptitude for chess that was then nurtured to an extraordinary degree. This nuanced view suggests that while environment and practice are crucial, individual differences in natural abilities may also play a role in ultimate achievement. Moreover, the Polgar experiment prompts us to reflect on the ethics and practicality of such intensive, specialized upbringing. While the sisters report positive feelings about their childhood, such an approach might not be suitable or desirable for every family. It's important to balance the cultivation of specific skills with the need for a well-rounded education and personal development. In our modern, interconnected world, the concept of our environment extends beyond our physical surroundings to include our digital spaces as well. The content we consume online, the social media networks we engage with, and the virtual communities we participate in all contribute to shaping our habits and perceptions of normal behavior. This digital influence adds another layer of complexity to the task of curating a supportive environment for positive habit formation. As we navigate the challenge of developing beneficial habits, it's crucial to approach the process with self-compassion and realistic expectations. Changing ingrained behaviors or adopting new ones is rarely a linear or easy process. It often involves setbacks and requires persistent effort. Understanding the powerful role that our social environment plays in this process can help us be more strategic and patient in our approach to personal growth. Furthermore, recognizing the impact of social influence on our habits can foster greater empathy and understanding for others who may be struggling with behavior change. It highlights the fact that individual willpower, while important, is just one factor in a complex web of influences that shape our actions and choices. In conclusion, the story of the Polgar sisters and the broader principles of social influence in habit formation offer valuable insights for anyone seeking personal growth or behavior change. By consciously shaping our environment, both physical and social, to support our desired habits, we can make the process of change more natural and sustainable. Whether we're trying to excel in a specific skill, adopt healthier lifestyle habits, or simply become better versions of ourselves, understanding and leveraging the power of our social context can be a game changer.
As we strive to improve ourselves and our communities, it's worth reflecting on how we can create cultures that normalize and celebrate positive habits. By doing so, we not only enhance our own lives, but also contribute to a ripple effect of positive change in our broader social circles. The Polgar experiment, while extreme, demonstrates the remarkable potential of human beings when immersed in an environment that consistently reinforces and rewards desired behaviors. Ultimately, the key to lasting behavior change may lie not in Herculean feats of willpower, but in the thoughtful curation of our social environments and the cultivation of communities that support our aspirations. By surrounding ourselves with the right influences and normalizing the habits we wish to adopt, we can harness the natural human inclination to conform and belong in service of our personal and collective growth. The power of social influence on our behavior and habits is profound and often underestimated. We are social creatures, constantly looking to our peers, role models, and cultural norms to guide our actions and shape our identities. This tendency is deeply ingrained in human nature and has played a crucial role in our evolution and survival. One of the most effective ways to cultivate lasting change in our lives is to immerse ourselves in a culture where our desired behavior is already the norm. By surrounding ourselves with people who embody the habits and traits we aspire to, we create an environment that naturally encourages and reinforces positive change. Consider the example of someone trying to improve their fitness. Joining a gym can be intimidating for beginners, as they may feel out of place among seasoned athletes. However, imagine a fitness community tailored specifically for self-proclaimed nerds or misfits. In such an environment, newcomers immediately have something in common with other members, perhaps a shared love for science fiction or video games. This common ground creates a sense of belonging, making the process of adopting new fitness habits feel more natural and less daunting. The power of belonging to a tribe cannot be overstated when it comes to sustaining motivation and embedding new habits. When we join a group that aligns with our interests and goals, our personal journey transforms into a collective one. No longer are we struggling alone. Instead, we become part of a community of like-minded individuals all working towards similar objectives. This shift from I to we has a profound impact on our identity and commitment to change. A solitary reader becomes part of a book club, a lone musician joins a band, and an individual cyclist becomes part of a cycling group. The shared identity reinforces and strengthens our personal identity, making it more resilient in the face of challenges and setbacks. It's worth noting that maintaining connections with supportive communities even after achieving initial goals is crucial for long-term success. The friendships and sense of belonging fostered within these groups help to cement new identities and ensure that positive habits persist over time. This is why many people who successfully lose weight or quit smoking find it beneficial to continue attending support group meetings or engaging with their communities long after reaching their primary objectives. The influence of group behavior on individual choices is a well-documented phenomenon in psychology. One classic example is the series of conformity experiments conducted by Solomon Asch in the 1950s. These experiments revealed our startling tendency to doubt our own judgment and conform to group opinion, even when the group is clearly incorrect. In Asch's experiments, participants were asked to perform a simple visual task matching the length of a line to one of 3 comparison lines. Unbeknownst to the actual subject, the other participants were confederates of the experimenter, instructed to unanimously give wrong answers on certain trials. The results were striking. Faced with unanimous opposition, many subjects began to doubt their own perception and conform to the group's incorrect judgments. This tendency to conform to group behavior extends far beyond simple perceptual tasks. In our daily lives, we constantly look to others for cues on how to act, what to buy, where to eat, and countless other decisions. We rely on reviews and ratings to guide our choices, assuming that the wisdom of the crowd will lead us to the best options. While this strategy often serves us well, it can also lead us astray. The pressure to conform to group norms can be so strong that it overrides our individual judgment and even our own best interests. This phenomenon isn't unique to humans. Studies have shown that even chimpanzees will abandon more effective techniques in favor of less efficient methods used by their new group members, simply to fit in. The desire to be accepted by our peers is a powerful motivator, often outweighing the desire to be right or to find the truth. This instinct to conform is deeply rooted in our psychology and has likely played a crucial role in our survival as a species. After all, in many situations throughout human history, going against the group could have dire consequences. However, this tendency can also hold us back from positive change, especially when our desired habits conflict with the norms of our current social group. Changing our behavior in ways that challenge the status quo requires significant effort and courage. It means swimming against the current of our culture and risking social disapproval or exclusion. On the flip side, when our desired changes align with the values and behaviors of our social group, change becomes much more attractive and achievable. This is why finding or creating a supportive community can be such a powerful catalyst for personal growth and transformation. Another crucial aspect of social influence is our tendency to imitate those we perceive as powerful or high status. Throughout history, individuals with greater power and status have typically enjoyed better access to resources, faced fewer survival challenges, and been seen as more desirable mates. As a result, we are naturally drawn to behaviors that earn us respect, approval, and admiration from others. This drive for status and recognition explains our fascination with the habits of highly successful people. We eagerly consume content about the daily routines of CEOs, the workout regimens of athletes, and the productivity hacks of top performers in various fields. By emulating these behaviors, we hope to achieve similar levels of success and recognition. Many of our daily habits are, in fact, imitations of people we admire or envy. We might adopt the communication style of a charismatic leader, the creative techniques of an artist we respect, or the financial strategies of a successful entrepreneur. This imitation isn't necessarily conscious. We often absorb and replicate behaviors subconsciously, especially when they're exhibited by people we look up to. The flip side of this status-seeking behavior is our desire to avoid actions that might lower our social standing. We maintain our homes and appearances not just for personal satisfaction, but also to avoid negative judgments from our neighbors, friends, and family. The constant underlying question, "What will others think of me?" shapes many of our decisions and actions, often without us even realizing it. The power of social influence on habit formation and behavior change is perfectly illustrated by the story of the Polgar sisters, chess prodigies who achieved remarkable success through dedicated practice. While their individual efforts were undoubtedly crucial, the supportive culture created by their parents and the broader chess community played a significant role in sustaining their motivation and commitment over many years. The sisters' dedication to chess was reinforced not just by parental encouragement, but also by the respect and admiration they received from the chess world. Achieving milestones like becoming grandmasters provided external validation and status, further cementing their identities as exceptional chess players. This combination of internal drive and external recognition created a powerful feedback loop that sustained their intense practice regimen for decades. Understanding the profound impact of social influence on our behavior offers valuable insights for anyone seeking to make lasting changes in their life. Rather than relying solely on willpower and individual effort, we can leverage the power of social connections and cultural norms to support our goals. For those looking to adopt new habits or break old ones, finding or creating a supportive community can be transformative. This might involve joining existing groups aligned with our goals, or even starting our own communities centered around shared interests and aspirations. By surrounding ourselves with people who embody the traits and habits we wish to cultivate, we create an environment that naturally encourages and reinforces positive change. It's also worth examining the cultural norms and social influences that shape our current behaviors. Are there aspects of our social environment that are hindering our growth or reinforcing negative habits? Recognizing these influences is the first step towards either changing our environment or developing strategies to resist unhelpful social pressures. At the same time, we should be mindful of our own potential to influence others. As we work towards our goals and adopt positive habits, we may find ourselves becoming role models for those around us. By openly sharing our journeys, struggles, and successes, we can contribute to creating a culture that values growth, resilience, and mutual support. Ultimately, the interplay between individual choice and social influence is complex and multifaceted. While we have the power to make conscious decisions about our behavior, we are also inevitably shaped by the cultural context in which we live. By understanding and harnessing the power of social influence, we can create environments and communities that support our personal growth and help us become the best versions of ourselves. As we navigate the challenges of changing habits and pursuing personal growth, it's crucial to remember that we're not alone in this journey. The very social nature that can sometimes hinder our progress can also be our greatest ally in achieving lasting change. By consciously choosing our social environments, seeking out supportive communities, and being mindful of the cultural forces that shape our behavior, we can harness the power of social influence to drive positive change in our lives and in the world around us. The human tendency to adopt habits that are praised and approved by our culture is a powerful force that shapes our behaviors and identities. This inclination stems from our deep-seated need to belong and fit in with our social groups. Throughout human history, being accepted by the tribe has been crucial for survival, and this evolutionary legacy continues to influence our actions today. We are particularly prone to imitating the habits of three key social groups: the close, our family and friends; the many, our broader community or tribe; and the powerful, those with status and prestige. This pattern of imitation is not arbitrary but serves important social and psychological functions. Our closest relationships, family and friends, have a profound impact on our habits because they are the people we interact with most frequently and whose opinions we value most highly. We often unconsciously adopt the mannerisms, attitudes and behaviors of those closest to us. This can be both beneficial and detrimental, depending on the nature of those habits. For instance, growing up in a family that prioritizes education and intellectual curiosity can instill lifelong learning habits. Conversely, being surrounded by friends who engage in unhealthy behaviors like excessive drinking can normalize and encourage those habits. The influence of the many our broader social group or community is equally significant. Humans are inherently social creatures, and we have a strong drive to conform to the norms of our group. This tendency can be so powerful that it often overrides our individual judgment or preferences. As the saying goes, most days we'd rather be wrong with the crowd than be right by ourselves. This phenomenon explains why certain behaviors or trends can spread rapidly through a community, even when they may not be objectively beneficial. Consider the example of fashion trends. Often, these trends are not particularly comfortable or practical, yet they spread widely because of our desire to fit in and be seen as part of the group. The same principle applies to many other areas of life, from the way we speak to the food we eat and the activities we engage in. The habits of the powerful, those with status and prestige, also exert a strong influence on our behavior. We are naturally drawn to emulate those who have achieved success or prominence in society. This is why celebrity endorsements are so effective in marketing, and why we often see trends start among the elite before trickling down to the broader population. If a behavior can earn us approval, respect, and praise, especially from those we admire or aspire to be like, we find it inherently attractive. Understanding these social dynamics is crucial when trying to build better habits or break detrimental ones. One of the most effective strategies for positive change is to join a culture where your desired behavior is already the norm and where you have something in common with the group. This approach leverages our natural tendency to conform and belong, but channels it towards positive outcomes. For example, if you're trying to adopt a healthier lifestyle, joining a community of health enthusiasts who share your interests can be far more effective than trying to go it alone. Not only does this provide you with role models and support, but it also makes the desired behavior feel more natural and attainable. You're no longer swimming against the tide of your social group, but rather going with the flow of a new, supportive community. This principle extends to various areas of personal development. Want to become more entrepreneurial? Surround yourself with startups and small business owners. Trying to cultivate a meditation practice? Join a mindfulness group. The power of social influence can work in your favor when you consciously choose your environment. However, it's important to recognize that the flip side of this social influence can also hold us back. The normal behavior of the tribe often overpowers the desired behavior of the individual. This can make it extremely challenging to break away from unhealthy or unproductive habits if they are deeply ingrained in our social group. Consider the struggle many people face when trying to quit smoking. If all of your friends smoke and social gatherings revolve around this habit, quitting becomes not just a personal challenge but a social one as well. You're not just fighting against a physical addiction, but also against the fear of social exclusion or the loss of shared experiences with your friends. This is where the power of reframing comes into play. As illustrated by the example of Alan Carr's approach to helping smokers quit, changing the way we perceive a habit can dramatically alter its appeal. By systematically challenging the beliefs and associations we have about a particular behavior, we can reduce its attractiveness and weaken its hold on us. Carr's method involves repeatedly questioning and debunking the perceived benefits of smoking. He encourages smokers to see that they're not actually enjoying cigarettes but rather just feeding an addiction. By reframing smoking as an unattractive and unnecessary behavior, rather than a source of pleasure or stress relief, he helps people break free from the mental trap that keeps them addicted. This approach can be applied to various habits we wish to change. It involves a deep examination of our motivations and a willingness to challenge our existing beliefs. For instance, if you're trying to reduce your social media usage, you might reframe it from being a way to stay connected with friends to being a time-wasting activity that actually makes you feel more isolated. By changing the narrative around the habit, you can make it less appealing and easier to resist. Understanding the root of our cravings is another crucial aspect of habit change. Every behavior we engage in is ultimately driven by deeper, underlying motives. These fundamental drives, such as the need to conserve energy, obtain food and water, find love and reproduce, connect with others, win social acceptance, reduce uncertainty, and achieve status, are hardwired into our biology. Our specific habits are simply modern manifestations of these ancient desires. Social media platforms, for example, tap into our need for social connection and approval. Video games fulfill our drive for achievement and status. Fast food satisfies our instinct to consume high-calorie foods for survival. Recognizing this can be empowering because it allows us to see that there are multiple ways to satisfy these underlying motives. If we can identify healthier or more productive ways to meet these basic needs, we can replace harmful habits with beneficial ones. For instance, if you find yourself constantly checking your phone for social media notifications, recognize that this behavior is driven by a need for social connection and validation. Once you understand this, you can explore alternative ways to meet this need, such as scheduling more face-to-face time with friends or engaging in community activities. It's also crucial to understand the role of prediction in our habits. Our brains are constantly making predictions based on past experiences and environmental cues. These predictions shape our behavior in powerful ways. When we encounter a cue, our brain quickly categorizes it based on past experience and determines the appropriate response. This predictive nature of our behavior explains why breaking habits can be so challenging. Once we've formed a strong association between a cue and a response, our brain automatically predicts that this response is the appropriate action. Changing this requires conscious effort to override these automatic predictions and create new associations. Interestingly, it's not the objective reality of events that determines our behavior, but rather how we interpret these events. Two people can encounter the same situation and react in completely different ways based on their past experiences and the predictions their brains make. This is why changing our mindset and the way we interpret situations can be such a powerful tool for habit change. In conclusion, our habits are deeply influenced by our social environment and our innate human drives. By understanding these influences, we can more effectively shape our behavior. Whether we're trying to break a bad habit or cultivate a good one, strategies like joining supportive communities, reframing our perceptions, addressing underlying motives, and consciously changing our predictions can be powerful tools for personal growth. The journey of habit change is not always easy, but it is ultimately about aligning our behaviors with our true desires and values. By leveraging our understanding of social influence, cognitive reframing, and the predictive nature of our brains, we can create lasting positive changes in our lives. Remember, every habit, good or bad, is ultimately our mind's attempt to solve a problem or meet a need. By finding better solutions to these fundamental human needs, we can create a life filled with habits that truly serve us. The human mind is a remarkable prediction machine, constantly analyzing our environment and making split-second decisions based on past experiences and current cues. This predictive nature of our brain plays a crucial role in shaping our habits and behaviors, often without our conscious awareness. Understanding this process can provide valuable insights into how we can effectively change our habits and improve our lives. At the core of our behavior are cravings, those powerful urges that drive us to act in certain ways. But what exactly is a craving? It's not just a simple desire for a specific object or action. Rather, it's a complex interplay of predictions, emotions, and underlying motives that shape our perception of the world and guide our actions. Consider for a moment how you feel right now. Without consciously thinking about it, you're aware of the temperature around you. If it were to drop slightly, you might not notice or react, but if it plummeted 10 degrees, you'd likely feel cold and reach for a sweater. This seemingly simple reaction is actually a sophisticated process of prediction and response. Your brain is constantly monitoring your environment, making predictions about what different changes might mean for your well-being and prompting you to act when it detects a significant discrepancy between your current state and your desired state. This gap between our current experience and our desired experience is the essence of a craving. It's the feeling that something is missing, the urge to change our internal state. When we feel cold, we crave warmth. When we feel lonely, we crave connection. When we feel stressed, we crave relaxation. These cravings are not just random impulses, but signals from our brain telling us that there's a mismatch between our current state and what it predicts would be a more favorable state. Understanding this process can shed light on why we engage in certain behaviors, even when we know they might not be good for us in the long run. Take the example of social media use. When we scroll through our feeds, what we're really seeking isn't just information or entertainment. We're looking for a change in our emotional state, perhaps a feeling of connection, validation, or distraction from our current worries. The act of checking social media has become associated in our minds with these positive changes in our internal state, which is why it can be so compelling and hard to resist. This understanding also reveals why it can be so challenging to break bad habits or form new, beneficial ones. Our habits, both good and bad, are essentially our mind's attempts to address fundamental human needs and desires. These underlying motives are deeply ingrained in our biology and psychology, shaped by millions of years of evolution. They include basic drives like conserving energy, obtaining food and water, finding love and reproducing, connecting with others, winning social acceptance and approval, reducing uncertainty, and achieving status and prestige. Our specific habits are modern-day manifestations of these ancient desires. Social media taps into our need for social connection and approval. Fast food satisfies our instinct to consume high-calorie foods for survival. Video games fulfill our drive for achievement and status. Recognizing this can be empowering because it allows us to see that there are multiple ways to satisfy these underlying motives. If we can identify healthier or more productive ways to meet these basic needs, we can replace harmful habits with beneficial ones. But how do we go about changing our habits, especially when they're so deeply ingrained? One powerful approach is to reframe how we think about the habits we want to cultivate. Often we approach new habits or challenging tasks with a sense of obligation or dread. We tell ourselves we have to do something, which immediately frames it as an unpleasant chore. But what if we changed that single word? What if, instead of saying we have to do something, we said we get to do it? This simple shift in language can have a profound impact on our mindset and motivation. When we say we get to do something, we're reframing it as an opportunity rather than an obligation. We're focusing on the benefits and privileges associated with the action rather than the difficulties or inconveniences. For example, instead of saying I have to wake up early for work, try saying I get to wake up early for work. This subtle change acknowledges the privilege of having a job in a challenging economy. Instead of I have to cook dinner for my family, try I get to cook dinner for my family, recognizing the blessing of having loved ones to care for and the means to provide meals. This reframing technique can be applied to virtually any habit or task you're trying to cultivate. Exercise becomes an opportunity to build strength and improve health, rather than a grueling chore. Saving money becomes a path to future freedom and opportunities, rather than a restrictive limitation. Meditation transforms from a frustrating struggle against distraction into a chance to practice returning to the present moment. The key is to find the positive aspects of the habit or task and focus on those. This doesn't mean ignoring the challenges or difficulties, but rather choosing to emphasize the benefits and opportunities. Both perspectives are typically true. Any given task can be both a challenge and an opportunity. By consciously choosing to focus on the positive aspects, we can make the habit more attractive and easier to maintain. Another powerful technique for changing our relationship with habits is to create positive associations through rituals and cues. Our brains are incredibly adept at forming associations between different stimuli and experiences. We can leverage this ability to make challenging habits more appealing. Consider the example of a writer who always puts on headphones before beginning to write. Initially, they might play music to help them focus. Over time, however, they might find that simply putting on the headphones, even without playing any music, helps them enter a focused state. Without realizing it, they've conditioned their brain to associate the act of putting on headphones with increased concentration and productivity. Athletes often use similar techniques to prepare for competition. A baseball player might have a specific stretching and warm-up routine they perform before each game. While this routine serves a physical purpose in preparing the body for action, it also plays a crucial psychological role. By consistently performing the same actions before each game, the athlete creates a strong mental association between the routine and a competitive, focused mindset. Even on days when they don't feel particularly motivated, going through the routine can help shift their mental state into game mode. We can adapt this principle to create motivation rituals for various aspects of our lives. If you want to cultivate a more positive outlook, for instance, you might create a short routine that you perform each time before doing something you genuinely enjoy. This could be as simple as taking 3 deep breaths and smiling. By consistently pairing this action with a positive experience, you can train your brain to associate the routine with feeling good. Once established, you can use this routine as a tool to shift your emotional state when needed, even in situations unrelated to the original context. This technique of creating positive associations can be particularly powerful when trying to establish new habits or break old ones. For example, if you're trying to develop a regular exercise habit, you might create a pre-workout ritual that includes something you genuinely enjoy, like listening to your favorite upbeat song. Over time, your brain will begin to associate the anticipation of exercise with the positive feelings evoked by the music, making it easier to motivate yourself to work out. It's important to note that while these techniques can be highly effective, they're not magic solutions. Changing deeply ingrained habits and thought patterns takes time, consistency, and patience. It's also crucial to remember that our habits, both good and bad, often serve important functions in our lives. Before trying to eliminate a habit, it's worth examining what need or desire it's fulfilling and considering healthier alternatives that might meet the same underlying motive. Moreover, it's essential to approach habit change with self-compassion and realistic expectations. Setbacks and slip-ups are a normal part of the process. Instead of viewing these as failures, try to see them as valuable learning opportunities. Each time you catch yourself falling into an old pattern, you're actually strengthening your awareness and creating an opportunity to make a different choice next time. In conclusion, understanding the predictive nature of our brain and the role of cravings in our behavior provides powerful insights into how we can shape our habits and, by extension, our lives. By reframing our perspective on challenging tasks, creating positive associations, and addressing our fundamental underlying motives in healthier ways, we can make significant strides in personal growth and development. Remember, every habit, whether it seems positive or negative on the surface, is ultimately our mind's attempt to meet a basic human need or desire. By recognizing this, we can approach habit change not as a battle against our nature, but as a process of aligning our behaviors more closely with our true values and long-term well-being. This perspective allows us to work with our brain's natural tendencies rather than against them, making lasting change more achievable and sustainable. As you embark on your journey of habit change, be patient with yourself and celebrate small victories along the way. Each time you make a conscious choice to engage in a beneficial habit or resist an unhelpful one, you're rewiring your brain and moving closer to becoming the person you aspire to be. With persistence, self-reflection, and the right strategies, you have the power to transform your habits and, in turn, transform your life. The journey of personal growth and habit formation is a fascinating exploration of human psychology and neurobiology. At its core, this process is driven by the predictive nature of our brains, which constantly anticipate outcomes based on past experiences and environmental cues. Understanding this mechanism provides valuable insights into how we can effectively shape our behaviors and, by extension, our lives. The foundation of any habit, whether beneficial or detrimental, lies in the predictions our brain makes about the outcomes of our actions. These predictions trigger feelings and emotions that drive us to act in certain ways. For instance, the mere sight of a cigarette might evoke a sense of relaxation in a smoker's mind, prompting them to light up. Conversely, the thought of going for a run might elicit feelings of dread in someone who associates exercise with discomfort. These emotional responses, rooted in our brain's predictions, play a crucial role in determining our habitual behaviors. To create lasting change, we must learn to manipulate these predictions and associated feelings. One effective strategy is to highlight the benefits of avoiding harmful habits, thereby making them less attractive. For example, rather than focusing on the immediate pleasure of smoking, one might emphasize the long-term health benefits of quitting, such as improved lung function, reduced risk of cancer, and increased life expectancy. By consistently reinforcing these positive outcomes, we can gradually shift our brain's predictions and make the habit less appealing. Similarly, we can enhance the attractiveness of beneficial habits by associating them with positive feelings. This can be achieved through a technique known as a motivation ritual. The idea is to pair a challenging habit with something you genuinely enjoy. For instance, if you struggle with regular exercise, you might create a ritual of listening to your favorite podcast or audiobook only during workouts. Over time, your brain will begin to associate physical activity with the pleasure of engaging with content you love, making it easier to maintain the habit. Creating good habits and breaking bad ones requires a systematic approach. Let's explore some practical strategies for each aspect of habit formation, organized around 4 fundamental laws: make it obvious, make it attractive, make it easy, and make it satisfying. To make a habit obvious, start by becoming aware of your current behaviors. This can be done through a simple exercise called the Habit Scorecard. Take a few minutes to write down all the habits you perform on a typical day, from waking up to going to bed. This process alone can be eye-opening, revealing patterns you might not have noticed before. Next, use implementation intentions to clearly define when and where you'll perform your new habit. Instead of vaguely deciding to exercise more, create a specific plan. I will go for a 20-minute walk at 7 a.m. in my neighborhood. This clarity eliminates ambiguity and reduces the mental effort required to initiate the habit. Habit stacking is another powerful technique to make new behaviors obvious. It involves linking a new habit to an existing one. For example, after I pour my morning coffee, I will meditate for 5 minutes. By anchoring the new behavior to an established routine, you create a natural cue for the desired action. Lastly, design your environment to support your goals. Make the cues for good habits visible and accessible. If you want to read more, place books in prominent locations around your home. If you're trying to eat healthier, keep nutritious snacks at eye level in your refrigerator. To make a habit attractive, consider using temptation bundling. This involves pairing an action you want to do with one you need to do. For instance, only allowing yourself to watch your favorite TV show while folding laundry can make a tedious chore more appealing. Another powerful strategy is to surround yourself with a culture where your desired behavior is the norm. If you want to adopt a healthier lifestyle, spend time with health-conscious individuals. Their habits and attitudes will naturally influence your own, making the desired behavior feel more attainable and appealing. Making a habit easy is crucial for long-term success. This often involves reducing friction and minimizing the effort required to perform the desired behavior. For example, if you want to start a gym routine, choose a facility that's on your way home from work, reducing the extra effort required to get there. To break bad habits, we can invert these laws. Make the cues for undesirable behaviors invisible by removing them from your environment. Reframe your mindset to highlight the negative aspects of the habit, making it unattractive. Increase the difficulty of performing the bad habit by adding friction. For instance, if you want to reduce social media usage, log out of all your accounts after each use, making it more cumbersome to access them impulsively. While these strategies provide a solid framework for habit formation, it's crucial to remember that the key to mastering any habit lies in repetition, not perfection. This principle is beautifully illustrated by an experiment conducted with photography students. One group was instructed to focus on quantity, producing as many photos as possible, while the other group was told to strive for a single, perfect image. Surprisingly, the quantity group ended up producing the highest quality work. By engaging in frequent practice and experimentation, they honed their skills more effectively than those who were paralyzed by the pursuit of perfection. This lesson applies broadly to habit formation and skill development. Too often we get caught up in finding the optimal approach, spending excessive time planning and strategizing rather than taking action. While preparation has its place, it's easy to use it as a form of procrastination, avoiding the risk of failure or criticism. The distinction between being in motion and taking action is crucial here. Motion involves planning, strategizing, and learning, all valuable activities, but ones that don't directly produce results. Action, on the other hand, is behavior that delivers an outcome. Writing an outline for an article is motion. Actually writing the article is action. Researching diets is motion. Eating a healthy meal is action. To make real progress, we need to prioritize action over motion. This doesn't mean abandoning planning altogether, but rather ensuring that our preparation leads to concrete steps forward. The focus should be on getting repetitions in, not on achieving perfection from the outset. This emphasis on repetition is supported by neuroscience. Every time we repeat an action, the neural pathways associated with that behavior are strengthened through a process called long-term potentiation. This phenomenon, often summarized as neurons that fire together, wire together, explains how habits become ingrained over time. Research has shown remarkable physical changes in the brain resulting from repeated behaviors. Musicians, for instance, develop larger cerebellums, a region critical for physical movements. Mathematicians show increased grey matter in areas associated with computation. Even taxi drivers in London were found to have larger hippocampal region involved in spatial memory compared to non-drivers, with the size correlating with their years of experience. These findings highlight the plasticity of our brains and the power of consistent practice. Each repetition of a habit, no matter how small, contributes to physical changes in our neural structure, making the behavior progressively more automatic. Understanding this process can be incredibly empowering. It means that we have the ability to literally reshape our brains through our actions. Every time we choose to perform a desired habit, we're not just completing a task, we're reinforcing neural pathways that make that behavior more natural and effortless in the future. However, it's important to note that habit formation is not a linear process. The often cited idea that it takes exactly 21 days to form a habit is an oversimplification. The reality is that the time required varies greatly depending on the individual and the complexity of the habit. Some simple behaviors might become automatic relatively quickly, while more complex habits can take months or even years to fully ingrain. This variability underscores the importance of patience and persistence in habit formation. Rather than focusing on an arbitrary timeline, it's more productive to concentrate on consistency. Each repetition, regardless of how small, is a step forward in rewiring your brain. Moreover, it's crucial to approach habit formation with self-compassion. Setbacks and occasional lapses are a normal part of the process. Instead of viewing these as failures, try to see them as valuable learning opportunities. Each time you notice yourself slipping into an old pattern, you're actually strengthening your awareness and creating an opportunity to make a different choice next time. Another valuable insight from neuroscience is the concept of neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to reorganize itself by forming new neural connections throughout life. This means that it's never too late to change your habits or learn new skills. While it's true that certain periods in life, such as childhood and adolescence, are characterized by greater neural plasticity, our brains retain the ability to change and adapt well into adulthood. This understanding can be particularly encouraging for those who feel stuck in long-standing habits or believe they're too old to change. The brain's plasticity means that with consistent effort and the right strategies, significant personal growth is always possible. As you embark on your journey of habit formation, it can be helpful to view the process as an experiment. Approach each new habit with curiosity rather than judgment. What works? What doesn't? How can you tweak your approach to make the habit easier or more enjoyable? This mindset of experimentation can make the process more engaging and less daunting. Remember, too, that small changes can lead to significant results over time. The power of habits lies in their compounding nature. A small improvement of just 1% each day might seem insignificant in the moment, but over the course of a year, it leads to a 37-fold improvement. This principle, often referred to as the aggregation of marginal gains, has been used to great effect in various fields, from sports to business. In conclusion, the journey of habit formation is a fascinating exploration of our brain's capacity for change. By understanding the predictive nature of our minds, leveraging the power of repetition, and employing strategic approaches to make habits obvious, attractive, easy, and satisfying, we can effectively reshape our behaviors and, by extension, our lives. The key is to focus on consistency over perfection, action over motion, and to approach the process with patience and self-compassion. Remember that each repetition of a desired habit, no matter how small, is physically changing your brain, making the behavior more automatic over time. Embrace the journey of personal growth with curiosity and optimism. Your brain is an incredibly adaptable organ, capable of remarkable changes throughout your life. By harnessing this plasticity through deliberate habit formation, you have the power to continuously evolve and become the person you aspire to be. The path may not always be easy or straightforward, but with persistence and the right strategies, lasting change is within your reach. The formation of habits is a fascinating intersection of neuroscience, psychology, and human behavior. At its core, habit formation is about the brain's remarkable ability to optimize our actions for efficiency and ease. This process, while often overlooked in our day-to-day lives, plays a crucial role in shaping our behaviors, abilities, and ultimately our lives. One of the most fundamental principles in habit formation is the power of repetition. Each time we perform an action, we're not just completing a task, we're actually rewiring our brains. This process involves the activation and strengthening of specific neural circuits associated with that particular habit. It's a biological manifestation of the old adage, practice makes perfect. Consider the difference between active practice and passive learning. Imagine two groups of photography students. One group spends their time taking hundreds of photos, experimenting with different techniques and learning from their mistakes. The other group focuses on theoretical perfection, discussing and planning the ideal photograph without actually taking many pictures. It's not hard to guess which group will improve more rapidly and significantly. The group engaging in active practice, through sheer repetition, is literally changing their brains with every shot they take. This principle extends far beyond photography. Whether you're learning to play an instrument, mastering a new language, or trying to incorporate a new exercise routine into your life, the key is consistent repetition. It's not about achieving perfection from the start, but rather about putting in the reps, day after day. As we repeat an action, it gradually moves from requiring conscious effort to becoming automatic. This process, known as automaticity, is the holy grail of habit formation. It's the point at which a behavior becomes so ingrained that we can perform it without actively thinking about each step. Think about how you tie your shoelaces or brush your teeth. These are perfect examples of automaticity in action. The journey from conscious effort to automaticity isn't a sudden leap, but rather a gradual progression. Initially, a new habit requires significant mental energy and focus. With each repetition, it becomes slightly easier, requiring less conscious attention. Eventually, after enough practice, the behavior crosses what we might call the habit line, the point at which it becomes more automatic than conscious. This progression challenges a common misconception about habit formation, the idea that it takes a specific number of days to form a new habit. You've probably heard that it takes 21 days or 30 days to form a habit. In reality, the time it takes is far less important than the number of repetitions. A habit performed twice in 30 days is far less likely to stick than one performed 60 times in the same period. The focus on time rather than frequency is a fundamental misunderstanding of how our brains work. Our neural pathways don't care about the passage of time, they care about the number of times a circuit is activated. This is why consistency is so crucial in habit formation. It's not about perfect streaks or arbitrary timelines, but about accumulating repetitions. Understanding this can be incredibly liberating. It shifts our focus from an often arbitrary deadline to the process itself. Instead of getting discouraged if we haven't mastered a habit in 21 days, we can celebrate each repetition as a step towards rewiring our brains. This insight leads us to a crucial principle in habit formation, the law of least effort. This law, deeply ingrained in human nature, states that when faced with similar options, we will naturally gravitate towards the one that requires the least amount of work. Far from being a character flaw, this tendency towards efficiency is a smart evolutionary strategy. Consider the fascinating example of how the shape of continents influenced the spread of agriculture. Crops spread more quickly across Europe and Asia than they did in the Americas, not because of any difference in the farmers' abilities or motivations, but simply because it was easier. The east-west orientation of Eurasia meant that crops could be transported to areas with similar climates more easily than in the north-south oriented Americas, where dramatic climate changes posed significant challenges. This principle of choosing the path of least resistance applies just as much to our personal habits as it does to global agricultural patterns. When we're trying to form a new habit, we're much more likely to succeed if we make it as easy as possible to perform. This isn't laziness, it's working with our brain's natural tendencies rather than against them. For instance, if you're trying to start a habit of daily exercise, you're more likely to succeed with a modest goal of 1 push-up a day than with an ambitious plan of 100 push-ups. The energy barrier to doing 1 push-up is so low that it's hard to find an excuse not to do it. And once you've started, it's often easier to do a few more. On the other hand, the prospect of doing 100 push-ups can be so daunting that you're more likely to skip it entirely on days when you're tired or busy. This principle of making habits as easy as possible to start is incredibly powerful. It's not about lowering your standards or giving up on ambitious goals. Rather, it's about understanding that the hardest part of any habit is often just getting started. By lowering the initial energy requirement, you make it much more likely that you'll take that crucial first step. Moreover, starting small doesn't mean staying small. Once a habit is established, it can be gradually expanded. That one push-up can grow into a full workout routine over time. The key is to make the habit so easy at first that you can't say no. Another powerful strategy in habit formation is environment design. Our surroundings play a much larger role in our behavior than we often realize. By structuring our environment to make good habits easy and bad habits difficult, we can significantly increase our chances of success. For example, if you want to eat healthier, simply placing fruit in a visible, easily accessible place and hiding less healthy snacks can make a big difference. If you want to read more, leaving a book on your bedside table and charging your phone in another room can help. These small environmental tweaks reduce the friction for good habits and increase it for less desirable ones. It's also worth considering the role of technology in habit formation. While often blamed for creating bad habits, technology can be a powerful tool for building good ones when used mindfully. Apps that track habits, send reminders, or gamify the process can provide helpful external cues and motivation. However, it's important to remember that these are tools to support the fundamental process of repetition and ease, not replacements for it. As we strive to form new habits, it's crucial to maintain a balance between challenge and ease. While we want to make habits as easy as possible to start, we also need to ensure they remain engaging and meaningful. A habit that's too easy might not provide the sense of accomplishment or progress that keeps us motivated in the long term. This is where the concept of just manageable difficulty comes in. The idea is to set the bar just high enough to be challenging, but not so high that it becomes discouraging. This sweet spot will vary from person to person and may change over time as you progress. The key is to continually adjust, always staying just at the edge of your comfort zone. It's also important to remember that habit formation is not a linear process. There will be setbacks, days when the habit feels harder than usual, or times when progress seems to plateau. This is normal and doesn't indicate failure. In fact, these challenges are often where the most significant growth occurs. Each time you push through resistance, you're strengthening your habit even more than on the easy days. Patience and self-compassion are crucial throughout this process. Lasting change takes time, and beating yourself up over slip-ups or slow progress is counterproductive. Instead, view each attempt at your habit, successful or not, as valuable data. What made it easier on some days? What made it harder on others? This information can help you refine your approach and make your habit even more robust. Remember, too, that habits don't exist in isolation. They're part of the broader context of your life, interacting with your other behaviors, your environment, and your overall goals. Sometimes, struggling with a particular habit might be a sign that it's not aligned with your broader life direction. It's okay to reassess and adjust your habits as your life and priorities evolve. In conclusion, the key to successful habit formation lies in understanding and working with our brain's natural tendencies. By focusing on consistent repetition rather than arbitrary timelines, making habits as easy as possible to start, designing our environment to support our goals, and maintaining a balance between challenge and achievability, we can effectively rewire our brains and transform our behaviors. The process of habit formation is a powerful tool for personal growth and transformation. It allows us to automate positive behaviors, freeing up mental energy for other tasks and gradually steering our lives in the direction we choose. While it requires patience and persistence, the compounding effects of good habits over time can lead to remarkable changes. As you embark on your own habit formation journey, remember that you're not just trying to change your behavior, you're literally reshaping your brain. Each repetition, no matter how small, is a step towards rewiring your neural pathways. Celebrate these small victories, learn from the setbacks, and trust in the process. With time and consistent effort, you have the power to transform not just your habits, but your entire life. Habits, those seemingly innocuous patterns of behavior, have an outsized impact on our lives. They shape our days, influence our decisions, and ultimately determine the trajectory of our personal and professional journeys. Yet, paradoxically, many of our most pervasive habits require surprisingly little motivation to maintain. Consider how effortlessly we reach for our phones to scroll through social media, check our emails, or binge-watch television shows. These activities consume vast swaths of our time precisely because they demand so little from us. Their convenience is their power. This observation leads us to a crucial insight: every habit, at its core, is an obstacle between us and our desired outcome. When we diet, we're not truly after the act of restricting our food intake, we're seeking the health and appearance benefits that come with it. Meditation isn't about sitting still, it's about achieving a state of calm and mental clarity. Journaling isn't the end goal, clear thinking is. Understanding this distinction is vital because it highlights the friction that exists between our current state and our aspirations. The more difficult a habit is to maintain, the more friction it introduces into our lives. This is why making our positive habits as effortless as possible is crucial for long-term success. By reducing the barriers to entry, we increase the likelihood of following through, even on days when our motivation wanes. It's about creating a path of least resistance towards our goals. However, this emphasis on ease might seem at odds with human achievement. After all, history is replete with examples of individuals accomplishing incredibly challenging feats. From raising children to building businesses to scaling the world's highest peaks, humans have demonstrated time and again their capacity for overcoming immense obstacles. How do we reconcile this with the idea that we're fundamentally lazy creatures? The answer lies in understanding the ebb and flow of human motivation. While we are indeed capable of Herculean efforts, our drive to tackle difficult tasks fluctuates. Some days we feel invincible, ready to take on the world. Other days, the simplest tasks feel insurmountable. It's on these challenging days that having systems and environments optimized for our success becomes crucial. By minimizing friction in our lives, we make it easier for our most motivated, capable selves to emerge and tackle the inevitable challenges life throws our way. This doesn't mean we should only pursue easy tasks. Rather, it suggests that we should strive to make the initial steps of important long-term habits as frictionless as possible. By doing so, we set ourselves up for success in the moments when our willpower is at its lowest. To illustrate this concept, imagine a garden hose with a kink in it. Water can still flow, but it's severely restricted. To increase the flow, you have two options. You can try to force more water through by cranking up the pressure, or you can simply remove the kink. Trying to boost your motivation to stick with a difficult habit is akin to forcing water through a kinked hose. It's possible, but it requires significant effort and creates unnecessary tension. Making your habits simpler and easier, on the other hand, is like straightening out the hose. You're not fighting against resistance, you're eliminating it altogether. One of the most effective strategies for reducing friction in our habits is through thoughtful environment design. This goes beyond simply making cues for our habits more obvious. It involves optimizing our surroundings to make the actions themselves easier to perform. For instance, when choosing where to practice a new habit, it's wise to select a location that's already part of your daily routine. If you're trying to establish a gym habit, choosing a facility that's on your way to work makes it far more likely you'll stop in regularly. It doesn't feel like you're going out of your way because it fits seamlessly into your existing pattern. This principle extends to our homes and workspaces as well. Too often, we attempt to build habits in high-friction environments. We try to adhere to strict diets while dining out with friends, write books in chaotic households, or focus on important work while surrounded by digital distractions. By identifying and eliminating these points of friction, we can dramatically increase our chances of success. The power of reducing friction is well illustrated by the transformation of Japanese manufacturing in the 1970s. Companies embraced the concept of lean production, meticulously examining every aspect of their processes to eliminate waste. This extended to redesigning workspaces so that employees could access tools without unnecessary twisting or turning. The results were remarkable. Japanese factories became more efficient, and their products more reliable than their American counterparts. By 1979, American workers needed 3 times as long to assemble television sets compared to their Japanese counterparts. This strategy of addition by subtraction has profound implications beyond manufacturing. In our personal lives, removing obstacles that drain our time and energy allows us to achieve more with less effort. It's why decluttering can feel so liberating. We're not just organizing our space, we're lightening the cognitive load our environment places on us. The most habit-forming products and services in our modern world excel at eliminating friction from our lives. Meal delivery services remove the need for grocery shopping. Dating apps simplify social introductions. Ride-sharing services make getting across town effortless. Each of these innovations automates, eliminates, or simplifies steps in processes that were once more cumbersome. Successful companies apply this principle rigorously to their product design. They reduce form fields, minimize account creation steps, and provide clear, concise instructions. Even small reductions in friction can have significant impacts. When the British government wanted to increase tax collection rates, they made a simple change. Instead of sending citizens to a web page where they could download a tax form, they provided a direct link to the form itself. This minor adjustment increased response rates from 19.2% to 23.4%, translating to millions in additional tax revenue. The key takeaway is clear: create an environment where doing the right thing is as easy as possible. Much of the challenge in building better habits comes down to finding ways to reduce the friction associated with positive behaviors while increasing the friction associated with negative ones. One intriguing approach to this is the concept of resetting the room as practiced by Oswald Knuckles, an IT developer from Mississippi. After finishing an activity, Knuckles takes a moment to prepare the space for its next use. After watching TV, he returns the remote to its designated spot, arranges the pillows, and folds the blanket. When leaving his car, he disposes of any trash. While waiting for the shower to warm up, he quickly wipes down the toilet. This practice serves a dual purpose. It's not just about cleaning up after the last action, but about reducing friction for the next one. By resetting each space to its optimal state, Knuckles is essentially laying out a welcome mat for his future self. He's making it easier to engage in positive behaviors by ensuring that the environment is always primed and ready. This approach can be applied broadly across various aspects of our lives. For instance, preparing your workout clothes the night before reduces the friction of getting ready for exercise in the morning. Setting out your writing materials or opening your document editor before bed makes it easier to start writing first thing in the day. Clearing your desk at the end of each workday sets the stage for a productive start the next morning. The beauty of this strategy is its simplicity and scalability. Small actions consistently applied can dramatically reshape our environment and, by extension, our behavior. It's a practical application of the idea that our physical space both reflects and influences our mental state. Moreover, the act of resetting our environment can itself become a rewarding habit. It provides a sense of closure to activities, creates a tangible sense of accomplishment, and fosters a mindset of continuous improvement. Over time, this practice can lead to a more organized, intentional way of living that extends far beyond the physical spaces we inhabit. In conclusion, the path to lasting habit change is often more about smart engineering than brute force willpower. By understanding the role of friction in our behaviors, optimizing our environments, and consistently preparing for future actions, we can make significant strides towards our goals with less struggle and more sustainability. This approach acknowledges our human tendencies towards the path of least resistance while harnessing that same tendency to work in our favor.
As we navigate the complexities of modern life, with its myriad distractions and competing priorities, these strategies offer a roadmap for reclaiming our time and energy. They remind us that often, the most profound changes come not from grandiose gestures, but from thoughtful adjustments to our daily routines and surroundings. By making our positive habits more convenient and our negative habits less so, we create an environment that naturally nudges us towards our best selves. Ultimately, this perspective invites us to view our habits not as battles to be won through sheer force of will, but as opportunities for intelligent design. It encourages us to be architects of our own behavior, crafting spaces and routines that align with our deepest aspirations. In doing so, we not only increase our chances of success, but also reduce the mental and emotional toll of constant self-regulation. As we move forward, let's challenge ourselves to look at our habits through this lens of friction and flow. Where can we straighten the hose in our lives? How can we reset our rooms, both literally and figuratively, to prime ourselves for success? By asking these questions and acting on the answers, we open up new possibilities for growth, achievement, and fulfillment. The journey of self-improvement need not be a constant uphill battle. With the right approach, it can be a thoughtfully designed path of gradual, sustainable progress. In the intricate tapestry of human behavior, habits stand out as the threads that weave our daily lives together. These automatic routines, often performed with little conscious thought, shape our experiences and outcomes in profound ways. Understanding the power of habits and learning to harness them effectively can be transformative, leading to increased productivity, better health, and greater overall satisfaction in life. Consider the case of Twyla Tharp, a renowned dancer and choreographer whose success is inextricably linked to her daily rituals. Each morning, without fail, Tharp begins her day by hailing a cab to take her to the gym. This simple act might seem insignificant at first glance, but it serves as the cornerstone of her entire routine. By habitualizing this small action, Tharp has effectively removed any opportunity for hesitation or second-guessing. The moment she steps into the cab, the rest of her morning unfolds almost automatically. This example beautifully illustrates a fundamental principle of habit formation: the power of small, consistent actions. By focusing on the initial step in this case, hailing a cab, Tharp has created a trigger that sets her entire morning routine in motion. The gym workout that follows becomes an inevitable consequence rather than a decision to be made anew each day. The influence of habits on our daily lives is staggering. Research suggests that between 40 to 50% of our actions on any given day are habitual. However, this statistic, impressive as it is, actually understates the true impact of habits on our behavior. Habits don't just account for a large portion of our actions, they also shape the conscious decisions that follow them. Think of habits as the on-ramps to a highway. Once you've merged onto that road, your direction and speed are largely determined. In the same way, our habits often set us on a path that influences our subsequent choices and actions. This is why we might find ourselves sitting through a movie we're not enjoying, continuing to snack well past the point of fullness, or losing track of time on our smartphones. The initial habitual action, turning on the TV, reaching for a snack, or picking up the phone, creates a momentum that's difficult to resist. This cascading effect of habits highlights their true power. While a single habit might only take a few seconds to perform, its influence can extend far beyond that brief moment. A morning habit of meditation, for instance, might only take 10 minutes, but it can set the tone for a calmer, more focused day. Conversely, a habit of checking social media first thing in the morning might lead to hours of distraction and reduced productivity. Understanding this principle allows us to leverage the power of habits to our advantage. By carefully choosing and cultivating positive habits, we can create a domino effect of beneficial behaviors throughout our day. This is where the concept of decisive moments comes into play. Decisive moments are those brief instances where we make choices that have an outsized impact on the course of our day. These are the forks in the road, the points where we decide between actions that align with our goals and those that don't. It's the moment when we choose between cooking a healthy meal or ordering takeout, between going for a run or watching another episode of our favorite show, between starting our work or procrastinating for just 5 more minutes. These moments might seem small and insignificant in isolation, but they stack up over the course of a day, week, month, and year to create vastly different outcomes. A single decision to go to the gym might not make much difference, but when that decision is made consistently over months and years, the cumulative effect is transformative. The power of these decisive moments lies in their ability to set us on different paths. Once we've made the initial choice to put on our running shoes, to open our textbook, to start preparing a healthy meal, the subsequent actions become much easier. It's as if we've created a groove for our behavior to follow, and staying in that groove requires less effort than veering off course. This insight provides us with a powerful strategy for behavior change. Instead of trying to overhaul our entire day at once, we can focus on identifying and optimizing these decisive moments. By creating habits that make the right choice the easy choice at these critical junctures, we can dramatically improve our odds of following through on our intentions. One effective way to do this is through environmental design. By structuring our surroundings to support our desired habits, we can reduce the friction associated with positive behaviors and increase the friction associated with negative ones. This approach recognizes that willpower is a finite resource, and that it's far more effective to change our environment than to rely solely on self-control. For instance, if you want to eat healthier, you might prep fruits and vegetables in advance and keep them easily accessible in your refrigerator. This simple act of preparation makes it more likely that you'll reach for these healthy options when you're hungry. Conversely, you might store less healthy snacks in hard-to-reach places or avoid buying them altogether, increasing the effort required to indulge in them. The same principle can be applied to other areas of life. If you want to read more, keep books visible and within easy reach in your living space. If you want to exercise more consistently, lay out your workout clothes the night before. If you want to reduce your social media usage, remove the apps from your phone or use website blockers on your computer. These environmental tweaks might seem small, but they can have a profound impact on our behavior. By making the desired action the path of least resistance, we harness our natural tendency to gravitate towards easier options. This strategy aligns our environment with our intentions, making it more likely that we'll follow through on our goals, even when our motivation wavers. Another powerful technique for habit formation is the 2-minute rule. This rule suggests that when you're trying to establish a new habit, you should scale it down to an action that takes 2 minutes or less to complete. The idea is to make the habit so easy that you can't say no to it. For example, if your goal is to read more, your 2-minute habit might be to read 1 page each day. If you want to start a journaling practice, commit to writing for just 2 minutes. If you're trying to establish a meditation habit, begin with just 2 minutes of mindful breathing. The beauty of this approach is twofold. First, it makes the habit so easy that you're likely to follow through even on days when you're tired or unmotivated. Second, it gets you over the often challenging hurdle of simply starting. Once you've begun the activity, you'll often find that you continue beyond the 2-minute mark. This strategy recognizes that consistency is more important than intensity when it comes to habit formation. It's better to meditate for 2 minutes every day than to do an hour-long session once a week. The regular repetition of the behavior, no matter how small, helps to solidify the neural pathways associated with the habit, making it increasingly automatic over time. Moreover, the 2-minute rule allows for gradual progression. As the initial 2-minute action becomes habitual, you can slowly expand the duration or complexity of the habit. What starts as 2 minutes of reading might grow into 30 minutes or an hour. A 2-minute journaling habit might evolve into a rich daily writing practice. The key is to focus on establishing the habit loop, the cue, the routine, and the reward rather than on achieving a particular outcome. By making the habit easy to start and consistently repeatable, you create a foundation upon which more substantial behavior change can be built. It's also worth noting that the inverse of this principle can be used to break undesirable habits. If you want to reduce a negative behavior, you can increase the friction associated with it. For instance, if you find yourself watching too much television, you might unplug the TV after each use and store the remote in a drawer. This small increase in effort can be enough to break the automatic nature of the habit and give you a moment to reconsider your choice. Ultimately, the goal is to create an environment and a set of habits that make positive behaviors easy and negative behaviors difficult. This approach recognizes that our willpower is limited and that sustained behavior change is more likely to come from changing our surroundings than from sheer force of will. As we navigate the complexities of modern life with its myriad distractions and competing priorities, understanding and leveraging the power of habits becomes increasingly crucial. By focusing on the small, everyday choices that shape our behavior, we can gradually steer ourselves towards the lives we aspire to lead. This perspective invites us to view our daily routines not as a series of inconsequential actions, but as opportunities to align our behavior with our goals. Every habit, no matter how small, is a vote for the type of person we want to become. When we choose to read a page instead of scrolling through social media, when we opt for a healthy snack instead of junk food, when we decide to meditate for 2 minutes instead of immediately checking our emails, we are casting votes for our ideal selves. The cumulative effect of these small choices can be truly transformative. Over time, these habits shape not just our actions, but our identities. We become readers, healthy eaters, mindful individuals not through single, heroic efforts, but through the consistent repetition of small, positive actions. Moreover, this approach to behavior change is inherently empowering. Instead of feeling overwhelmed by the magnitude of our goals, we can focus on taking small, manageable steps in the right direction. We recognize that every day presents us with numerous opportunities to make choices that align with our aspirations. As we become more attuned to the decisive moments in our days, we can approach them with greater intentionality. We can design our environments and routines to support our goals, making it easier to make positive choices even when our motivation wavers. We can leverage the power of small habits to create momentum towards larger changes. In essence, mastering our habits is about mastering ourselves. It's about recognizing the immense power we have to shape our lives through the small choices we make each day. By understanding the mechanics of habit formation and leveraging principles like environmental design and the 2-minute rule, we can gradually reshape our behaviors and, by extension, our lives. This journey of self-improvement through habit formation is not about achieving perfection or adhering to a rigid set of rules. Rather, it's about creating systems that naturally guide us towards our goals. It's about making the right choices easier and the wrong choices harder. It's about harnessing the power of incremental progress to create lasting change. As we embark on this journey, it's important to approach it with patience and self-compassion. Changing ingrained habits takes time, and setbacks are a normal part of the process. The key is to focus on consistency rather than perfection, to celebrate small victories, and to view each day as a new opportunity to align our actions with our intentions. In conclusion, the study of habits offers you a powerful lens through which to view personal growth and behavior change. By understanding the outsized impact of small actions, the importance of decisive moments, and the power of environmental design, we can approach self-improvement in a more strategic and effective way. As we master our habits, we don't just change our behaviors, we change our lives. In the intricate tapestry of human behavior, our daily choices serve as the individual threads that, when woven together, create the fabric of our lives. Among these myriad decisions, certain moments stand out as particularly significant. These are what we might call decisive moments. These pivotal instances, often seemingly small and inconsequential, have the power to shape the course of our day and, by extension, our lives. Consider the simple act of walking into a restaurant. On the surface, it might appear to be a mundane decision, but in reality, it's a decisive moment that sets the stage for what follows. By choosing to enter a particular establishment, you've effectively determined the range of options available for your meal. If you step into a steakhouse, your choices are immediately constrained to what's on their menu. You can order a sirloin or a ribeye, but sushi is off the table. This principle extends far beyond food choices. It applies to virtually every aspect of our lives. These decisive moments are the junctures at which our habits exert their influence most powerfully. Our habitual behaviors lead us down certain paths, opening some doors while closing others. This is why developing an awareness of these critical points throughout our day is so crucial. Each day is composed of countless moments, but it's the habitual choices we make at these key junctures that ultimately determine the trajectory of our time and energy. Understanding this concept allows us to approach personal growth and habit formation from a more strategic perspective. Instead of trying to overhaul our entire lifestyle at once, a daunting task that often leads to frustration and failure, we can focus on identifying and optimizing these decisive moments. By doing so, we create a ripple effect that can lead to significant changes over time. However, even when we recognize the importance of starting small, it's all too easy to fall into the trap of trying to do too much too soon. The excitement of potential change can be intoxicating, leading us to set unrealistic goals or attempt to make sweeping changes overnight. This is where the 2-minute rule comes into play, a powerful strategy for making habits stick. The 2-minute rule posits that when you're trying to establish a new habit, it should take less than 2 minutes to do. This might seem counterintuitive at first. After all, how can you achieve significant change in just 2 minutes? But the beauty of this rule lies in its simplicity and its focus on getting started. Almost any habit can be distilled down to a 2-minute version. Want to read more? Start with reading just 1 page before bed. Aiming to exercise regularly? Begin by simply putting on your workout clothes. Hoping to improve your diet? Start by adding 1 vegetable to your plate at dinner. The key is to make the initial action so easy that it's almost impossible to say no to it. This approach is powerful for several reasons. Firstly, it removes the intimidation factor that often comes with trying to establish new habits. Reading an entire book might seem daunting, but reading a single page is manageable for anyone. Secondly, it leverages the principle of momentum. Once you've started an activity, it's much easier to continue. You might sit down intending to read just 1 page, only to find yourself engrossed in the book an hour later. The 2-minute rule isn't about limiting yourself to only 2 minutes of an activity. Rather, it's about creating what we might call a gateway habit, a small, easy action that naturally leads you down a more productive path. It's about mastering the art of showing up consistently, which is the foundation of any lasting habit. This concept aligns with the idea that habits must be established before they can be improved. Many people make the mistake of trying to optimize a habit before it's even become a regular part of their routine. But if you can't consistently show up, you have little hope of mastering the finer details. The 2-minute rule allows you to focus on the most critical aspect of habit formation: consistency. As you become more consistent with your 2-minute habit, it begins to serve as a ritual that signals the beginning of a larger routine. This ritualization is actually an ideal way to approach mastering difficult skills. By standardizing the beginning of a process, you make it easier to slip into a state of deep focus. Athletes often have specific warm-up routines that help them get into the right mindset for peak performance. Writers might have a particular ritual they follow before sitting down to work. These routines serve as triggers that tell your brain it's time to focus on the task at hand. Some might view the 2-minute rule as a psychological trick, and in a sense it is. You know that your ultimate goal is to do more than just 2 minutes of an activity. But this trick is based on sound psychological principles. It's about making the barrier to entry so low that you can't help but take action. And once you've taken that first step, you've already overcome the hardest part: getting started. If the idea of tricking yourself doesn't sit well with you, try this variation: do the activity for 2 minutes and then stop, even if you want to continue. Go for a run, but stop after 2 minutes. Start meditating, but stop after 2 minutes. Study a new language, but stop after 2 minutes. This approach can be particularly effective because it leaves you wanting more, which increases the likelihood that you'll return to the activity the next day. This strategy has proven effective for many people across various goals. One individual used it to lose over 100 pounds. He started by going to the gym each day, but limiting himself to just 5 minutes. After a few weeks, he naturally began to extend his workouts. The key was that he had established the habit of going to the gym consistently before trying to do lengthy workouts. Journaling provides another excellent example of the power of this approach. Many people avoid journaling or give up quickly because it feels like a chore. But by committing to write for just 2 minutes a day, or to write less than you feel like writing, you can build a consistent habit without it ever feeling burdensome. This principle of stopping before it feels like work can be applied to virtually any habit you're trying to establish. The 2-minute rule and similar strategies are effective for another crucial reason: they reinforce the identity you want to build. Every time you show up to do your 2-minute habit, you're casting a vote for your new identity. If you go to the gym for 5 days in a row, even if it's just for 2 minutes each time, you're reinforcing your identity as someone who doesn't miss workouts. You're not focused on getting in shape, the outcome. You're focused on becoming the type of person who exercises regularly, the identity. This shift in focus from outcomes to identity is a powerful one. It's easy to get consumed by end goals: losing weight, writing a book, learning a new skill. But by focusing on the smallest actions that confirm the type of person you want to be, you're laying the groundwork for lasting change. 1 push-up is better than not exercising at all. 1 minute of guitar practice is better than none. 1 page of reading is better than never picking up a book. As you consistently show up and your 2-minute habit becomes ingrained, you can begin to shape it towards your ultimate goal. This process, which we might call habit shaping, involves gradually scaling up your habit while still maintaining your focus on the crucial first 2 minutes. For example, if your goal is to become an early riser, you might start by simply being home by 10 p.m. every night. Once that becomes easy, you move to having all devices turned off by 10 p.m. The next step might be being in bed by 10 p.m., then lights off by 10 p.m., and finally waking up at 6 a.m. each day. At each day, you're focusing on mastering just the first 2 minutes of the behavior before moving on to the next level. This gradual approach can be applied to any habit you're trying to build. If you want to become vegan, you might start by adding vegetables to each meal, then progressively eliminating different types of animal products from your diet. If you're aiming to establish an exercise routine, you begin with simply changing into workout clothes, then stepping out the door for a walk, and gradually building up to regular gym sessions. The beauty of this approach lies in its flexibility and its respect for the gradual nature of true behavior change. It recognizes that lasting habits are built slowly and consistently, not through Herculean efforts that burn you out quickly. It allows you to celebrate small victories along the way, reinforcing your motivation and your new identity. Moreover, this strategy aligns with our understanding of how the brain forms habits. Neuroscience tells us that habits are formed through repetition, as neural pathways are strengthened through consistent use. By focusing on small, manageable actions that you can repeat daily, you're effectively training your brain to associate certain cues with certain behaviors. It's worth noting that this approach to habit formation doesn't just apply to personal habits, it can be equally effective in professional settings or when trying to implement changes in organizations. Too often, companies try to implement sweeping changes all at once, leading to resistance and failed initiatives. By breaking down large changes into smaller, more manageable steps, organizations can more effectively guide their employees towards new ways of working. As you embark on your journey of habit formation, it's crucial to maintain a perspective of patience and self-compassion. Change takes time and setbacks are a normal part of the process. The goal isn't perfection, but progress. Every time you show up for your 2-minute habit, you're moving in the right direction, regardless of what happens afterwards. Remember, too, that the habits you're working to establish are not the end goal in themselves. They are the entry point, the first step on a longer journey. Just as hailing a cab was the crucial first step in Twyla Tharp's morning routine, your 2-minute habit is the gateway to larger changes and growth. In conclusion, the path to lasting change lies not in grand gestures or heroic efforts, but in the small, consistent actions we take each day. By understanding the power of decisive moments, leveraging the 2-minute rule, and focusing on identity-based habits, we can create meaningful change in our lives. It's about making the right behaviors easy, focusing on consistency over intensity, and trusting in the compounding effect of small actions over time. As you move forward, challenge yourself to identify the decisive moments in your day. Where are the points at which a small choice could lead you down a more positive path? Then, apply the 2-minute rule to create gateway habits that align with your goals. Remember, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, or in this case, a single 2-minute action. By mastering the art of showing up, you set the stage for transformative change and growth. Your future self will thank you for the small, consistent efforts you make today. In the realm of personal development and habit formation, we often focus on strategies to make positive behaviors easier to adopt. However, an equally powerful approach is to make undesirable habits more difficult to maintain. This principle is beautifully illustrated by the story of Victor Hugo and his novel, The Hunchback of Notre Dame. In 1830, Hugo found himself in a predicament familiar to many creatives. He had promised his publisher a new book, but had spent the year procrastinating. Faced with an imminent deadline, Hugo devised an ingenious, if unconventional, solution. He gathered all his clothes and had them locked away, leaving himself with nothing but a large shawl to wear. Unable to leave his study without proper attire, Hugo had no choice but to focus on his writing. The result: The Hunchback of Notre Dame was completed ahead of schedule. This anecdote exemplifies what psychologists call a commitment device, a choice made in the present that controls future actions. By removing the option to engage in other activities, Hugo created an environment where writing was the path of least resistance. This strategy inverts the common advice to make good habits easier. Instead, it focuses on making bad habits harder. Commitment devices can take many forms, each tailored to address specific challenges. For those struggling with overeating, purchasing food in individual portions rather than bulk sizes can serve as a natural limit on consumption. Gamblers might voluntarily add themselves to casino ban lists to prevent future indulgences. Athletes needing to maintain a certain weight for competition might leave their wallets at home to avoid the temptation of fast food. These strategies work by leveraging our good intentions before we can fall victim to temptation. They recognize that willpower is a finite resource and that the environment often plays a more significant role in our behavior than sheer determination. By altering our environment or creating obstacles to undesired behaviors, we can guide ourselves towards better choices without relying solely on willpower. The key to effective commitment devices is to make the effort required to break a good habit or engage in a bad one greater than the effort to maintain the desired behavior. For instance, if you're trying to establish a fitness routine, you might schedule and pay for classes in advance. The financial commitment and the social expectation of attendance create a situation where following through requires less effort than cancelling. While commitment devices are powerful tools for behavior change, we can push this concept even further. Instead of just making bad habits difficult, we can strive to make good habits inevitable and bad habits impossible. This approach is exemplified by the story of John Henry Patterson and the invention of the cash register. In the mid-1800s, Patterson owned a small supply store that was struggling due to employee theft. At the time, this was a common problem with no easy solution. However, Patterson's fortunes changed when he discovered Ritty's incorruptible cashier, the first cash register. By automatically locking away cash and receipts after each transaction, the machine made theft practically impossible. The results were immediate, and dramatic. Patterson's business went from losing money to turning a significant profit within 6 months. The brilliance of the cash register lay in its ability to automate ethical behavior. Rather than trying to change the employee's mindset or increase surveillance, it simply removed the option to steal. This principle can be applied to various aspects of our lives. By creating systems that make preferred behaviors automatic and undesired behaviors impractical, we can effect lasting change with minimal ongoing effort. This concept of one-time actions that pay dividends over time is particularly intriguing. These are choices that require some initial effort, but create increasing value as time passes. For example, installing a water filter can lead to long-term improvements in health and reduced plastic waste. Buying a quality mattress can enhance sleep quality for years to come. Unsubscribing from unnecessary emails can permanently reduce daily distractions. The power of these one-time actions lies in their ability to shape our environment and, by extension, our behavior without requiring constant conscious effort. They embody the principle of making good habits easier and bad habits harder on a long-term scale. By thoughtfully modifying our surroundings and systems, we can create an environment that naturally guides us towards better choices. Consider the impact of seemingly small changes like using smaller plates to reduce caloric intake or removing the TV from the bedroom to improve sleep habits. These simple actions can have profound effects on our health and well-being over time. Similarly, financial habits can be dramatically improved through one-time actions like setting up automatic savings plans or bill payments. The beauty of this approach is its simplicity and accessibility. While not everyone may have the willpower to consistently make healthy choices or stick to a budget, most people can manage a one-time action that sets up a more supportive environment. This democratizes the process of habit formation, making it attainable for a wider range of individuals. Moreover, these strategies often have compounding effects. For instance, improving sleep quality through better bedding and a TV-free bedroom can lead to increased energy and productivity during the day. This, in turn, might make it easier to maintain a regular exercise routine or make healthier food choices. Similarly, automating finances can reduce stress and free up mental energy for other pursuits. It's important to note that while these strategies can be highly effective, they're not a panacea. Personal growth and habit formation still require effort and commitment. However, by focusing on creating an environment that supports our goals, we can significantly reduce the amount of willpower required to maintain positive habits. This approach also aligns well with our understanding of human psychology. We are profoundly influenced by our environment, often more than we realize. By consciously shaping that environment, we can harness this influence for our benefit. It's a way of working with our natural tendencies rather than constantly fighting against them. Furthermore, this strategy of environmental design can be applied at various scales. Individuals can use it to improve personal habits, but it can also be implemented at organizational or societal levels. For example, companies might redesign office spaces to encourage more movement or collaboration. Cities could modify urban planning to promote walking and cycling over driving. As we consider implementing these strategies in our own lives, it's worth taking time to reflect on our specific challenges and goals. What are the habits we're struggling to form or break? What aspects of our environment might be hindering our progress? By identifying these pain points, we can more effectively target our interventions. It's also valuable to think creatively about potential solutions. While some commitment devices or environmental changes might be obvious, others might require more innovative thinking. The goal is to find solutions that work for our individual circumstances and preferences. Additionally, it's crucial to approach this process with patience and self-compassion. Habit change is rarely a linear process, and setbacks are normal. The advantage of focusing on environmental changes is that they continue to exert their influence, even when our motivation wavers. In conclusion, while traditional advice on habit formation often focuses on willpower and motivation, there's immense power in shaping our environment to support our goals. By creating commitment devices, automating good behaviors, and making one-time changes that yield long-term benefits, we can significantly increase our chances of success. This approach recognizes that sustainable change often comes not from Herculean efforts of will, but from thoughtful adjustments to our surroundings and systems. It's about creating an environment where good habits are the path of least resistance and bad habits require conscious effort to maintain. As we move forward in our personal growth journeys, let's consider how we can leverage these principles. What commitment devices might help us overcome our specific challenges? What one-time actions could we take to set ourselves up for long-term success? By answering these questions and taking action, we can create lasting change with less ongoing effort, freeing up our mental energy to focus on what truly matters in our lives. Remember, the goal isn't perfection, but progress. Every step we take to align our environment with our aspirations is a step towards becoming the person we want to be. By making good habits inevitable and bad habits impossible, we're not just changing our behaviors, we're reshaping our lives. In the realm of personal development and habit formation, we often focus on strategies to make positive behaviors easier to adopt. However, an equally powerful approach is to make undesirable habits more difficult to maintain. This principle is beautifully illustrated by the story of Victor Hugo and his novel, The Hunchback of Notre Dame. In 1830, Hugo found himself in a predicament familiar to many creatives. He had promised his publisher a new book but had spent the year procrastinating. Faced with an imminent deadline, Hugo devised an ingenious, if unconventional, solution. He gathered all his clothes and had them locked away, leaving himself with nothing but a large shawl to wear. Unable to leave his study without proper attire, Hugo had no choice but to focus on his writing. The result? The Hunchback of Notre Dame was completed ahead of schedule. This anecdote exemplifies what psychologists call a commitment device, a choice made in the present that controls future actions. By removing the option to engage in other activities, Hugo created an environment where writing was the path of least resistance. This strategy inverts the common advice to make good habits easier. Instead, it focuses on making bad habits harder. Commitment devices can take many forms, each tailored to address specific challenges. For those struggling with overeating, purchasing food in individual portions rather than bulk sizes can serve as a natural limit on consumption. Gamblers might voluntarily add themselves to casino ban lists to prevent future indulgences. Athletes needing to maintain a certain weight for competition might leave their wallets at home to avoid the temptation of fast food. These strategies work by leveraging our good intentions before we can fall victim to temptation. They recognize that willpower is a finite resource, and that the environment often plays a more significant role in our behavior than sheer determination. By altering our environment or creating obstacles to undesired behaviors, we can guide ourselves towards better choices without relying solely on willpower. The key to effective commitment devices is to make the effort required to break a good habit or engage in a bad one greater than the effort to maintain the desired behavior. For instance, if you're trying to establish a fitness routine, you might schedule and pay for classes in advance. The financial commitment and the social expectation of attendance create a situation where following through requires less effort than cancelling. While commitment devices are powerful tools for behavior change, we can push this concept even further. Instead of just making bad habits difficult, we can strive to make good habits inevitable and bad habits impossible. This approach is exemplified by the story of John Henry Patterson and the invention of the cash register. In the mid-1800s, Patterson owned a small supply store that was struggling due to employee theft. At the time, this was a common problem with no easy solution. However, Patterson's fortunes changed when he discovered Ritty's incorruptible cashier, the first cash register. By automatically locking away cash and receipts after each transaction, the machine made theft practically impossible. The results were immediate and dramatic. Patterson's business went from losing money to turning a significant profit within 6 months. The brilliance of the cash register lay in its ability to automate ethical behavior. Rather than trying to change the employee's mindset or increase surveillance, it simply removed the option to steal. This principle can be applied to various aspects of our lives. By creating systems that make preferred behaviors automatic and undesired behaviors impractical, we can effect lasting change with minimal ongoing effort. This concept of one-time actions that pay dividends over time is particularly intriguing. These are choices that require some initial effort but create increasing value as time passes. For example, installing a water filter can lead to long-term improvements in health and reduced plastic waste. Buying a quality mattress can enhance sleep quality for years to come. Unsubscribing from unnecessary emails can permanently reduce daily distractions. The power of these one-time actions lies in their ability to shape our environment and, by extension, our behavior without requiring constant conscious effort. They embody the principle of making good habits easier and bad habits harder on a long-term scale. By thoughtfully modifying our surroundings and systems, we can create an environment that naturally guides us towards better choices. Consider the impact of seemingly small changes like using smaller plates to reduce caloric intake or removing the TV from the bedroom to improve sleep habits. These simple actions can have profound effects on our health and well-being over time. Similarly, financial habits can be dramatically improved through one-time actions like setting up automatic savings plans or bill payments. The beauty of this approach is its simplicity and accessibility. While not everyone may have the willpower to consistently make healthy choices or stick to a budget, most people can manage a one-time action that sets up a more supportive environment. This democratizes the process of habit formation, making it attainable for a wider range of individuals. Moreover, these strategies often have compounding effects. For instance, improving sleep quality through better bedding and a TV-free bedroom can lead to increased energy and productivity during the day. This, in turn, might make it easier to maintain a regular exercise routine or make healthier food choices. Similarly, automating finances can reduce stress and free up mental energy for other pursuits. It's important to note that while these strategies can be highly effective, they're not a panacea. Personal growth and habit formation still require effort and commitment. However, by focusing on creating an environment that supports our goals, we can significantly reduce the amount of willpower required to maintain positive habits. This approach also aligns well with our understanding of human psychology. We are profoundly influenced by our environment, often more than we realize. By consciously shaping that environment, we can harness this influence for our benefit. It's a way of working with our natural tendencies rather than constantly fighting against them. Furthermore, this strategy of environmental design can be applied at various scales. Individuals can use it to improve personal habits, but it can also be implemented at organizational or societal levels. For example, companies might redesign office spaces to encourage more movement or collaboration. Cities could modify urban planning to promote walking and cycling over driving. As we consider implementing these strategies in our own lives, it's worth taking time to reflect on our specific challenges and goals. What are the habits we're struggling to form or break? What aspects of our environment might be hindering our progress? By identifying these pain points, we can more effectively target our interventions. It's also valuable to think creatively about potential solutions. While some commitment devices or environmental changes might be obvious, others might require more innovative thinking. The goal is to find solutions that work for our individual circumstances and preferences. Additionally, it's crucial to approach this process with patience and self-compassion. Habit change is rarely a linear process, and setbacks are normal. The advantage of focusing on environmental changes is that they continue to exert their influence even when our motivation wavers. In conclusion, while traditional advice on habit formation often focuses on willpower and motivation, there's immense power in shaping our environment to support our goals. By creating commitment devices, automating good behaviors, and making one-time changes that yield long-term benefits, we can significantly increase our chances of success. This approach recognizes that sustainable change often comes not from Herculean efforts of will, but from thoughtful adjustments to our surroundings and systems. It's about creating an environment where good habits are the path of least resistance and bad habits require conscious effort to maintain. As we move forward in our personal growth journeys, let's consider how we can leverage these principles. What commitment devices might help us overcome our specific challenges? What one-time actions could we take to set ourselves up for long-term success? By answering these questions and taking action, we can create lasting change with less ongoing effort, freeing up our mental energy to focus on what truly matters in our lives. Remember, the goal isn't perfection, but progress. Every step we take to align our environment with our aspirations is a step towards becoming the person we want to be. By making good habits inevitable and bad habits impossible, we're not just changing our behaviors, we're reshaping our lives. In the bustling streets of a Pakistani neighborhood, where unsanitary conditions once led to widespread illness and disease, a remarkable transformation took place. This change wasn't brought about by advanced medical treatments or cutting-edge technology, but by something as simple as soap and the habit of hand-washing. The story begins with contaminated water sources causing epidemics of diarrhea, vomiting, and abdominal pain. In this densely populated area, nearly 1/3 of the children were malnourished, and the close quarters allowed viruses and bacterial infections to spread like wildfire. It was this dire public health crisis that brought researcher Stephen Luby and his team to Pakistan. Upon arrival, Luby and his colleagues quickly realized that in such an environment with poor sanitation, the simple act of washing one's hands could make a significant difference in the health of the residents. However, they soon discovered a surprising fact: many people were already aware that hand washing was important. This revelation highlights a crucial point about human behavior. Knowledge alone is often not enough to change habits or improve outcomes. The residents understood the importance of hand washing, but their practices were inconsistent and haphazard. Some would merely run their hands under water quickly, others would wash only one hand, and many would simply forget to wash their hands before preparing food. The problem wasn't a lack of information, it was a lack of consistency. This scenario is not unique to hand washing or to this particular community. We often see similar patterns in various aspects of our lives. We know we should exercise regularly, eat a balanced diet, or save money for the future, yet we struggle to consistently follow through on these intentions. This gap between knowledge and action is a fundamental challenge in behavior change. Recognizing this, Luby and his team took an innovative approach. They partnered with Procter & Gamble to supply the neighborhood with Safeguard soap. This wasn't just any ordinary soap, it was a premium product that provided a more enjoyable hand-washing experience. The soap foamed easily, allowing people to lather their hands with suds, and it had a pleasant scent. Suddenly, hand-washing became slightly more pleasurable. This strategy tapped into a powerful principle of behavior change: make it satisfying. We are more likely to repeat behaviors that provide immediate, positive feedback. The pleasant sensory experience of using the Safeguard soap, the feel of the lather, the appealing scent created a small but significant reward for the act of hand-washing. The results were dramatic. Within months, the researchers observed a rapid shift in the health of children in the neighborhood. The rate of diarrhea fell by 52%, pneumonia by 48%, and impetigo, a bacterial skin infection, by 35%. These improvements in health outcomes were achieved not through complex medical interventions, but through the consistent practice of a simple habit made more enjoyable. Even more impressive were the long-term effects. When the researchers returned to some of the households in Karachi 6 years later, they found that over 95% of households who had been given the soap for free and encouraged to wash their hands still had a hand-washing station with soap and water available. The researchers hadn't provided any soap to the intervention group for over 5 years, yet the habit had become so ingrained that the practice was maintained. This long-term adherence to the hand-washing habit illustrates another critical aspect of behavior change: the power of habit formation. Once a behavior becomes habitual, it requires less conscious effort and decision-making. It becomes an automatic response to certain cues or situations. In this case, the residents had internalized hand-washing as a routine part of their daily lives, continuing the practice even years after the initial intervention. The success of this hand-washing initiative in Pakistan exemplifies what can be considered the fourth law of behavior change: make it satisfying. This principle asserts that we are more likely to repeat a behavior when the experience is satisfying. It's a logical concept: feelings of pleasure, even minor ones, signal to our brain that a behavior is worth remembering and repeating. This principle isn't limited to hand-washing. We can see its application in various products and behaviors that have become widespread habits. Take chewing gum, for instance. While gum had been sold commercially throughout the 1800s, It wasn't until Wrigley launched in 1891 that it became a worldwide habit. Wrigley's innovation was to add flavors like spearmint and juicy fruit, making the product more enjoyable to use. They further enhanced the appeal by marketing gum as a way to refresh your taste, associating it with the pleasant feeling of a clean mouth. The success of flavored toothpaste follows a similar pattern. Manufacturers saw great success when they added flavors like spearmint, peppermint, and cinnamon to their products. These flavors don't actually improve the effectiveness of toothpaste in cleaning teeth. Instead, they create a clean mouth feel and make the experience of brushing teeth more pleasurable. This added satisfaction makes people more likely to maintain the habit of regular toothbrushing. These examples illustrate a fundamental truth about human behavior: what is rewarded is repeated, and what is punished is avoided. We learn what to do in the future based on what we were rewarded for, punished for in the past. Positive emotions cultivate habits, while negative emotions tend to destroy them. However, there's a crucial aspect to this principle that's easy to overlook. When we talk about making behaviors satisfying, we're not looking for just any type of satisfaction. We're specifically seeking immediate satisfaction. This is where we encounter a significant challenge in modern society: the mismatch between immediate and delayed rewards. To understand this mismatch, it's helpful to consider the environment in which the human brain evolved. For most of our species' history, we lived in what scientists call an immediate return environment. Imagine being an animal roaming the plains of Africa. Your decisions typically have an immediate impact. You're constantly focused on immediate concerns like finding food, avoiding predators, or seeking shelter. Your actions deliver clear and immediate outcomes. In contrast, modern society often operates in what's called a delayed return environment. Many of the choices we make today won't benefit us immediately. If we do a good job at work, we might get a paycheck in a few weeks. If we exercise today, we might see health benefits months or years down the line. If we save money now, it might secure our retirement decades in the future. This shift to a delayed return environment is relatively recent in human history, primarily occurring in the last 500 years or so. Compared to the age of the human brain, which has remained largely unchanged for about 200,000 years, modern society is brand new. Our brains evolved in an environment where immediate rewards were crucial for survival. And we still carry that hardware with us today. This mismatch between our brain's preference for immediate rewards and the delayed nature of many modern benefits creates significant challenges. It's one reason why we often struggle with behaviors that have long-term benefits but little immediate payoff. Saving for retirement, maintaining a healthy diet, or studying for future exams all require us to override our innate preference for immediate gratification. Understanding this mismatch is crucial for anyone trying to change their behavior or habits. It explains why it's often so difficult to maintain motivation for long-term goals, and why we're easily swayed by short-term pleasures even when we know they might not be in our best interest. So, how can we bridge this gap between our brain's desire for immediate satisfaction and the often delayed rewards of beneficial behaviors? One effective strategy is to find ways to add immediate positive feedback to otherwise unrewarding tasks. For instance, if you're trying to establish a habit of daily exercise, you might pair your workout with listening to your favorite podcast or audiobook. This way, even on days when you don't feel particularly motivated to exercise, you have the immediate reward of enjoying engaging content. Similarly, if you're trying to eat healthier, you might focus on finding nutritious recipes that are also delicious, providing immediate taste satisfaction alongside long-term health benefits. Another approach is to use a habit tracker or similar tool to provide immediate visual feedback on your progress. The simple act of marking off a day on a calendar or seeing a streak of successful days can provide a small but meaningful sense of accomplishment, helping to bridge the gap until the long-term benefits of your habit become apparent. It's also worth noting that while our brains may be wired for immediate gratification, we humans have a unique capacity for long-term thinking and planning. By consciously cultivating an appreciation for delayed rewards and regularly reminding ourselves of our long-term goals, we can gradually shift our perspective and find more satisfaction in behaviors that contribute to those goals. In conclusion, the story of the hand-washing initiative in Pakistan and the broader principles it illustrates offer valuable insights into human behavior and habit formation. By understanding the power of immediate satisfaction and the challenges posed by our delayed return environment, we can design more effective strategies for personal growth and societal change. Whether we're trying to improve public health, encourage better financial habits, or simply stick to our New Year's resolutions, making behaviors more immediately satisfying can be a powerful tool for positive change. As we navigate the complexities of modern life with our Stone Age brains, being aware of these principles can help us make better choices, form lasting habits, and bridge the gap between our actions today and our goals for tomorrow. By aligning our behaviors with both our long-term aspirations and our innate need for immediate satisfaction, we can create meaningful, sustainable changes in our lives and our world. In our quest for self-improvement and personal growth, we often find ourselves grappling with a peculiar challenge: the disconnect between our long-term aspirations and our short-term actions. This phenomenon, known as time inconsistency, is a fundamental aspect of human behavior that has far-reaching implications for our daily lives and long-term success. At its core, time inconsistency refers to our brain's tendency to value immediate rewards more highly than future benefits. This bias towards instant gratification is deeply ingrained in our neural circuitry, a remnant of our evolutionary past when immediate survival took precedence over long-term planning. In most situations, this inclination serves us well. After all, a reward that's certain and available right now is typically more valuable than one that's merely possible in the future. However, this same tendency can sometimes lead us astray, particularly in the modern world where many of our most important goals require sustained effort and delayed gratification. This misalignment between our immediate desires and our long-term objectives is at the heart of many of our struggles with habit formation and behavior change. Consider, for instance, the paradox of harmful behaviors like smoking, overeating, or engaging in unsafe sex. Most people are well aware of the potential long-term consequences of these actions. We know that smoking increases the risk of lung cancer, that overeating can lead to obesity and associated health problems, and that unsafe sex can result in sexually transmitted diseases. Yet, despite this knowledge, many individuals continue to engage in these behaviors. The reason for this apparent contradiction becomes clear when we understand how our brain prioritizes rewards. The consequences of these harmful habits are often delayed, sometimes by years or even decades. In contrast, the rewards are immediate and tangible. Smoking might increase your risk of cancer in the future, but it reduces stress and satisfies nicotine cravings now. Overeating may lead to health problems down the line, but it provides immediate pleasure and satiation. Unsafe sex might result in disease later, but it offers instant gratification. This pattern isn't limited to harmful habits. In fact, it's a characteristic of virtually all habits, both good and bad. Every habit produces multiple outcomes across time, but these outcomes are often misaligned. With detrimental habits, the immediate outcome is usually pleasurable, while the ultimate outcome is negative. Conversely, with beneficial habits, the immediate experience is often unenjoyable, but the long-term results are positive. Take exercise, for example. The immediate experience of working out can be uncomfortable, even painful. Your muscles ache, you're out of breath, and you might prefer to be relaxing on the couch. However, the long-term benefits of regular exercise, improved health, increased energy, better mood are substantial. The challenge lies in overcoming the immediate discomfort to reap these future rewards. This misalignment of outcomes across time creates a significant hurdle for behavior change. When we make plans to improve ourselves, whether it's losing weight, writing a book, or learning a new language, we're essentially making plans for our future selves. In these moments of planning, it's easy to see the value in actions that have long-term benefits. We all want better lives for our future selves, after all. However, when the moment of decision arrives, we're no longer choosing for that idealized future self. Instead, we're choosing for our present self, who craves comfort, pleasure, and immediate satisfaction. This is why relying solely on good intentions is rarely effective for long-term behavior change. The brain's bias towards the present moment is simply too strong. Understanding this tendency can help explain many of the seemingly irrational choices we make in our daily lives. It's why we might choose to watch TV instead of studying, even though we know studying will lead to better grades. It's why we might grab fast food instead of cooking a healthy meal, even though we're trying to eat better. In each of these moments, the allure of immediate gratification overpowers our longer-term goals. This preference for instant gratification reveals an important truth about success. Most people spend their days chasing quick hits of satisfaction. the path less traveled is the road of delayed gratification. If you're willing to wait for rewards, you'll often face less competition and potentially reap greater benefits. As the saying goes, the last mile is always the least crowded. Research consistently supports this idea. Studies have shown that individuals who are better at delaying gratification tend to have higher SAT scores, lower levels of substance abuse, lower likelihood of obesity, better responses to stress, and superior social skills. We've all observed this play out in our own lives. The student who resists the temptation to procrastinate and completes their assignments on time generally achieves better grades. The individual who forgoes purchasing junk food at the grocery store often maintains a healthier diet at home. At some point, success in nearly every field requires the ability to ignore an immediate reward in favor of a delayed, but ultimately more significant reward. This is true whether you're an athlete training for a competition, an entrepreneur building a business, or a writer working on a novel. The ability to delay gratification is a crucial skill for achieving long-term success. However, it's important to note that while delaying gratification is often the wise approach, it's not always easy or intuitive. Our brains are not naturally wired for long-term thinking, and constantly fighting against our instincts for immediate reward can be exhausting and unsustainable. So how can we work with our brain's tendencies rather than against them? The key lies in finding ways to make delayed gratification more appealing and immediate. Here are some strategies that can help. 1. Add immediate pleasure to long-term beneficial habits. Find ways to make habits with delayed rewards more immediately enjoyable. If you're trying to exercise more, pair your workout with listening to your favorite podcast or audiobook. This way you get an immediate reward enjoying the content along with the long-term benefits of exercise. 2. Add immediate consequences to harmful habits. Similarly, try to associate immediate, small negative consequences with habits you're trying to break. If you're trying to cut back on social media use, for example, you could commit to doing 10 push-ups every time you catch yourself mindlessly scrolling. 3. Use visual cues and tracking. Our brains respond well to visual feedback. Use habit trackers or charts to give yourself an immediate sense of accomplishment when you stick to a good habit. The satisfaction of marking off a day on a calendar can be a powerful motivator. 4. Create artificial milestones. Break long-term goals into smaller, more immediate targets. If you're saving for a big purchase, celebrate hitting smaller savings milestones along the way. 5. Practice mindfulness and visualization regularly. Take time to vividly imagine the long-term benefits of your good habits. This can help make those future rewards feel more real and immediate. 6. Use commitment devices. These are strategies where you make it more difficult or costly to engage in bad habits. For example, you might give a friend money to hold and only return if you meet your goal. 7. Reframe the immediate experience. Instead of focusing on the discomfort of a challenging habit, try to find aspects of the immediate experience to appreciate. For example, instead of dwelling on the physical strain of exercise, focus on the sense of accomplishment or the endorphin rush. 8. Create a reward system. Set up a system where you give yourself small, immediate rewards for sticking to your long-term habits. These rewards don't have to be large or costly. The key is that they're immediate and consistently applied. One particularly effective strategy is to turn instant gratification to your advantage by using a technique called reinforcement. This involves providing yourself with an immediate reward for completing a desired behavior. The key here is to make the reward instant and directly tied to the habit you're trying to build. For example, if you're trying to build a habit of daily meditation, you might reward yourself with a small piece of dark chocolate immediately after each session. The taste of the chocolate becomes an immediate, positive reinforcement for your meditation practice. Over time, your brain begins to associate meditation with this pleasant reward, making it easier to stick to the habit. This approach can be especially helpful when dealing with habits of avoidance behaviors you want to stop doing. It can be challenging to feel satisfied when you're simply not doing something, like not buying unnecessary items or not drinking alcohol. In these cases, you can create a system that makes the avoidance visible and rewarding. For instance, you could open a savings account labeled for something you want, like dream vacation or new guitar. Every time you successfully avoid a temptation, say, not buying that unnecessary gadget or skipping that expensive night out, you transfer the money you would have spent into this account. This way, you're turning the act of not doing something into a positive, but visible action. You're essentially creating a loyalty program for yourself, where your points accumulate towards something you genuinely want. This strategy not only provides immediate satisfaction but also helps to reframe the experience of avoiding temptation. Instead of feeling deprived, you feel like you're actively working towards a goal. The immediate reward of seeing your savings grow feels much better than the nebulous sense of having resisted a temptation. It's worth noting that while these strategies can be highly effective, they're not magic bullets. Changing ingrained habits and overcoming our natural bias towards immediate gratification is a challenging process that requires patience, persistence, and self-compassion. It's normal to struggle and occasionally give in to temptation. The key is to view these moments not as failures, but as opportunities to learn and adjust your approach. Moreover, it's crucial to remember that delayed gratification isn't always the right choice. Sometimes, immediate experiences are valuable in their own right. The key is to find a balance that aligns with your values and long-term goals while still allowing for present enjoyment. In conclusion, understanding the concept of time inconsistency and our brain's bias towards immediate rewards can be a powerful tool in our quest for personal growth and habit formation. By acknowledging this aspect of our nature, we can design strategies that work with our brain's tendencies rather than against them. Whether it's adding immediate pleasures to beneficial habits, creating visible rewards for avoidance behaviors, or using reinforcement techniques, these approaches can help bridge the gap between our present actions and our future aspirations. Ultimately, the ability to delay gratification and work towards long-term goals is a skill that can be developed and strengthened over time. It's a journey of self-discovery and continuous improvement, one that requires patience, creativity, and a deep understanding of our own motivations and tendencies. By mastering this skill, we open ourselves up to greater achievements, deeper satisfaction, and a life more closely aligned with our true values and aspirations. The path may not always be easy, but the rewards both immediate and long-term make it a journey worth undertaking. In the pursuit of personal growth and self-improvement, we often find ourselves grappling with the challenge of maintaining good habits. We start with enthusiasm, determined to make positive changes in our lives, but as time passes, our resolve can waver. The key to lasting change, it turns out, lies not just in willpower or motivation, but in the way we approach habit formation itself. By understanding the psychology behind habit formation and employing strategic techniques, we can dramatically increase our chances of success. One of the most powerful tools in this journey is the concept of making habits satisfying. This idea is rooted in the fundamental principle that we are more likely to repeat behaviors that provide immediate rewards. Our brains are wired to seek pleasure and avoid pain, and this instinct plays a crucial role in shaping our habits. However, there's a catch. Many of the habits we want to cultivate, like exercising regularly, eating healthily, or saving money, don't provide immediate gratification. Their benefits are often delayed, sometimes by months or even years. This delay can make it challenging to stick with these habits, especially when we're faced with more immediately rewarding alternatives. To overcome this challenge, we need to find ways to make our desired habits more immediately satisfying. This doesn't mean compromising on our long-term goals, but rather finding ways to bridge the gap between the present action and the future reward. One effective strategy is to create a system of short-term rewards that align with your long-term goals. For instance, if you're trying to exercise more, you might reward yourself with a relaxing bath or an episode of your favorite show after each workout. The key is to choose rewards that reinforce your desired identity rather than conflicting with it. If your goal is to improve your health, rewarding yourself with unhealthy food after exercising would be counterproductive. Instead, choose rewards that align with your vision of becoming a healthier person. This approach of aligning short-term rewards with long-term goals can be applied to virtually any habit you're trying to build. If you're aiming to read more, you might allow yourself to buy a new book only after finishing your current one. If you're trying to save money, you could allocate a small portion of your savings to a fun fund that you can spend guilt-free once you reach certain milestones. The power of this strategy lies in its ability to tap into our brain's reward system. By providing immediate positive reinforcement, we're training our brains to associate the habit with pleasure. Over time, this association can make the habit itself more enjoyable, reducing our reliance on external rewards. Another powerful technique for making habits stick is the use of visual tracking systems. This approach, sometimes called the paperclip strategy, involves creating a tangible representation of your progress. The name comes from a story about a young stockbroker who used 2 jars of paperclips to track his daily sales calls. Each time he made a call, he would move a paperclip from one jar to another. This simple act provided a clear, visual measure of his progress, which proved to be incredibly motivating. The beauty of this strategy lies in its simplicity and flexibility. You can adapt it to virtually any habit you're trying to build. For example, if you're trying to write a book, you might move a marble from one jar to another for each page you complete. If you're aiming to increase your daily step count, you could use a similar system to track your progress. These visual tracking systems work on multiple levels. First, they provide immediate satisfaction. The act of moving a paperclip or marking an X on a calendar gives you a small sense of accomplishment, which can be particularly motivating on days when you might not feel like sticking to your habit. Second, they make your progress visible. On days when you're feeling discouraged, you can look at your tracker and see how far you've come, which can provide the motivation to keep going. Perhaps the most comprehensive form of visual tracking is the habit tracker. This tool, which can be as simple as a calendar where you mark off each day you complete your habit, has been used by many successful individuals throughout history. Benjamin Franklin famously used a small booklet to track 13 personal virtues, while comedian Jerry Seinfeld is known for his don't break the chain approach to writing jokes every day. Habit tracking is powerful because it leverages multiple principles of behavior change simultaneously. It makes the habit obvious by providing a visual cue, attractive by showcasing your progress, and satisfying by giving you a sense of accomplishment each time you mark off a day. Moreover, habit tracking keeps you honest. Many of us have a tendency to overestimate how consistently we perform our habits. By keeping a record, we're forced to confront the reality of our behavior. This awareness alone can be a powerful motivator for change. The effectiveness of habit tracking has been demonstrated in numerous studies. Research has shown that people who track their progress on goals like losing weight, quitting smoking, and lowering blood pressure are more likely to succeed than those who don't. One study found that individuals who kept a daily food log lost twice as much weight as those who didn't track their eating habits. However, it's important to note that while tracking can be a powerful tool, it's not without potential pitfalls. One risk is becoming too focused on the act of tracking itself, rather than the underlying behavior you're trying to change. Remember, the tracker is a tool to support your habit, not the goal itself. Another potential issue is the risk of breaking the chain. Missing a day on your tracker can be discouraging, and some people might be tempted to give up entirely after a slip-up. It's crucial to remember that consistency matters more than perfection. If you miss a day, simply pick up where you left off. The goal is progress, not perfection. As you continue with your habit, you may find that the external rewards and tracking systems become less necessary. This is a natural and positive progression. Over time, the habit itself can become intrinsically rewarding. For example, someone who starts exercising for weight loss might initially need external motivators, but over time they may come to enjoy the energy boost and sense of accomplishment that comes with each workout. This shift from extrinsic to intrinsic motivation is a sign that the habit is becoming ingrained in your identity. When you reach this point, you're no longer just someone trying to exercise more, you've become someone who exercises regularly. This identity-based approach to habit formation can be incredibly powerful and sustainable. However, reaching this point takes time and consistency. In the meantime, don't hesitate to use whatever tools and strategies help you maintain your habit. Whether it's a paperclip system, a habit tracker, or carefully chosen rewards, these techniques can provide the bridge you need to get from where you are to where you want to be. It's also worth considering how you can make the habit itself more enjoyable. This might involve finding ways to make the process more pleasant or combining the habit with activities you already enjoy. For instance, if you're trying to establish a running habit, you might listen to your favorite podcasts or audiobooks while you run. If you're aiming to cook more healthy meals at home, you could turn cooking into a social activity by inviting friends over or taking a cooking class. Remember, the goal is to create a positive feedback loop where the habit reinforces itself. By making the habit satisfying in the short term, you increase the likelihood that you'll stick with it long enough to reap the long-term benefits. As you embark on your journey of habit formation, it's important to be patient with yourself. Changing ingrained behaviors takes time, and setbacks are a normal part of the process. Each day is an opportunity to reinforce your desired identity and move closer to your goals. Moreover, don't underestimate the power of small wins. Consistently performing a small habit can lead to significant changes over time. Whether you're moving paper clips marking XS on a calendar or using a more sophisticated tracking system, each small action is a vote for the person you want to become. In conclusion, the key to sticking with good habits lies in making them satisfying. By providing immediate rewards, using visual tracking systems, and gradually shifting towards intrinsic motivation, we can bridge the gap between our present actions and our future goals. Remember, the most effective form of motivation is progress. By making your progress visible and rewarding, you create a positive feedback loop that can sustain your habits over the long term. As you apply these strategies, you may find that building good habits becomes not just easier, but enjoyable. And that, perhaps, is the greatest satisfaction of all, the realization that you're not just doing things differently, but becoming the person you aspire to be. So start small, track your progress, celebrate your wins, and watch as your habits transform not just your actions, but your identity. In the quest for personal growth and self-improvement, we often find ourselves grappling with the challenge of maintaining good habits. While starting a new habit can be exciting, the real test lies in consistently following through day after day, week after week. This is where the power of habit tracking comes into play, offering a simple yet effective tool to reinforce positive behaviors and keep us on track towards our goals. Habit tracking, at its core, is about making progress visible. It's a way of creating a tangible record of our efforts, transforming abstract goals into concrete actions. This visibility serves multiple purposes, each contributing to the overall effectiveness of the habit-building process. First and foremost, tracking creates a visual cue that reminds us to act. In our busy lives, it's easy to forget or postpone the habits we're trying to build. A habit tracker, whether it's a simple calendar with X's marking completed days or a more elaborate system, serves as a constant reminder of our commitments. It's a gentle nudge prompting us to take action when we might otherwise let things slide. But the power of habit tracking goes beyond mere reminders. It taps into our innate desire for progress and achievement. As we mark off each successful instance of our habit, we create a streak. This streak becomes a source of motivation in itself. We see the progress we're making, and we don't want to break the chain. This phenomenon, sometimes called the don't break the chain method, has been used by successful individuals across various fields, from comedians to writers to athletes. The satisfaction of recording our progress is another key benefit of habit tracking. There's a small but significant sense of accomplishment that comes from crossing an item off a to-do list or marking an X on a calendar. This feeling of satisfaction is immediate and tangible, providing a quick hit of dopamine that reinforces the behavior. In essence, the act of tracking becomes its own reward, making the habit more likely to stick. Moreover, habit tracking shifts our focus from the end result to the process itself. When we're trying to build a new habit, it's easy to get discouraged if we don't see immediate results. For instance, if you're trying to lose weight, you might get frustrated if the number on the scale doesn't change as quickly as you'd like. But by tracking your workouts or healthy meals, you're focusing on what you can control, your daily actions, rather than the outcome, which can be influenced by many factors beyond your control. This focus on process over outcome is crucial for long-term success. It helps us build a new identity, casting votes for the type of person we want to become with each action we take. Every time we mark off a completed habit, we're not just recording an action, we're reinforcing a belief about ourselves. We're saying, I'm the type of person who doesn't miss workouts, or I'm a writer who writes every day. Over time, these small actions and the beliefs they reinforce can lead to significant changes in our self-image and, consequently, our behavior. Despite these benefits, many people resist the idea of habit tracking. It can feel like an additional burden, adding another task to our already busy lives. Some worry that it will take too much time or that they'll forget to do it. Others may feel that it's unnecessary, that they should be able to remember to do the habit without needing to track it. These concerns are valid, but they often overlook the long-term benefits of tracking in favor of short-term convenience. While it's true that tracking requires some effort, this investment of time and energy can pay significant dividends in terms of habit adherence and personal growth. That said, it's important to approach habit tracking in a way that works for you. If the idea of manually recording every instance of a habit feels overwhelming, look for ways to automate the process. Many of us are already tracking various aspects of our lives without realizing it. Credit card statements track our spending habits, fitness trackers record our physical activity, and calendar apps log our appointments and commitments. By leveraging these existing data sources and setting up regular review periods, we can gain insights into our behavior without adding much additional work. For habits that do require manual tracking, it's often best to focus on just one or two key behaviors rather than trying to track everything at once. Choose the habits that are most important to you or that you're struggling with the most. By limiting your focus, you increase the likelihood of consistent tracking. Another key to successful habit tracking is to record each instance of the habit immediately after it occurs. This approach, combined with habit stacking linking a new habit to an existing one, can make tracking feel more natural and less of a chore. For example, you might decide to record your workout immediately after putting away your gym bag or log your meditation session right after turning off your meditation app. While consistent tracking can be incredibly powerful, it's important to remember that perfection is not the goal. Life is unpredictable, and there will inevitably be times when our habits get disrupted. The key is not to let these disruptions derail you completely. One powerful principle to keep in mind is never miss twice. If you slip up and miss a day, the most important thing is to get back on track as quickly as possible. Missing once is an accident, missing twice is the start of a new habit. By recommitting to the habit immediately after a slip-up, you prevent a temporary setback from turning into a permanent abandonment of your goals. This principle of quick recovery is a distinguishing feature of successful individuals across various fields. Everyone has bad days or periods of lower performance. What sets high achievers apart is their ability to rebound quickly from these setbacks. They understand that the occasional bad day or missed habit is far less important than the overall trend of their behavior. In fact, showing up on the days when you don't feel like it or can't perform at your best can be even more important than the days when everything goes smoothly. These bad days maintain the compound gains you've accrued from previous good days. Even if you can't do the habit as thoroughly or effectively as you'd like, doing something is always better than doing nothing. It's about maintaining momentum and reinforcing your identity as someone who follows through on their commitments. This approach also helps avoid the all-or-nothing mindset that can be so detrimental to habit formation. Too often, people fall into the trap of thinking that if they can't do something perfectly, they shouldn't do it at all. This black and white thinking can lead to giving up entirely after a small setback. By embracing the idea that something is always better than nothing, we can maintain consistency even when circumstances aren't ideal. While habit tracking can be a powerful tool, it's important to ensure we're tracking the right things. Sometimes, the most obvious or easiest to measure metrics aren't necessarily the most meaningful. For example, if you're trying to improve your diet, simply tracking calories might not give you the full picture. You might be hitting your calorie goals but not getting proper nutrition. In this case, tracking the number of whole, unprocessed foods you eat each day might be more beneficial. Similarly, if you're trying to improve your productivity at work, tracking hours worked might not be as useful as tracking the number of important tasks completed. The key is to choose metrics that truly align with your goals and provide meaningful feedback on your progress. It's also worth noting that not all habits need to be tracked indefinitely. Sometimes tracking is most useful in the early stages of habit formation when we're still establishing the behavior. Once the habit becomes more ingrained, we might be able to ease off on tracking without losing the habit itself. The goal, ultimately, is for the behavior to become so automatic that we no longer need external reinforcement to maintain it. In conclusion, habit tracking is a powerful tool in the quest for personal growth and behavior change. By making our progress visible, providing immediate satisfaction, and shifting our focus to the process rather than just the outcome, tracking can significantly increase our chances of successfully building new habits. However, like any tool, its effectiveness depends on how we use it. By choosing meaningful metrics, focusing on consistency rather than perfection, and using tracking as a means to reinforce our desired identity, we can harness the full potential of this approach. Remember, the goal isn't just to check boxes or create perfect streaks. It's to gradually shape ourselves into the person we want to become. Each tracked instance of a habit is a vote for that future self. Over time, these small votes can lead to profound changes in our behavior, our self-image, and ultimately our lives. So whether you're trying to exercise more, eat healthier, write daily, or any other positive habit, consider incorporating tracking into your approach. Start small, be consistent, and don't be discouraged by occasional setbacks. With patience and persistence, you may find that the simple act of tracking your habits becomes a transformative force in your journey of self-improvement. In the realm of behavior change and habit formation, we often focus on positive reinforcement and making good habits more attractive. However, there's another powerful tool in our arsenal making bad habits immediately unsatisfying. This approach, while less discussed, can be incredibly effective in curbing unwanted behaviors and promoting positive change. The concept is rooted in our innate tendency to avoid pain and discomfort. Just as we're more likely to repeat experiences that end on a satisfying note, we're equally inclined to avoid experiences that conclude with discomfort or pain. This principle can be harnessed to great effect in our quest for self-improvement and behavioral change. Consider the story of Roger Fisher, a Harvard Law School professor who specialized in negotiation and conflict management. In the 1970s and 1980s, as the threat of nuclear war loomed large, Fisher proposed an unconventional idea to prevent hasty decisions about nuclear launches. He suggested implanting the nuclear launch codes in a volunteer's chest right next to their heart. The president, if ever deciding to launch nuclear weapons, would first have to physically kill this volunteer to access the codes. Fisher's proposal, while extreme, illustrates a profound point about human behavior. By making the act of launching nuclear weapons viscerally and immediately painful, it would force decision-makers to confront the reality of their actions in a way that abstract numbers and distant consequences never could. The immediacy and personal nature of the pain would serve as a powerful deterrent. This principle extends far beyond hypothetical scenarios about nuclear war. It applies to our everyday lives and habits in numerous ways. Pain, both physical and emotional, is an incredibly effective teacher. When failure or mistakes result in immediate and tangible pain, we're quick to learn and adapt. This is why a plumber strives for excellence in their work. The threat of a bad review or lost business is an immediate and costly consequence of poor performance. Similarly, restaurants maintain high standards because the possibility of customers never returning is a constant, immediate threat. In fields where the stakes are even higher, such as surgery, the immediate and severe consequences of mistakes drive professionals to master their craft with utmost precision. The cost of cutting the wrong blood vessel is so high and immediate that surgeons are motivated to achieve exceptional levels of skill and care. The key here is the immediacy of the consequence. When the pain or cost of an action is delayed, it's easier to ignore or discount. This is why many harmful habits persist. The negative consequences are often far removed in time from the behavior itself. Smoking might lead to lung cancer, but not immediately. Overeating doesn't instantly result in obesity. The delay between action and consequence makes it easier for us to persist in behaviors we know are harmful in the long run. To leverage this principle for positive change, we need to find ways to make the consequences of bad habits more immediate and tangible. This could involve creating artificial consequences or finding ways to bring long-term effects into the present moment. For instance, some people use apps that donate money to causes they dislike every time they break a commitment to exercise. The immediate financial pain serves as a powerful motivator. However, it's crucial to note that for this approach to be effective, the strength of the consequence must match the relative strength of the behavior it's trying to correct. A minor inconvenience won't be enough to deter a deeply ingrained habit. The cost of procrastination must outweigh the perceived benefit of putting things off. The discomfort of exercise must be less than the pain of remaining sedentary. Moreover, the consequences need to be reliably enforced. Inconsistent enforcement can lead to a gambling mentality where individuals take chances on avoiding punishment. This is why consistent, immediate feedback is so crucial in habit formation and behavior change. One effective way to implement this strategy is through the use of habit contracts. A habit contract is an agreement you make with yourself or others that spells out the consequences of failing to stick to a desired behavior. These contracts can be particularly powerful when they involve other people, adding a layer of social pressure and accountability. For example, you might create a contract with a friend stating that if you don't go to the gym 3 times a week, you have to pay them $50. or you could agree to perform an unpleasant chore if you fail to meet your writing goals for the week. The key is to make the consequence immediate and unpleasant enough that you're motivated to avoid it. Habit contracts work because they bring the pain of failure into the present moment. Instead of worrying about abstract long-term consequences, you're faced with a concrete, immediate cost for not following through. This immediacy can be a powerful motivator, especially in the early stages of habit formation when the long-term benefits aren't yet apparent. However, it's important to use this strategy judiciously. While making bad habits painful can be effective, it's not always the most sustainable or healthy approach in the long term. Ideally, as you progress in your habit formation journey, you should be able to transition from avoiding pain to seeking pleasure in the habit itself. Moreover, it's crucial to strike a balance. If the consequences you set for yourself are too severe, you might find yourself avoiding the situation entirely rather than facing the possibility of failure. The goal is to create enough discomfort to motivate change, but not so much that it becomes paralyzing. Another consideration is the potential for unintended consequences. Sometimes, focusing too much on avoiding negative outcomes can create anxiety or stress that's counterproductive to your goals. It's important to monitor your emotional state and adjust your approach if you find that the fear of consequences is becoming overwhelming. Additionally, while immediate consequences can be powerful motivators, they shouldn't completely replace an understanding of the long-term impacts of our actions. Ideally, the immediate consequences we create for ourselves should serve as reminders or proxies for the more distant effects we're trying to avoid or achieve. It's also worth noting that different people respond differently to various types of motivation. While some individuals might find the threat of immediate negative consequences highly motivating, others might respond better to positive reinforcement or intrinsic motivation. It's important to know yourself and what works best for you. In some cases, combining immediate consequences with positive reinforcement can be particularly effective. For instance, you might set up a system where you face a small penalty for missing a workout, but also reward yourself for completing a full week of exercise. This balanced approach can help create a more sustainable and enjoyable path to habit formation. When implementing this strategy, it can be helpful to start small. Begin with minor habits and relatively mild consequences. As you become more comfortable with the process and start seeing results, you can gradually increase the stakes for more significant habits. Remember, the ultimate goal is not to live in constant fear of punishment, but to use this tool as a stepping stone towards intrinsic motivation. Over time, as habits become more ingrained and the benefits become more apparent, the need for external consequences should diminish. It's also important to be compassionate with yourself. Everyone slips up sometimes, and the occasional failure doesn't negate all your progress. The purpose of immediate consequences is to provide feedback and motivation, not to punish yourself excessively. In conclusion, while making good habits attractive and satisfying is crucial, we shouldn't overlook the power of making bad habits immediately unsatisfying. By bringing the consequences of our actions into the present moment, we can create a powerful impetus for change. Whether through habit contracts, accountability partners, or other creative methods, finding ways to make the cost of bad habits immediate and tangible can be a game changer in our pursuit of personal growth and positive change. However, this approach should be used thoughtfully and in conjunction with other strategies for habit formation. The goal is not to create a life ruled by fear of consequences, but to use this tool as a stepping stone towards building habits that are intrinsically rewarding and aligned with our long-term goals. By understanding and leveraging the power of immediate consequences, we can create an environment that supports our desired behaviors and helps us become the people we aspire to be. The power of habits in shaping our lives cannot be overstated. From the mundane daily routines to life-changing behaviors, habits form the backbone of our existence. One of the most striking examples of habit formation on a societal scale is the adoption of seatbelt usage in the United States. In just a few decades, we witnessed a dramatic shift from a time when most people didn't wear seatbelts to a present where the vast majority of Americans buckle up every time they get in a car. This transformation wasn't just a matter of individual choice, it was largely driven by legislation and the creation of a new social contract. The seatbelt story illustrates how governments can use laws and regulations to influence collective behavior. By mandating seatbelt use and enforcing penalties for non-compliance, states effectively reshape the habits of millions. This approach leverages the power of social contracts agreements we make as a society to follow certain rules for the common good. Similar strategies have been employed to address other public health and safety concerns, such as smoking bans in restaurants and mandatory recycling programs. While these large-scale interventions are effective, we can apply similar principles on a personal level to cultivate positive habits or break undesirable ones. Enter the concept of a habit contract, a formalized agreement with yourself and others to hold you accountable for your behavior. This approach recognizes that sometimes willpower alone isn't enough to overcome ingrained patterns or resist temptation. By explicitly stating your commitments and the consequences of failing to meet them, you create a powerful motivational tool. Consider the case of Brian Harris, an entrepreneur who used a habit contract to achieve his health and fitness goals. After the birth of his son, Harris realized he needed to make some changes to his lifestyle. Instead of relying solely on good intentions, he drafted a detailed contract outlining his objectives, the specific actions he would take, and the consequences of non-compliance. Crucially, he involved his wife and personal trainer as accountability partners, having them sign the contract alongside him. Harris's contract was comprehensive, breaking down his overall goal into phases and specifying daily habits like logging his food intake and weighing himself. The consequences for failing to follow through were concrete and meaningful, having to dress formally for work, a departure from his usual casual attire, and paying his trainer a financial penalty. This level of detail and the inclusion of external accountability proved to be highly effective. As someone who initially viewed such contracts as unnecessarily formal, I've come to appreciate their value. The act of signing a physical document signals a deeper level of commitment than a mere verbal agreement or mental note. It transforms vague intentions into concrete promises, not just to yourself but to others. This external accountability taps into our innate desire to be seen as reliable and trustworthy by those around us. The power of accountability extends beyond formal contracts. Simply having someone to check in with regularly can significantly boost our likelihood of sticking to a new habit or breaking an old one. Comedians, writers, and other creatives often use this approach, partnering with colleagues to ensure they produce work consistently. The knowledge that someone is watching and expecting results can be a powerful motivator, helping us overcome procrastination and laziness. In our digital age, we can even automate accountability. Thomas Frank, an entrepreneur, devised an ingenious system to ensure he wakes up early each morning. If he fails to rise by his target time, a pre-scheduled tweet goes out to his followers, offering a small financial reward to the first few people who call him out on his tardiness. This public commitment adds an extra layer of motivation to his morning routine. These strategies work because they tap into fundamental aspects of human psychology. We are social creatures, deeply concerned with how others perceive us. The desire to present our best selves to the world influences many of our behaviors, from personal grooming to academic and professional achievements. By leveraging this innate social awareness, habit contracts and accountability partnerships make the consequences of our actions or inactions immediate and tangible. However, it's important to note that the effectiveness of these strategies can vary from person to person. Some individuals might find the pressure of external accountability motivating, while others might feel overwhelmed or rebellious. The key is to find an approach that resonates with your personality and goals. Moreover, while consequences and accountability are powerful tools, they shouldn't be the only factors driving habit formation. Ideally, we want to cultivate habits that are intrinsically rewarding, where the behavior itself becomes satisfying over time. External motivators can be excellent for jump-starting change, but long-term success often depends on developing a genuine appreciation for the benefits of the habit itself. As we consider the broader implications of habit formation, it's worth reflecting on the interplay between individual choices and societal norms. The seatbelt example demonstrates how personal habits can be shaped by collective agreements and expectations. At the same time, widespread individual adoption of certain behaviors can lead to shifts in social norms and even policy changes. This dynamic relationship between personal habits and societal trends highlights the importance of thoughtful habit cultivation. The choices we make in our daily lives not only affect our individual well-being, but can contribute to larger social movements and cultural shifts. By being intentional about the habits we develop, we have the potential to influence not just our own lives but the world around us. The science of habit formation has come a long way in recent years, offering insights into the mechanics of behavior change. We now understand that habits are formed through a loop of cue, routine, and reward. By manipulating these elements, we can increase our chances of successfully adopting new behaviors or breaking undesirable ones. For those looking to create positive habits, there are several strategies to consider. Making the cue for a desired behavior obvious and visible in your environment can serve as a constant reminder. Pairing a new habit with something you already enjoy, a technique known as temptation bundling, can make it more attractive. Reducing friction by preparing your environment in advance can make good habits easier to perform. And finding ways to make the habit immediately satisfying can reinforce the behavior. Conversely, breaking bad habits often involves inverting these principles. Removing cues that trigger unwanted behaviors, making the habit less attractive or more difficult to perform, and creating immediate negative consequences can all help in breaking detrimental patterns. One particularly effective tool for both creating and breaking habits is the use of a habit tracker. This simple practice of recording each successful day of performing or avoiding a particular behavior can be remarkably motivating. The visual representation of your progress creates a sense of accomplishment and taps into our natural desire to maintain streaks or chains of success. However, it's crucial to approach habit formation with self-compassion. Slip-ups are an inevitable part of the process, and how we respond to these moments can determine our long-term success. The never miss twice rule is a helpful guideline. If you forget or fail to perform a habit one day, make it a priority to get back on track immediately the next day. This approach prevents temporary setbacks from derailing your entire effort. As we navigate the complex landscape of habit formation, it's important to remember that change is a gradual process. Small, consistent actions over time lead to significant transformations. The power of habits lies not in dramatic, overnight changes but in the compounding effect of daily choices. Moreover, the journey of habit formation is deeply personal. What works for one person may not work for another. Experimentation and self-reflection are key to finding the strategies that resonate with your unique circumstances and personality. Be willing to adjust your approach as you learn more about yourself and your responses to different techniques. In conclusion, the science and practice of habit formation offer powerful tools for personal growth and societal change. From seatbelt laws to personal fitness goals, the principles of habit creation and modification shape our lives in countless ways. By understanding these principles and applying them thoughtfully, we can take greater control of our behaviors and, by extension, our destinies. Whether through formal contracts, accountability partnerships, or simple daily tracking, we have the ability to reshape our habits and, in doing so, reshape our lives. The journey may be challenging, but the potential rewards in health, productivity, and overall well-being are immeasurable. As we continue to uncover new insights into human behavior, the possibilities for positive change, both individual and collective, are truly exciting. The intricate interplay between genetics, personality, and habit formation is a fascinating area of study that sheds light on why some individuals excel in certain domains while others struggle. This complex relationship underscores the importance of aligning our habits and pursuits with our innate tendencies and strengths. Consider the remarkable stories of Michael Phelps and Hicham Garouge, two athletes who achieved unparalleled success in their respective sports. Phelps, with his towering frame and uniquely proportioned body, dominated the swimming world, while El Garouge's compact build and exceptionally long legs made him a force to be reckoned with in middle-distance running. Their physical attributes, largely determined by genetics, played a crucial role in their rise to the top of their fields. However, it would be a mistake to assume that their success was solely due to their genetic makeup. Both athletes undoubtedly invested countless hours in training, honing their skills, and perfecting their techniques. Their genetic predispositions provided a foundation, but it was their dedication to cultivating habits aligned with their natural abilities that allowed them to reach the pinnacle of athletic achievement. This principle extends far beyond the realm of sports. In every area of life, from career choices to personal hobbies, understanding and leveraging our genetic predispositions can significantly impact our potential for success and satisfaction. The key lies in recognizing that genes don't dictate our destiny, rather, they highlight areas of opportunity where we're more likely to thrive. The influence of genetics on our behavior is pervasive and often subtle. Research has shown that our genes play a role in shaping a wide array of traits and tendencies, from our television viewing habits to our likelihood of developing addictions. Even seemingly personal characteristics, such as our response to authority or our level of proactivity, have genetic underpinnings. However, it's crucial to understand that genetic influence doesn't equate to genetic determinism. Our genes interact with our environment in complex ways, and the expression of genetic traits can be modulated by external factors. This interplay between nature and nurture is what makes human behavior so intricate and varied. One of the most significant ways our genetic makeup manifests is through our personality. The widely accepted Big Five model of personality traits provides a framework for understanding these innate tendencies. This model breaks down personality into 5 broad dimensions: openness to experience, conscientiousness, extroversion, agreeableness, and neuroticism. Each of these traits exists on a spectrum, and our position on these spectrums is influenced by our genetic makeup. For instance, extroversion, which ranges from outgoing and energetic to solitary and reserved, has been linked to biological factors observable from infancy. Studies have shown that babies who turn toward loud noises are more likely to grow up to be extroverts, while those who turn away tend to become introverts. Similarly, individuals high in agreeableness, characterized by kindness and consideration, often have naturally higher levels of oxytocin, a hormone associated with social bonding and trust. This biological predisposition might make it easier for them to form habits around social activities or acts of kindness. Understanding these innate tendencies can be immensely helpful when it comes to habit formation. When we try to establish habits that align with our natural inclinations, we're more likely to find them satisfying and sustainable. For example, an individual high in openness to experience might find it easier to cultivate a habit of trying new foods or visiting new places, while someone high in conscientiousness might excel at developing organizational or planning habits. However, it's important to note that our personality traits are not immutable. While they have a genetic basis, they can also be influenced by our experiences and environment. This malleability means that we have the capacity to develop traits and habits that don't come naturally to us, albeit with more effort. The key to leveraging our genetic predispositions for habit formation lies in self-awareness. By understanding our natural tendencies, we can make informed decisions about which habits to cultivate and how to approach their formation. This doesn't mean we should limit ourselves only to activities that come easily. Rather, it suggests that we should be strategic in our approach to personal growth and development. For instance, if you know you're naturally high in neuroticism, you might find it particularly beneficial to develop habits around stress management and mindfulness. These practices could help mitigate the anxiety and sensitivity associated with this trait. Conversely, if you're low in conscientiousness, you might need to put extra effort into creating systems and routines to support habits related to organization and time management. The concept of aligning our habits with our genetic predispositions also has implications for how we approach skill development and career choices. Just as Michael Phelps was uniquely suited for swimming, each of us has areas where our natural abilities give us an edge. Identifying these areas can help us focus our efforts where they're most likely to yield results. However, this doesn't mean we should avoid challenges or give up on areas where we're not naturally gifted. Instead, it suggests that we should be realistic about the effort required to excel in different domains. If we choose to pursue an area where we don't have a natural advantage, we should be prepared to put in extra work to compensate for our genetic disadvantages. Moreover, the interaction between our genes and our environment means that the suitability of our traits can change depending on the context. A trait that's advantageous in one situation might be a hindrance in another. For example, high neuroticism might be detrimental in a high-stress job, but beneficial in a role that requires attention to detail and risk assessment. This contextual nature of genetic influence underscores the importance of finding the right environment for our traits to flourish. Sometimes the key to success isn't changing ourselves, but rather finding or creating an environment that suits our natural tendencies. This might involve choosing a career that aligns with our personality, seeking out social groups that appreciate our unique qualities, or modifying our physical environment to support our desired habits. It's also worth noting that while our genes influence our behavior, they don't control it entirely. We have the capacity for self-reflection and choice, which allows us to override our natural inclinations when necessary. This ability to act against our instincts is what allows us to grow and change over time. In fact, the process of habit formation itself can be seen as a way of shaping our behavior patterns to align more closely with our goals, even when those goals require us to act in ways that don't come naturally. Through consistent practice and reinforcement, we can develop new neural pathways that make desired behaviors more automatic, effectively rewiring our brains over time. This plasticity of the brain highlights an important point. While our genes provide a starting point, our habits and experiences play a crucial role in shaping who we become. The habits we choose to cultivate can enhance our natural strengths, compensate for our weaknesses, and even develop entirely new capabilities. Understanding the role of genetics in habit formation also has implications for how we approach behavior change on a societal level. Public health initiatives, educational policies, and workplace practices could all benefit from a more nuanced understanding of how genetic factors influence behavior. By recognizing the diversity of genetic predispositions within a population, we can design more effective interventions and support systems that cater to a range of natural tendencies. For instance, smoking cessation programs might be more effective if they offer a variety of approaches, recognizing that individuals with different genetic profiles might respond better to different strategies. Similarly, educational systems could be designed to accommodate a wider range of learning styles and personality types, helping each student find the approach that best suits their innate tendencies. As our understanding of genetics and behavior continues to evolve, we're likely to gain even more insights into how our genes shape our habits and tendencies. This knowledge has the potential to revolutionize our approach to personal development, allowing us to craft more effective strategies for growth and change. However, as we delve deeper into this field, it's crucial to maintain a balanced perspective. While genetic factors are important, they are just one piece of the puzzle. Our choices, experiences, and environment all play significant roles in shaping who we are and who we can become. Moreover, we must be cautious about over-interpreting genetic information or using it as an excuse for inaction. The knowledge of our genetic predispositions should empower us to make informed decisions, not limit our aspirations or justify harmful behaviors. In conclusion, the relationship between genetics, personality, and habit formation is a complex and fascinating area of study. By understanding our genetic predispositions, we can make more informed choices about which habits to cultivate and how to approach their formation. We can leverage our natural strengths while also developing strategies to compensate for our weaknesses. At the same time, we must remember that our genes are not our destiny. They provide a starting point, but our habits, choices, and experiences shape who we ultimately become. By combining self-awareness of our genetic tendencies with intentional habit formation, we can work towards becoming the best versions of ourselves, regardless of the hand we were dealt by our DNA. The journey of personal growth and habit formation is a deeply individual one, influenced by the unique interplay of our genes, personality, and environment. By embracing this complexity and approaching our development with curiosity and intention, we can unlock our full potential and lead more fulfilling lives. The journey of personal growth and habit formation is a complex and fascinating process, deeply influenced by our innate tendencies and the environments we find ourselves in. While we often focus on willpower and discipline as the primary drivers of habit change, the reality is far more nuanced. Our genetic makeup, personality traits, and natural inclinations play a significant role in determining which habits we're likely to stick with and excel at. Consider the trait of neuroticism, a personality characteristic that all individuals possess to varying degrees. Those who score high in neuroticism tend to be more anxious and prone to worry. This isn't simply a matter of choice or weakness. Research has linked this trait to increased sensitivity in the amygdala, the brain region responsible for threat detection. Essentially, these individuals are hardwired to be more attuned to potential dangers in their environment. Understanding these innate tendencies doesn't mean we're prisoners of our genes or personalities. Rather, this knowledge empowers us to work with our natural inclinations rather than against them. For instance, a person who scores lower on conscientiousness might struggle with organization and routine. Instead of fighting this tendency, they might benefit more from focusing on environmental design strategies to support their habits. This could involve setting up systems that make desired behaviors easier and undesired ones more difficult. The key takeaway here is the importance of tailoring our habits to our individual personalities and preferences. Too often, we fall into the trap of trying to adopt habits that work for others or that are currently trendy without considering whether they're a good fit for us personally. This approach is often counterproductive and can lead to frustration and failure. Instead, we should seek out versions of habits that bring us joy and satisfaction. If you're trying to incorporate more exercise into your routine, don't force yourself to follow a bodybuilding regimen if you find it tedious. Perhaps you'd be more motivated by rock climbing, cycling, or dancing. The specific activity matters less than finding something that resonates with you personally. This principle extends to all areas of life. If you're trying to read more, don't feel pressured to tackle dense nonfiction if you find yourself drawn to romance novels or science fiction. The goal is to cultivate the habit of reading the genre as secondary. By choosing activities that naturally appeal to us, we're more likely to stick with them in the long run. However, finding the right habits is only part of the equation. To truly thrive, we need to identify areas where we have a natural advantage, situations where the odds are in our favor. This concept is crucial for maintaining motivation and achieving success. Think about it: when we engage in activities that come easily to us, we're more likely to perform well. This leads to positive feedback, praise, and often tangible rewards like better pay or increased opportunities. This positive reinforcement creates a virtuous cycle, energizing us and propelling us to even greater heights of performance. The challenge, of course, is identifying these areas of natural advantage. Life is short, and we don't have the luxury of trying every possible career, hobby, or skill. This is where the concept of the explore-exploit trade-off comes into play. In the early stages of any new endeavor, whether it's a career, a relationship, or a hobby, there should be a period of exploration. This is the time to cast a wide net, try out different possibilities, and gather information. In relationships, we call this dating. In education, it's the liberal arts approach. In business, it might manifest as split testing or market research. After this initial exploratory phase, the focus shifts to exploiting the best options you've discovered. However, it's crucial to maintain some level of exploration even at this stage. A common rule of thumb is to spend about 80 to 90% of your time and energy on your primary focus, while reserving 10 to 20% for continued exploration and experimentation. This balance isn't fixed; it should be adjusted based on your current situation. If you're succeeding in your chosen area, it makes sense to double down on what's working. If you're struggling, that's a sign to increase your exploratory efforts. The optimal approach also depends on your time constraints. Early in your career or when starting a new project, you have more latitude for exploration. As deadlines approach or as you advance in your field, the focus naturally shifts more towards exploitation of your established skills and knowledge. But how do you navigate this process of discovery? There are several key questions you can ask yourself to help identify areas where you're likely to thrive. What activities feel like fun to you but seem like work to others? This is a powerful indicator of your natural inclinations. The tasks that you find energizing, even when they're challenging, are likely areas where you have a natural advantage. When do you lose track of time? The state of flow, where you're so engrossed in an activity that you lose awareness of your surroundings, is a strong sign that you're engaged in something well suited to your abilities and interests. Where do you seem to get better results than the average person? If you find yourself progressing faster or achieving more in a particular area compared to your peers, that's a good indication you've found a field where you have a natural advantage. What feels natural to you? This requires honest self-reflection, setting aside societal expectations and ingrained beliefs. When do you feel most authentically yourself? These moments of genuine engagement and enjoyment are signposts pointing towards your areas of natural strength. It's important to acknowledge that some of this process involves an element of luck. We don't choose our genetic makeup or the environment we're born into. Some individuals, like Olympic athletes Michael Phelps or Hicham Gerouge, are fortunate to have rare physical attributes that are highly valued in their specific sports. Moreover, they had the opportunity to be exposed to and develop those talents. However, this doesn't mean we should leave our personal growth entirely to chance. By actively exploring different areas, paying attention to what energizes us, and being willing to pivot when something isn't working, we can significantly increase our odds of finding our personal sweet spots. This approach to personal development and habit formation represents a shift from the traditional no pain, no gain mentality. It's not about forcing yourself to adopt habits or pursue goals that don't align with your natural inclinations. Instead, it's about understanding yourself deeply, identifying your areas of natural strength, and then leveraging those strengths to achieve your goals. This doesn't mean avoiding challenges or staying within your comfort zone. Growth often requires pushing our boundaries. However, when we're working in areas aligned with our natural talents and interests, these challenges feel more like exciting opportunities than daunting obstacles. Moreover, this approach can lead to more sustainable success and fulfillment. When we're engaged in activities that naturally resonate with us, we're more likely to persist in the face of difficulties. We're also more likely to achieve a state of flow, which research has linked to increased happiness and life satisfaction. It's worth noting that this process of self-discovery and alignment is ongoing. Our interests and strengths can evolve over time, and what worked for us at one stage of life might not be as effective in another. This is why maintaining that element of exploration is crucial, even when we've found areas where we excel. This perspective on personal growth also has implications for how we approach education and career development. Rather than pushing everyone towards a standardized set of skills or career paths, we should be encouraging exploration and helping individuals identify their unique strengths and interests. In the workplace, this might mean allowing employees more flexibility to shape their roles around their strengths, or providing opportunities for people to explore different areas of the business. In education, it could involve more personalized learning paths that allow students to delve deeper into areas where they show natural aptitude or interest. However, it's important to strike a balance. While focusing on our strengths is generally a good strategy, there's also value in developing a broad base of skills and knowledge. Sometimes, seemingly unrelated experiences or skills can combine in unexpected ways to give us a unique advantage. Furthermore, we should be cautious about using this approach as an excuse to avoid necessary but challenging tasks. There will always be aspects of any pursuit that are less enjoyable or more difficult. The key is to find a path where the overall balance tilts in favor of activities that energize and engage us. As we navigate this process of aligning our habits and goals with our natural inclinations, it's crucial to remain patient and compassionate with ourselves. Finding our optimal path is rarely a straightforward process. It often involves trial and error, false starts, and occasional setbacks. Remember, the goal isn't perfection but progress. Each experiment, each habit we try, teaches us something about ourselves. Even if a particular habit doesn't stick, the attempt provides valuable information that can guide our future efforts. Moreover, as we become more attuned to our natural strengths and preferences, we often find that our definition of success evolves. Instead of chasing external markers of achievement, we may find ourselves more focused on personal fulfillment and the joy of engaging in activities that truly resonate with us. This shift can have profound implications for our overall well-being. When we're aligned with our natural inclinations, work often feels less like a chore and more like a calling. We're more likely to experience states of flow, which research has linked to increased happiness and life satisfaction. In conclusion, the path to personal growth and successful habit formation is not about forcing ourselves to conform to a one-size-fits-all approach. Instead, it's a journey of self-discovery, of finding and nurturing our natural strengths, and of aligning our habits and goals with our innate tendencies. This doesn't mean avoiding challenges or staying within our comfort zones. Growth often requires pushing our boundaries. However, when we're working in areas aligned with our natural talents and interests, these challenges feel more like exciting opportunities than daunting obstacles. By understanding our genetic predispositions, personality traits, and areas of natural strength, we can craft a personal development strategy that works with us rather than against us. This approach not only increases our chances of success, but also leads to a more fulfilling and enjoyable journey. Remember, the goal is not to become someone else, but the best version of yourself. By embracing your unique combination of traits and talents, and continually exploring and refining your path, you can create a life filled with habits that not only serve you well, but also bring you joy and satisfaction. The journey to success in any field is often long, challenging, and filled with unexpected twists and turns. Yet, some individuals manage to persevere through years of struggle, honing their craft, and ultimately achieving remarkable success. The story of Steve Martin, one of America's most beloved comedians, perfectly illustrates this path of persistent dedication and gradual improvement. Martin's journey began in the most humble of circumstances as a 10-year-old boy selling guidebooks at Disneyland. This early exposure to the world of entertainment sparked a passion that would shape the rest of his life. As he transitioned to working in the park's magic shop, Martin began to experiment with performance, trying out simple tricks and jokes on visitors. It was here that he discovered his true calling was not in magic, but in comedy and performance more broadly. The road from this realization to stardom was long and arduous. Martin spent his teenage years performing in small clubs around Los Angeles, often to indifferent or non-existent audiences. He would sometimes deliver his routine to empty rooms, persisting even when there was no one there to appreciate his efforts. This dedication to his craft, even in the face of apparent failure, is a testament to Martin's intrinsic motivation and love for comedy. What's particularly noteworthy about Martin's journey is the gradual, incremental nature of his progress. He didn't burst onto the scene with a fully formed hour-long set. Instead, he started with routines that lasted only a minute or two. Over time, he expanded his material, reaching 5 minutes in high school, then 10 minutes, and eventually 20 minutes by the age of 19. Even then, he had to pad his show with poetry readings just to fill the time slot. This gradual expansion of his repertoire highlights a crucial aspect of skill development and habit formation: the importance of consistent, incremental progress. Martin didn't try to leap from novice to expert overnight. Instead, he focused on steady improvement, constantly refining and expanding his material. This approach allowed him to build his skills and confidence gradually, avoiding the overwhelming pressure that might have come from trying to create a full-length show right from the start. Martin's persistence is particularly impressive given the nature of stand-up comedy. Few endeavors are as immediately and brutally honest in their feedback as comedy. A joke either lands or it doesn't, and the comedian knows instantly whether they've succeeded or failed. The courage required to face this potential rejection night after night, for years on end, is remarkable. It took nearly 15 years of this dedicated practice and refinement before Martin achieved his breakthrough. When success came, it came in a big way. His tours drew tens of thousands of fans, and he quickly rose to the top of his field. But this overnight success was, in reality, the result of almost 2 decades of persistent effort. Martin's own reflection on his journey is particularly insightful. He describes it as 10 years spent learning, 4 years spent refining, and 4 years as a wild success. This breakdown offers a valuable perspective on the nature of mastery and success. The learning phase, the longest part of the journey, is where the foundational skills are developed. The refining phase is where these skills are honed and polished. Only after these 2 crucial phases does the success phase begin. This pattern of long-term dedication leading to eventual success is not unique to Martin or to comedy. It's a common thread in the stories of many high achievers across various fields. But it raises an important question: why are some people able to stick with their habits and pursuits for years or even decades, while others struggle to stay motivated? The answer lies, in part, in understanding the nature of motivation and how our brains respond to challenges. Research in psychology and neuroscience has consistently shown that humans are most motivated when working on tasks of just manageable difficulty. This concept, sometimes referred to as the Goldilocks rule, suggests that we are most engaged when the challenge we face is neither too easy nor too hard, but just right. When a task is too easy, we quickly become bored. Our brains crave stimulation and growth, and an unchallenging activity fails to provide either. On the other hand, when a task is too difficult, we become frustrated and demotivated. The constant experience of failure without progress is disheartening and can lead to giving up. The sweet spot lies in between these extremes. When we're working on something that stretches our abilities but remains within reach, we enter a state of optimal engagement. This state is often associated with the concept of flow, described by psychologist Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi as a condition of full immersion in an activity characterized by energized focus and enjoyment. In Martin's case, we can see how he intuitively followed this principle throughout his career. He consistently pushed himself to expand his routines and improve his craft, but he did so in manageable increments. Each small success, a new joke that landed well, a slightly longer routine successfully delivered, provided the motivation to continue pushing forward. This approach of seeking just manageable difficulty can be applied to any habit or skill we're trying to develop. Whether it's learning a new language, improving our fitness, or developing a professional skill, the key is to find that sweet spot where we're challenged but not overwhelmed. For example, if you're trying to develop a reading habit, you might start with short articles or novellas rather than diving straight into complex literature. As your reading stamina improves, you can gradually increase the length and complexity of your chosen texts. Similarly, if you're working on improving your physical fitness, you might begin with short, manageable workouts and progressively increase the duration and intensity as your strength and endurance improve. The beauty of this approach is that it creates a self-reinforcing cycle of motivation and improvement. As we successfully navigate challenges at the edge of our abilities, we experience a sense of accomplishment and growth. This positive experience motivates us to continue engaging with the activity, which in turn leads to further improvement. Over time, tasks that once seemed daunting become manageable, allowing us to take on even greater challenges. However, maintaining this optimal level of challenge requires constant adjustment. As we improve at a task, what was once challenging becomes easy. To maintain motivation, we need to continually seek out new challenges that match our growing abilities. This might involve learning new skills, taking on more complex projects, or setting more ambitious goals. In Martin's comedy career, we can see this principle in action. He didn't stop once he could consistently deliver a 5-minute routine. Instead, he continually pushed himself to expand his material, try new comedic styles, and perform for larger audiences. Each new challenge provided fresh motivation and opportunities for growth. This need for continual challenge and growth aligns with another key aspect of long-term motivation: the importance of intrinsic motivation. While external rewards like money, fame, or recognition can provide short-term motivation, sustainable long-term engagement typically comes from intrinsic factors: the personal satisfaction, enjoyment, or sense of purpose we derive from an activity. For Martin, the love of performance and the creative satisfaction of crafting and delivering jokes provided this intrinsic motivation. Even when external success was lacking, when he was performing to empty rooms or uninterested audiences, this internal drive kept him going. Cultivating this kind of intrinsic motivation is crucial for maintaining any long-term habit or pursuit. It involves connecting with the inherent value or enjoyment of the activity itself rather than focusing solely on external outcomes. This might mean focusing on the sense of accomplishment you feel after a workout rather than just the number on the scale, or savoring the process of creating art rather than fixating on selling your work. Another crucial factor in maintaining long-term motivation is the environment we create for ourselves. Our surroundings, both physical and social, can have a profound impact on our ability to stick with our habits and pursuits. In Martin's case, immersing himself in the world of entertainment, first at Disneyland, then in the Los Angeles comedy scene, provided constant exposure to his chosen field and opportunities for practice and improvement. Creating a supportive environment for our habits might involve setting up a dedicated workspace for a creative pursuit, surrounding ourselves with like-minded individuals who share our interests, or removing obstacles that make it difficult to engage in our chosen activity. The goal is to make it as easy as possible to engage in the habit consistently, reducing the reliance on willpower alone. The role of failure and setbacks in the journey of habit formation and skill development is also worth considering. Martin's story includes many moments that could be considered failures: jokes that didn't land, performances to empty rooms. Yet he persisted. This resilience in the face of setbacks is a crucial component of long-term success. Developing this resilience involves reframing how we view failure. Rather than seeing setbacks as indictments of our abilities or reasons to give up, we can view them as valuable feedback and opportunities for learning. Each failed joke or performance gave Martin information about what didn't work, helping him refine his material and delivery. This growth mindset, the belief that our abilities can be developed through dedication and hard work, is a powerful tool for maintaining motivation over the long term. It allows us to see challenges as opportunities for growth rather than threats to our self-image. As we reflect on Martin's journey and the principles of motivation and habit formation it illustrates, we can draw several key lessons. 1. Success often requires a long period of dedicated practice and incremental improvement. The overnight success is usually anything but. 2. Maintaining motivation over the long term requires finding the right level of challenge tasks that stretch our abilities without overwhelming us. 3. Intrinsic motivation deriving satisfaction and enjoyment from the activity itself is crucial for sustaining long-term engagement. 4. Creating a supportive environment can make it easier to stick with our habits and pursuits. 5. Resilience in the face of setbacks, coupled with a growth mindset, allows us to persist through difficulties and learn from our failures. 6. Continual adjustment and seeking out new challenges is necessary to maintain engagement as our skills improve. These principles can be applied to any area of life where we're seeking to develop new skills, form positive habits, or achieve long-term goals. Whether we're aspiring comedians like Martin, or simply individuals looking to improve our health, learn a new skill, or advance in our careers, understanding and applying these concepts can help us stay motivated and achieve our objectives. In conclusion, the story of Steve Martin's rise to comedic stardom offers more than just an inspiring tale of perseverance. It provides a roadmap for anyone looking to achieve mastery in their chosen field or stick with a challenging habit over the long term. By embracing the process of gradual improvement, seeking out appropriate challenges, cultivating intrinsic motivation, and persisting through setbacks, we can all work towards our own versions of success, whatever form that may take. The journey may be long and challenging, but as Martin's story shows, the results can be truly remarkable. The pursuit of excellence in any field is a journey fraught with challenges, but perhaps the most formidable obstacle isn't failure or lack of talent, it's boredom. This insight, counterintuitive as it may seem, holds the key to understanding why some individuals achieve remarkable success while others falter despite initial promise. Consider the process of mastering a skill or habit. In the beginning, everything is new and exciting. Each small improvement brings a rush of satisfaction, and the novelty of the experience keeps us engaged. This is the honeymoon phase of skill acquisition, where motivation is high and progress seems rapid. However, as we become more proficient, a curious phenomenon occurs. The very consistency that leads to improvement also breeds familiarity, and with familiarity comes the potential for boredom. The rush of excitement that accompanied our initial efforts begins to fade, replaced by the steady, sometimes monotonous work of continued practice. This is where many people falter. When the initial excitement wears off, it's easy to lose focus or seek out new, more stimulating pursuits. But those who achieve mastery in their chosen fields are those who find ways to push through this plateau of boredom. The key to maintaining motivation in the face of routine lies in understanding what psychologists call the Goldilocks rule. This principle suggests that humans experience peak motivation when engaging in tasks that are right at the edge of their current abilities, not so easy as to be boring, but not so difficult as to be discouraging. Imagine playing a game of tennis. If you're facing an opponent who is significantly less skilled than you, the game quickly becomes tedious. There's no challenge, no excitement. Conversely, if you're up against a professional player who outclasses you in every aspect, the game becomes frustrating and demoralizing. But when you play against someone of similar skill level, something magical happens. The game becomes engaging, challenging, and deeply satisfying. You're pushed to your limits, but victory remains within reach. This is the Goldilocks zone of just manageable difficulty. The concept extends far beyond sports. In any field of endeavor, finding this sweet spot of challenge is crucial for maintaining long-term motivation. It's a delicate balance. Pushed too hard, and you risk burnout; not hard enough, and boredom sets in. Consider the career of a successful comedian. They don't start with hour-long specials in packed arenas. Instead, they begin with short sets in small clubs, gradually expanding their repertoire and tackling more challenging venues. Each step presents a new challenge, keeping the work engaging and pushing the boundaries of their abilities. This principle of incremental challenge is vital in habit formation and skill development. When starting a new habit, it's important to keep things simple and achievable. But once the habit is established, it's equally important to find ways to keep it challenging and engaging. For instance, if you're developing a writing habit, you might start with a goal of writing 100 words a day. As this becomes comfortable, you could increase the word count, tackle more complex topics, or experiment with different styles of writing. The key is to continuously find new challenges that stretch your abilities without overwhelming you. However, even with careful attention to the Goldilocks rule, there will inevitably be times when the work feels monotonous. This is where the true test of mastery begins. The ability to persist through periods of boredom, to continue showing up and putting in the work even when it's not exciting, is what separates the amateurs from the professionals. An elite weightlifting coach once shared a profound insight: at some point it comes down to who can handle the boredom of training every day, doing the same lifts over and over and over. This perspective challenges the common notion that success is all about passion and motivation. While these elements are important, they are not sufficient. True mastery requires the ability to persist even when the initial excitement has faded. This insight is liberating in a way. It means that those who achieve greatness aren't necessarily more passionate or motivated than the rest of us. They simply have developed the ability to push through the periods of boredom and continue their practice regardless of how they feel on any given day. The challenge, then, is to fall in love with boredom. To find satisfaction not just in the exciting moments of breakthrough, but in the quiet, consistent work that leads to those breakthroughs. This doesn't mean that the work should always feel tedious. Indeed, finding ways to inject novelty and challenge into your practice is crucial for long-term engagement. One way to maintain interest is through the concept of variable rewards. This principle, well known in psychology, explains why activities like gambling can be so addictive. When rewards are unpredictable, they create a stronger dopamine response in the brain, enhancing memory recall and accelerating habit formation. While not all habits should or could involve variable rewards, imagine if flossing only sometimes resulted in clean teeth. Understanding this principle can help in designing practices that remain engaging over time. For instance, a fitness routine could incorporate different types of workouts, a reading habit could explore various genres, or a meditation practice could experiment with different techniques. However, it's important to note that novelty alone is not the answer. Jumping from one new thing to another may keep boredom at bay, but it prevents the deep learning and skill development that comes from sustained practice. The key is to find a balance between consistency and novelty to keep the core of the practice steady while finding new challenges within it. This brings us to another crucial point: the importance of identity in maintaining long-term habits. When we tie our habits to our sense of identity, when we see ourselves as the kind of person who does this, we're more likely to persist even when the initial excitement fades. A writer writes, even on days when the words don't flow easily. An athlete trains even when they don't feel particularly energetic. A meditator sits even when their mind feels especially restless. Developing this kind of identity requires a shift in focus from outcomes to processes. Instead of fixating on the end goal, becoming a published author, winning a competition, achieving enlightenment, we learn to find satisfaction in the daily practice itself. This doesn't mean abandoning our aspirations, but rather recognizing that the journey towards them is where the real growth occurs. Moreover, this perspective helps in dealing with the inevitable setbacks and plateaus that occur in any long-term endeavor. When progress seems slow or non-existent, it's easy to become discouraged. But if we've learned to appreciate the process itself, we can find satisfaction in the simple act of showing up and doing the work, regardless of immediate results. This mindset also helps in managing expectations. Often we have unrealistic ideas about how quickly we should progress or how consistently we should feel motivated. Understanding that boredom and frustration are normal parts of the journey can help us persist through these challenging periods. It's also worth considering the role of community in maintaining long-term motivation. Surrounding ourselves with others who share our goals and values can provide support, accountability, and inspiration during times when our individual motivation flags. This could be a formal group, like a writing circle or a sports team, or simply a network of like-minded individuals pursuing similar goals. Another strategy for maintaining engagement over the long term is to periodically step back and reconnect with the bigger picture. Why did you start this practice in the first place? What are the larger goals or values that it serves? Sometimes, zooming out and reminding ourselves of the broader context can reignite our motivation and help us push through periods of tedium. It's also important to recognize that motivation often follows action, not the other way around. We often think we need to feel motivated in order to act, but in reality, taking action even when we don't feel particularly inspired can generate its own motivation. This is why the simple act of showing up, of starting the work even when we don't feel like it, is so powerful. Ultimately, the ability to persist through boredom is a skill that can be developed, like any other. It requires practice, patience, and a willingness to sit with discomfort. but the rewards of this skill are immense. It's what allows us to push past the plateaus that stop most people to achieve levels of mastery that seem out of reach to those who rely solely on sporadic bursts of motivation. This doesn't mean that the journey should be joyless. Indeed, finding ways to enjoy the process, to find satisfaction in the daily work, is crucial for long-term success. But it does mean accepting that not every moment will be exciting or inspiring, and learning to find value in the steady, consistent effort that leads to true mastery. In conclusion, the path to excellence in any field is not just about talent, opportunity, or even passion. It's about the willingness to show up day after day, to put in the work even when it's not exciting, to fall in love with the boredom of consistency. It's about finding the right level of challenge to keep ourselves engaged, while also developing the mental toughness to push through periods of tedium. This perspective on mastery and habit formation offers both a challenge and a comfort. It challenges us to persist beyond the point where many would give up, to embrace the sometimes monotonous work of improvement. But it also offers comfort in knowing that those who achieve greatness aren't superhuman, they simply have developed the ability to stay the course, to find satisfaction in the journey as much as the destination. As we pursue our own paths to mastery, whether in our careers, our hobbies, or our personal development, let us remember this crucial lesson. Let us strive to find the right balance of challenge and consistency, to inject novelty into our practices while maintaining their core, and above all, to cultivate the mental fortitude to push through boredom. For it is in these quiet moments of persistence, when no one is watching and motivation is low, that true mastery is forged. The pursuit of excellence is a journey that requires more than just talent or sporadic bursts of motivation. It demands consistency, dedication, and a willingness to embrace the monotony that often accompanies mastery. This is a truth that applies across all fields, whether you're an athlete, artist, entrepreneur, or professional in any domain. Consider the contrast between professionals and amateurs. Professionals adhere rigorously to their schedules, refusing to let life's distractions derail their progress. They have a clear vision of what matters most to them and work tirelessly towards their goals with unwavering purpose. Amateurs, on the other hand, often find themselves blown off course by the urgent demands of daily life, struggling to maintain focus on their long-term objectives. This distinction is particularly evident in the realm of habit formation. Take meditation, for instance. Many people approach meditation as fair-weather practitioners, only engaging in the practice when they feel particularly inspired or when life is going smoothly. However, true growth and transformation come from consistency, especially when it's challenging. The same principle applies to athletics, writing, or any other pursuit. To achieve greatness, one must be willing to show up and put in the work regardless of mood or circumstance. There's a common misconception that successful individuals always feel motivated and energized to tackle their goals. The reality is quite different. Even the most accomplished people frequently face moments of reluctance or lack of enthusiasm. The key difference is their ability to push through these feelings and take action anyway. They understand that regret often comes from inaction, not from pushing oneself to complete important tasks. This idea extends to the concept of deliberate practice, which is crucial for achieving mastery in any field. Deliberate practice involves focused, intentional efforts to improve specific aspects of performance. It's not always enjoyable, and it certainly isn't easy, but it's essential for progress. The willingness to engage in deliberate practice, even when it feels tedious or challenging, is what separates the truly exceptional from the merely good. Interestingly, the path to excellence often requires embracing boredom. This might seem counterintuitive, as we often associate passion and excitement with high achievement. However, true mastery comes from the ability to find fascination in repetition, to see the nuances and opportunities for improvement in tasks that others might find mundane. It's about falling in love with the process, not just the outcome. This brings us to an important psychological principle known as the Goldilocks rule. This concept suggests that humans experience peak motivation when working on tasks that are right at the edge of their current abilities, not too easy, not too hard, but just right. This sweet spot of challenge keeps us engaged and propels us forward. However, as we improve and tasks become easier, we risk falling into a comfort zone that can lead to stagnation. The greatest threat to success, then, is not failure but boredom. As habits become routine, they often become less interesting and less satisfying. This is a natural part of the skill acquisition process, but it's also a potential pitfall. The key is to recognize this phenomenon and develop strategies to combat it. One effective approach is to continually seek out new challenges within your field. As you master one level of skill, immediately begin pushing yourself to the next. This constant progression keeps the work engaging and prevents complacency. It's also important to develop a mindset that values consistency over fleeting bursts of motivation. Anyone can work hard when they feel inspired, but it's the ability to keep going when the work isn't exciting that truly makes the difference. The formation of good habits is undoubtedly crucial for success. Habits create the foundation for mastery by automating basic skills, freeing up mental space for more advanced thinking. In chess, for example, it's only after a player has internalized the basic movements of the pieces that they can focus on higher-level strategy. This principle holds true across disciplines. When fundamental actions become second nature, attention can be directed to more nuanced and complex aspects of performance. However, the very automaticity that makes habits powerful can also become a limitation. As behaviors become automatic, we risk falling into mindless repetition. This can lead to a decrease in sensitivity to feedback and a tendency to let small errors slide. The danger here is that we might assume we're improving simply because we're gaining experience, when in reality we may just be reinforcing existing patterns, including any flaws or inefficiencies. This phenomenon highlights the need for a more nuanced approach to skill development, especially for those aiming for elite levels of performance. While habits are necessary, they are not sufficient for true mastery. The optimal path combines automatic habits with deliberate practice, a synergy that allows for both efficiency and continuous improvement. Deliberate practice involves consciously focusing on specific aspects of performance, often breaking down complex skills into smaller components for targeted improvement. It requires a level of mental engagement that goes beyond simple repetition. By alternating between phases of habit formation and deliberate practice, individuals can continue to push their boundaries and refine their skills. This cycle of mastery, narrowing focus to a specific element, repeating it internalized, then using that new habit as a foundation for the next challenge, is endless. Each level of mastery unlocks new frontiers of development. It's a process that demands both patience and persistence, as well as the humility to recognize that there is always room for improvement. One of the key challenges in this journey is maintaining consciousness of performance over time. It's precisely when skills start to feel automatic and comfortable that the risk of complacency increases. To combat this, it's crucial to establish systems for reflection and review. Regular assessment of performance, identification of areas for improvement, and setting new goals can help maintain the edge needed for continued growth. The Career Best Efforts CBE program implemented by Pat Riley for the Los Angeles Lakers in the 1986 to 1987 season provides an excellent example of such a system. After a disappointing playoff performance that didn't live up to the team's potential, Riley developed a method to track each player's performance metrics and encourage consistent improvement. The goal was for each player to improve their output by at least 1% over the course of the season. What made this program particularly effective was its holistic approach. It wasn't just about points scored or other obvious statistics. Riley included unsung hero deeds in his evaluations, things like diving for loose balls, helping teammates on defense, and other efforts that might not show up in the box score but contribute significantly to team success. This comprehensive view of performance encouraged players to focus on all aspects of their game, not just the most visible ones. The CBE program illustrates several key principles of effective habit formation and performance improvement. First, it emphasizes the importance of establishing a baseline understanding current performance levels before setting goals for improvement. Second, it focuses on small, incremental improvements rather than dramatic overhauls. This approach makes progress feel more achievable and sustainable. Third, it recognizes and rewards effort and behavior, not just outcomes. This helps to reinforce the right habits and mindset, even when results might fluctuate due to factors outside an individual's control. Implementing a similar system of reflection and review can be beneficial in any field. Regular self-assessment, seeking feedback from mentors or peers, and setting specific, measurable goals for improvement can help maintain focus and drive progress. It's about creating a framework that encourages continuous growth and prevents the onset of complacency. The journey to mastery is not a straight line. It involves periods of rapid growth followed by plateaus, moments of breakthrough insights, and times of frustrating stagnation. The key is to embrace this process, understanding that each phase plays a role in long-term development. The plateaus, in particular, are often where the most important work happens, refining skills, ingraining habits, and preparing for the next leap forward. In conclusion, the path to excellence is paved with consistent effort, deliberate practice, and a willingness to embrace the sometimes monotonous nature of skill development. It requires the discipline to stick to schedules and routines, even when motivation wanes. It demands the humility to continually seek improvement, even after achieving a high level of proficiency. And it calls for the wisdom to implement systems that promote ongoing reflection and adjustment. True mastery is not about reaching a final destination, but about committing to a lifelong journey of growth and refinement. It's about finding joy in the process, challenges in the familiar, and opportunities for improvement in every repetition. By cultivating these attitudes and approaches, we can unlock our full potential and push the boundaries of what's possible in our chosen fields. The road may be long and at times arduous, but for those committed to excellence, it's a journey worth taking. The journey to excellence in any field is a complex and multifaceted process, one that requires not only talent and dedication but also a systematic approach to improvement. This is perhaps nowhere more evident than in the world of professional sports, where the margins between success and failure are often razor thin. The story of the Los Angeles Lakers' transformation in the 1980s under coach Pat Riley provides a fascinating case study in how to cultivate a culture of continuous improvement and achieve sustained success. In 1986, the Lakers were already a formidable team, boasting some of the most talented players in the NBA. However, despite their individual brilliance, they fell short of expectations in the playoffs, failing to reach the NBA Finals. This setback prompted Riley to develop an innovative system he called the Career Best Effort CBE program, designed to push each player to consistently perform at and beyond their previous best. The CBE program was revolutionary in its approach to performance measurement and improvement. It went beyond traditional statistics, incorporating a wide range of factors that contributed to a player's overall impact on the game. This comprehensive evaluation system assigned numerical values to various actions on the court, including both obvious contributions like points scored and rebounds, as well as less tangible efforts such as diving for loose balls or helping teammates on defense. What made the CBE system particularly effective was its emphasis on personal improvement rather than comparison to others. Each player's performance was measured against their own past achievements, with the goal of improving by at least 1% over the course of the season. This approach recognized that different players have different roles and strengths, and that true excellence comes from maximizing one's own potential rather than trying to emulate others. The implementation of the CBE program had a profound impact on the Lakers' performance. In the following season, they claimed the NBA championship, and they repeated this feat the next year, becoming the first team in 2 decades to win back-to-back titles. This success demonstrated the power of a systematic approach to improvement, even for a team that was already considered among the best in the league. The principles underlying the CBE program extend far beyond the basketball court. They speak to a fundamental truth about the nature of excellence and the path to mastery in any field. At its core, the program was about creating a culture of reflection, review, and continuous improvement. It provided a structured framework for players to assess their performance, identify areas for growth, and track their progress over time. This approach to performance enhancement aligns closely with the practices of top performers across various disciplines. From world-class athletes to successful business leaders, those who consistently operate at the highest levels tend to engage in regular self-reflection and performance review. These practices serve multiple purposes. They provide accountability, help identify strengths and weaknesses, and guide future efforts for improvement. Consider, for example, the routines of elite athletes like Eliud Kipchoge, one of the greatest marathoners of all time. Despite his numerous accolades, including an Olympic gold medal, Kipchoge maintains a habit of taking detailed notes after every training session. He reviews his performance, looking for even the smallest opportunities for improvement. This level of self-awareness and commitment to growth is a hallmark of true excellence. Similarly, in the world of comedy, performers like Chris Rock demonstrate the value of systematic review and iteration. When developing new material, Rock performs at small clubs dozens of times, meticulously recording audience reactions and refining his jokes based on this feedback. This process of constant refinement and adaptation is what allows him to consistently deliver top-tier performances on the biggest stages. In the business world, many successful executives and investors maintain decision journals where they record major decisions, the reasoning behind them, and their expected outcomes. By reviewing these journals periodically, they can assess the quality of their decision-making process and identify patterns or biases that may be influencing their choices. This practice not only improves their decision-making skills over time, but also provides valuable insights into their own thought processes and assumptions. These examples highlight a crucial point: improvement is not just about forming habits, but about continuously refining and optimizing them. It's about creating a feedback loop that allows for ongoing adjustment and growth. This process of reflection and review ensures that efforts are focused on the most impactful areas and that course corrections can be made when necessary. For individuals seeking to apply these principles in their own lives, there are various approaches to implementing a system of reflection and review. One effective method is to conduct regular, structured assessments of performance and progress. This could take the form of an annual review, where one looks back on the past year's achievements and challenges, or more frequent check-ins, such as monthly or quarterly evaluations. A comprehensive review process might include questions such as: 1. What were my major accomplishments during this period? 2. Where did I fall short of my goals or expectations? 3. What new skills or knowledge did I acquire? 4. How have my habits and routines supported or hindered my progress? 5. What unexpected challenges or opportunities arose, and how did I respond to them? 6. How well did I align with my core values and long-term objectives? 7. What adjustments or changes should I make going forward? By engaging in this type of structured reflection, individuals can gain valuable insights into their own performance and development. It provides an opportunity to celebrate successes, learn from failures, and set meaningful goals for the future. Moreover, it helps to maintain a sense of perspective, allowing one to step back from the day-to-day grind and view progress over a longer time horizon. Another crucial aspect of effective reflection and review is the importance of data and measurement. The CBE program's success was largely due to its rigorous quantification of performance. While not all aspects of personal or professional development can be easily quantified, finding ways to measure progress can be incredibly powerful. This might involve tracking specific metrics related to one's goals, keeping a journal of key activities or decisions, or soliciting feedback from peers, mentors, or coaches. However, it's important to strike a balance in this regard. While data and metrics can provide valuable insights, an overly rigid focus on numbers can sometimes be counterproductive. The goal should be to use measurement as a tool for improvement, not as an end in itself. It's also crucial to choose metrics that truly reflect meaningful progress towards one's goals, rather than simply tracking what's easiest to measure. One of the most powerful benefits of regular reflection and review is its ability to reinforce and evolve one's identity. Our habits and behaviors are closely tied to our self-perception, and by consistently engaging in practices that align with our desired identity, we can strengthen and solidify that identity over time. For instance, a person who sees themselves as a healthy eater is more likely to consistently make nutritious food choices, reinforcing that identity through their actions. However, this connection between identity and habit can also present challenges. As we become more invested in a particular self-image, we may become resistant to change or criticism that challenges that identity. This can lead to a form of stagnation, where we cling to outdated methods or beliefs out of a sense of pride or fear of change. It's a phenomenon seen across various fields: the experienced teacher who refuses to adapt their methods, the veteran manager who insists on doing things their way, or the successful artist who gets stuck in a creative rut. To avoid this pitfall, it's crucial to cultivate a growth mindset, a belief that our abilities and intelligence can be developed through effort, learning, and persistence. This mindset allows us to view challenges and setbacks as opportunities for growth rather than threats to our identity. It encourages us to embrace feedback, seek out new experiences, and continually push our boundaries. Incorporating this growth mindset into our reflection and review process can be transformative. Instead of simply assessing whether we've met our goals, we can ask ourselves questions like: 1. How have I challenged myself to learn and grow this period? 2. What new perspectives or ideas have I encountered, and how have they influenced my thinking? 3. Where have I stepped out of my comfort zone, and what did I learn from those experiences? 4. How can I approach my weaknesses or areas for improvement with curiosity rather than judgment? By framing our self-assessment in this way, we can maintain a sense of openness and flexibility, even as we build strong habits and a clear sense of identity. The power of reflection and review extends beyond individual performance to team and organizational success as well. The Lakers story demonstrates how a systematic approach to improvement can transform a group of talented individuals into a cohesive, high-performing team. In any collaborative environment, regular reflection can help align individual efforts with team goals, identify synergies and inefficiencies, and foster a culture of continuous improvement. For leaders and managers, implementing a reflection and review process can be a powerful tool for driving performance and engagement. This might involve regular team debriefs, where successes and challenges are discussed openly, or structured feedback sessions that allow team members to share insights and suggestions. The key is to create an environment where honest reflection is encouraged and where lessons learned are actively incorporated into future plans and processes. In conclusion, the path to sustained excellence in any field involves more than just talent, hard work, or even consistent habits. It requires a deliberate and systematic approach to improvement, one that incorporates regular reflection, review, and adjustment. By implementing such a system, whether it's as sophisticated as the Lakers CBE program or as simple as a personal journal, we can ensure that our efforts are consistently moving us towards our goals. This approach allows us to harness the power of incremental improvement, where small, consistent gains compound over time to produce remarkable results. It helps us to stay adaptable in the face of changing circumstances, to learn from our experiences, and to continuously refine our skills and strategies. Perhaps most importantly, it enables us to maintain a growth mindset, viewing every challenge as an opportunity for learning and every setback as a stepping stone to greater achievement. In a world that often celebrates overnight success and quick fixes, the value of patient, systematic improvement can sometimes be overlooked. But as the stories of the Lakers, elite athletes, successful business leaders, and countless others demonstrate, it is often this methodical, reflective approach that leads to true mastery and lasting success. By embracing the principles of reflection and review, we can unlock our full potential, push the boundaries of our capabilities, and achieve levels of excellence we might once have thought impossible. The journey of personal growth and achievement is often misconstrued as a series of grand, sweeping changes or monumental breakthroughs. However, the reality of lasting success and meaningful transformation is far more nuanced and, in many ways, more accessible than we might imagine. It's rooted in the power of small, consistent actions, what we might call atomic habits, that compound over time to produce remarkable results. Consider the ancient Greek paradox known as the Sorites paradox, which asks, can a single coin make a person rich? The obvious answer is no. But what if we add another coin, and another? At some point, we must concede that a single coin does indeed make the difference between being rich and not being rich. This same principle applies to our habits and personal development. One small change, reading a single page of a book each day, meditating for just 1 minute, or saving a tiny amount of money might seem inconsequential in isolation. However, when we commit to these small actions consistently over time, their cumulative effect can be transformative. It's not about seeking a single dramatic 1% improvement, but rather about accumulating thousands of these tiny enhancements across various aspects of our lives. The power of this approach lies in its sustainability and its ability to work with, rather than against, our natural tendencies and limitations. Grand, sweeping changes often fail because they require a level of willpower and effort that's difficult to maintain over the long term. Small habits, on the other hand, can be integrated into our daily routines with relative ease, gradually shifting the balance of our behaviors in a positive direction. This concept is particularly powerful when we consider the nature of complex systems, whether that's our personal lives, our professional endeavors, or even large organizations. In the beginning, small improvements might seem futile, their effects washed away by the inertia of the existing system. But as we continue to layer these small changes on top of one another, we eventually reach a tipping point. Suddenly, the weight of the system begins to work in our favor rather than against us. We can see this principle at work in countless success stories across various fields. Olympic athletes don't become champions overnight. They achieve greatness through years of consistent, incremental improvements in their training, nutrition, and mental preparation. Successful businesses aren't built on a single brilliant idea, but on thousands of small optimizations and adaptations over time. Even in creative fields like art or comedy, mastery comes not from sporadic bursts of inspiration, but from the daily practice of one's craft. The key to harnessing the power of atomic habits lies in understanding and applying the 4 laws of behavior change. Make it obvious, make it attractive, make it easy, and make it satisfying. These laws provide a framework for designing our environment and routines in a way that supports positive habits and discourages negative ones. Making a habit obvious involves creating clear cues in our environment that trigger the desired behavior. This might mean placing a book on our nightstand to encourage reading before bed, or setting out our exercise clothes the night before to prompt morning workouts. By making the cues for our desired habits more prominent, we increase the likelihood of following through. Making a habit attractive is about associating it with positive emotions or rewards. This could involve pairing a challenging habit with something we enjoy, like listening to our favorite podcast while exercising or celebrating small wins along the way. When we find ways to make our habits more appealing, we're more likely to stick with them even when motivation wanes. Making a habit easy is crucial for long-term success. This often involves breaking down larger goals into smaller, more manageable steps. Instead of committing to an hour-long workout, we might start with just 5 minutes of exercise. By lowering the barrier to entry, we make it more likely that we'll start, and starting is often the hardest part. Finally, making a habit satisfying helps ensure that we'll want to repeat it in the future. This could involve tracking our progress, sharing our accomplishments with others, or simply taking a moment to appreciate the sense of accomplishment that comes from sticking to our commitments. By applying these 4 laws, we can gradually shift our behavior patterns, making positive habits more automatic and negative habits less appealing. Over time, these small shifts can lead to significant changes in our lives. However, it's important to recognize that this process is not a one-time effort, but an ongoing journey of refinement and adaptation. Success is not a fixed destination, but a continual process of improvement. As we progress, we may need to adjust our strategies, identify new areas for growth, and continually challenge ourselves to reach higher levels of performance. This perspective on personal growth also highlights the importance of patience and persistence. In a world that often celebrates overnight success and quick fixes, the power of small, consistent actions can be easily overlooked. But it's precisely this steady, incremental approach that often leads to the most sustainable and meaningful results. Consider the compound effect of these small habits over time. Reading just 1 page a day might not seem significant, but over the course of a year, it amounts to several books. Saving a small amount of money each week might not feel impactful in the moment, but given enough time, it can grow into a substantial nest egg. These examples illustrate how small actions, when repeated consistently, can lead to outcomes that far exceed our initial expectations. One of the most powerful aspects of this approach is its ability to transform not just our actions, but our very identities. As we consistently engage in positive habits, we begin to see ourselves differently. The person who reads a page every day starts to identify as a reader. The individual who exercises regularly begins to see themselves as someone who values health and fitness. These shifts in identity can be profound, creating a positive feedback loop that further reinforces our new habits. However, it's crucial to approach identity change with flexibility and openness. While our habits can shape our identities in positive ways, clinging too tightly to a single identity can sometimes hinder our growth. For instance, an athlete who defines themselves solely by their sport might struggle when their athletic career ends. A business owner who sees themselves only as the CEO might face an identity crisis after selling their company. The key is to define our identities in ways that are both meaningful and adaptable. Instead of "I'm an athlete," we might say, "I'm someone who values physical challenge and mental toughness," rather than "I'm the CEO," we could think, "I'm someone who builds and creates." By framing our identities in terms of our values and transferable qualities, rather than specific roles or achievements, we create space for growth and adaptation. This flexible approach to identity aligns with ancient wisdom, as exemplified in the Tao teaching the hard and stiff will be broken. The soft and supple will prevail by remaining adaptable in our self-conception. We become more resilient in the face of life's inevitable changes and challenges. As we progress on our journey of self-improvement, it's essential to incorporate regular reflection and review into our routines. While habits allow us to perform actions without conscious thought, a generally beneficial trait, they can also lead us to overlook small errors or areas for improvement. By periodically stepping back to assess our progress, identify challenges, and refine our approach, we ensure that our habits continue to serve us well. This process of reflection might involve regular check-ins daily, weekly, or monthly, where we assess our progress towards our goals, identify what's working well and what isn't, and make necessary adjustments. It might also involve seeking feedback from others, as outside perspectives can often highlight blind spots or opportunities for growth that we might have missed. Importantly, this reflection process should be approached with a growth mindset, a belief that our abilities and intelligence can be developed through effort and learning. This mindset allows us to view challenges not as threats to our identity or evidence of our limitations, but as opportunities for growth and improvement. As we continue on this path of incremental improvement, it's important to celebrate our progress along the way. While the day-to-day changes might be small, over time they accumulate into significant transformations. By acknowledging and appreciating these changes, we reinforce our commitment to continued growth and maintain motivation for the journey ahead. It's also worth noting that this approach to personal development, focusing on small, consistent actions rather than dramatic changes, can be particularly effective in times of uncertainty or stress. When the world around us feels chaotic or overwhelming, concentrating on the small actions within our control can provide a sense of stability and progress. Moreover, the principle of atomic habits can be applied not just to individual growth, but to organizational and societal change as well. Companies can transform their culture and performance through small, consistent improvements in processes and behaviors. Communities can address complex social issues through the cumulative effect of many small, positive actions by individuals. In conclusion, the path to lasting change and meaningful achievement is rarely marked by dramatic leaps or sudden transformations. Instead, it's a journey of small steps, taken consistently over time. By focusing on creating positive atomic habits, making them obvious, attractive, easy, and satisfying, we set in motion a process of continuous improvement that can lead to remarkable results. This approach requires patience, persistence, and a willingness to trust in the power of incremental progress. It asks us to shift our focus from immediate results to long-term growth, from dramatic changes to small, sustainable actions. But in doing so, it offers a path to success that is both more achievable and more enduring. The secret to results that last is, quite simply, to never stop improving. It's about layering one small change upon another, day after day, year after year. It's about understanding that true transformation doesn't happen overnight, but through the compound effect of countless tiny actions. In embracing this philosophy, we open ourselves to a journey of continuous growth and discovery. We free ourselves from the pressure of seeking perfect results immediately and instead find joy and satisfaction in the process of gradual improvement. And perhaps most importantly, we set ourselves on a path that doesn't just change what we do, but transforms who we are one small habit at a time.